A lot to some of the concerns that people have. We're working toward some legislation specifically directed towards the IDP community. And so I'll be very careful
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Gee, man, there's a lot of good people here today. Wow, a lot of voices to be heard. So let me give the ground rules for how we're going to handle this joint meeting today. We have 188 individuals who like to speak on this issue today. We have 188 citizens that signed up to speak, and I'm excited about that. It's great to have the public involved in the process. So as legislative leaders, we have opened this up, and we know that everyone who wants to speak feels as though what they have is very important to add to the discussion. And we're going to stay here until every last person gets the opportunity to speak. However,
9 hours.
I'm a math teacher. Give me the numbers again.
9 hours, 40 minutes.
That means if every last person speak, we'll be here for 9 hours. And I don't have no problem with that because that's what we're supposed to do. So the guidelines are, the rules are, you have 3 minutes to speak. And when that bell is heard, the next words out your mouth should be in conclusion. And your next 3 words ends your conversation to the public. Do everybody understand? In here and on home, 3 minutes. Everyone's going to get their opportunity to communicate to us. And let me talk to my colleagues here. This is a public hearing. We are here to listen to the public. If you guys have conversations you need to have with any public official here, state officials, please have that conversation behind closed doors, because we are here for the public. We're going to have some individuals here who can speak to the question of ECS and why we're here. That person is Lisa Hammersley. Lisa, raise your hand. Lisa, where are you?
She might be on the hall.
She might be in the hall. Now, when she comes in here to communicate her message, by all means, my colleagues, I think if you have a question that hasn't been answered yet, or you have a question that is very pertinent and that needs a little explanation, please ask Lisa that question. I think that's fair because Lisa's not a state official, and she's probably more well versed in this subject than anyone else. Do anyone have a question? Good. That's my teacher mode. I have a great class. Okay. So with that being said, I'm going to turn this over to my colleagues, my co-chair, Mr. Curry. You can take it from here, brother.
Thank you very much, Senator. Just another quick announcement. Due to circumstances beyond their control, the State Department of Education Commissioner and her team are unable to make it today. They have submitted testimony, and so if members have questions with respect to that testimony, we would ask that you submit those into the clerk, who will then send those over to SDE, and they will provide us all with responses to help clarify any of the questions or concerns that may arise from that testimony. But we just wanted to make sure to put that out there so that folks didn't think Commissioner Russell Tucker was absent for any other reason than that. So
with that being said, I'm going to pass it over to Representative McCarty, my distinguished leader.
Thank you very much. And this is just for a point of clarification, if I may, Mr. Chairman, that I've heard from a number of people coming up that they were on the list to testify today and they have been removed. Is there any way that we can look at that and have them put back in? They actually submitted testimony and they were somehow removed from the list.
I think we can get that information from our clerks. We can make sure they get back on the list. Again, if they signed up, they would definitely have an opportunity to speak.
I knew you would find a solution. Thank you very much. And I'm very pleased to be here.
No problem. Senator Berthel.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you for those that are online on Zoom. Senator McCrory, thank you for establishing some good, consistent guidelines for us. We've run education committee meetings very efficiently and have allowed everyone to be heard without having to spend until tomorrow, without having to order breakfast for tomorrow morning. So I look forward to the dialogue today. And I know some of us will have to pop in and out of the meeting room. Please don't take that as any sign of disrespect. If you're about to speak and I happen to walk out, it's just that I probably have another commitment that I need to be at. And I hope that you all understand that. So let's go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, and I want to double down on that. You will see many people if you're at home or if it's your first time in the building. I know we haven't been in a while. You might see a number of my colleagues getting up to leave. It's because we have other commitments and other committee meetings they might have to be into. So there's no sign of disrespect. It's just a matter of that's the routine that we do here. So that's the education side of this committee. I also want to have my my leaders from the appropriation side say a couple of words, please, before we get started.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for helping us bring this together. And I will hope that all the members of Appropriations will listen to these rules because we will be putting them into effect in the next few weeks in our public hearings. So I just want to make sure that everybody here has an opportunity to listen to the public because that's what we are here to do and serve their purposes. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
And finally, we have Senator Austin. She's on Zoom. Senator Austin, would you like to zoom in? You're on mute. No. Well, see how good Kathy is? She don't even want to use her 3 minutes. So with that, let her be a role model for everyone. Okay, so with that being said, the first, how we're gonna do this, we have for the first about an hour, we have city leaders, board chairs, and individuals from the public. And at that point, we also have some students, some young students who are in our public schools currently. They're gonna come up and speak. And from that, and from that point on, we'll open it up to the general public. And fortunately, the first person up who won the lottery, the first person up today will be Tyron Harris from the East Hartford Board of Education. Tyron, come on up. Followed by Caroline Simmons, and then Mayor Justin Eckler. So be prepared to come up right afterwards. Thank you. Just hit that mic and you're on. Rosie, you got your time clock? I got my time clock. You definitely down? All right.
Thank you and good morning, Chairman McCrory and Curry, Chairwoman Austin and Walker, and ranking members, distinguished members of the Education Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify to support HB 5003, an act concerning education funding in Connecticut. My name is Tyron Harris, and I have the honor to serve as the chairman of the East Hartford Board of Education. I'm testifying in support of HB 5003 because it will finally bring full equitable education funding to our town and our district. East Hartford has some of the highest percentages of students who qualifies for free and reduced price lunch, students who need special education services, and students who are English learners in Connecticut. However, we are the 4th lowest funded district overall, spending 19% less per student than the state average. For our 6,365 students, this funding inequity results in the inability to provide the resources and support and opportunity that students in neighboring affluent towns enjoy. Furthermore, the looming physical cliff that we're facing when federal COVID relief funding expires stands as a significant challenge for our district, with over 71% of ARP and ESSER funds currently invested in recurring personnel costs. East Hartford Public Schools currently has $3,446.65 in ARPA funds supporting nearly 50 vital positions, ranging from school custodians to high-level administrators. With that funding, it will no longer be used to cover salaries for our personnel. Our school district will look to us, the Board of Education, for massive budget increases to avoid taking staff and resources away from students who need them. East Hartford has the 2nd lowest net grant list per capita for our surrounding towns next to Hartford. As a result, and as to this often the story here in Connecticut, we are ranked number 2 at the 2nd mill rate at 49.4, with a median household income of nearly $20,000 below the state average. And we cannot turn to our residents to bridge the physical cliff. To avoid this, I urge these committees and General Assembly to pass HB 5003. By expediting the current phase in our ECS formula by just 3 years, we are helping us maintain needed teaching and support staff jobs to ensure students and the resources in the programs needed to succeed in schools and in life, and save taxpayers of an already distressed municipalities from even higher property taxes. By supporting HB 5003, Connecticut keeps our teachers and staff on jobs to ensure the gains we have made using COVID relief funds are sustained into the future. And finally, with this bill brings further benefits to East Hartford and the districts around the states through eliminating regular education tuition billing associated with magnet schools programs situated where we are part of a team with the Chef region. East Hartford FY24 budget includes an estimated 6.7 million in tuition payments for about a little over 1,000 students to obtain in the choice program. While recent solutions have provided some relief, the challenges escalated tuition costs still persist. With this bill,
I'll actually bring us to a conclusion because we
Okay.
have your superintendent going to use his time also.
all right, awesome. So with that being said, I would just end with a quote from Michelle Obama: "Public education is the greatest pathway to opportunity in America. We need to increase and strengthen our public education, not only for today, but for generations to come."
Thank you. We have Superintendent Nate, you're up also in the first top 20 as a student. So would you like to continue, or you have a question? Did you have a specific question for Nate, Representative Curry?
Good morning, Chair and Harris and Superintendent Quinnell. It's nice to see you both. I know Tyron touched a bit on the magnet tuition piece and how that's impacted the district over the last number of years and how that number continues to grow. I just thought if you wanted to expand upon that and other aspects of this bill that will bring the student-centered funding kind of a little bit more education for members here. And again, thank you both because you've both been at the forefront of this advocacy on this bill from day one.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here today. It was great to be with you as well as Wednesday. So the same kind of conversation we had on Wednesday, and really appreciated the commitment of these committees to learning and to looking at a really complex, thorny issue. Specifically, Representative Curry asked me to talk a little bit about the chef obligation and the magnet school cost obligation. I think it's really important to hit on the top of that of what we've achieved through the chef settlement. And for Connecticut, we set a national example of when we insist on high standards, provide resources, and integrate our schools that our students can thrive. And we're really proud of that. We're proud of that in East Hartford. I'm proud to see that's happening in our region. The challenge to this is the unintended financial obligation that a system like this creates. For East Hartford, that looks like almost 1,100 students, just under 1,100 students attend magnet schools in the region. We're situated right in the heart of that area. That's a choice concept. At the same time, obviously, we pay the backside of that tuition that we learned about from OFA on Wednesday to a tune of almost $6.7 million going out the door. There certainly have been some legislative work and some fixes done over the past few years. These I would consider Band-Aid approaches, not in a disrespectful way. We're grateful for that acknowledgement. East Hartford is one of the most impacted districts. But it's a very hard conversation to have with East Hartford families when you're talking about wanting to provide a high quality learning experience for them in our schools, but at the same time, we're cutting programs to pay for programs in another school. So this bill does a remarkable step. It cleans this up. It maintains the commitment to integration. It maintains the commitment to equity. It remains the commitment to what Connecticut has done so well. And it establishes a baseline where we can grow and move forward while investing in our community schools. So this is a critical part of the bill. I would say there's 3 parts of this bill. Chairman Harris hit it really well. Obviously, the backside feed of what happens to the ARP and ESSER grants, that has to be that urgent problem that's in front of you, that in your communities, you're going to be talking about large reductions in force. You're going to be talking about layoffs in your district in fiscal year 25. But this is another component that I know has been in front of this committee many times, and this gives you an opportunity to fix it. So I'm going to yield my time and turn it back to you. And thank you very much for your consideration of this and the opportunity to do something that's legacy setting for Connecticut, and encourage you to, this will not be an easy solution, obviously, or it would already have been done, but encourage you, don't miss a window like this. This is an important window to take advantage and to make something that's going to make a difference.
Thank you for that response. And I think it's important that we highlight and continue to highlight the fiscal cliff that districts will face and what that will mean in fiscal year 25 when folks in the communities continue to likely turn to us asking for more. When unfortunately there seems to be the misunderstanding and misconception across the street that this money is there and is going to resolve all of this, but this money is not there forever. There is an end date on this, and so we have to be able to step in and take care of that once that money is gone. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And thank you guys in East Hartford. Next up, we have Caroline Simmons, followed by Mayor Caroline Simmons, and then Mayor Justin Eckler. Oh, he's on Zoom. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Chairs McCrory and Curry, Chairs Austin and Walker, Ranking Members Berthel, McCarty and Nucio, and all the members of the Education and Appropriations Committees. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 5003, an act concerning education funding in Connecticut. My name is Caroline Simmons, and I am the mayor of the city of Stamford. We are the second largest city in Connecticut, and Stamford has experienced incredible growth across all sectors, including our school district in recent years. Stamford Public Schools serve a diverse population of over 16,700 students, providing them with extensive academic and extracurricular activities and programs, and a learning experience rich in cultural diversity that prepares them for our global world. Stamford Public Schools share similar demographics to that of other urban school districts across Connecticut. 13% of Stamford students are English language learners, 15% are students with disabilities, and 54% of our students are eligible for free and reduced meals. Despite this, under the current ECS formula, Stamford receives 14 million and is ranked 30th compared to the top 5 urban school districts, which are ranked in the top 5 in ECS funding. HB 5003 would shift the ECS formula to provide for a more equitable and comprehensive way to fund public education in our state, and would make substantial investments in education in schools and students across Connecticut at a critical time. We know that the COVID pandemic has put strains on our public schools, and now more than ever, greater state support is critical to ensure students have access to the teachers, tutors, programming, and mental health support that they need to be successful in and out of the classroom. Finally, this bill will also make strides towards reducing the economic and racial funding disparities we see in Connecticut's education funding, and will significantly expand opportunities for all of our students. So I want to urge the committee to support HB 5003, and I also want to thank and commend all leaders and members of the Education and Appropriations Committees for bringing forward this important bill to help support students across Connecticut. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your advocacy for your community and on this piece of legislation. Up next, we have Mayor from New Haven, Justin Elliker.
Thank you so much for having me here. Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Senator Austin, Representative Curry, Representative Walker, and other members of the Education and Appropriations Committees. My name is Justin Elliker. I'm the mayor of New Haven. It's good to see Mayor Simmons here as well. I'm here to speak in support of HB 5003, an act concerning education funding in Connecticut, and particularly here to support increased flexible education funding towards those public school districts that support a high percentage of high-need students, such as New Haven. Properly educating our children is the most important way we can address the challenges that we face as a state related to poverty. And when provided a high quality education with resources behind it that include academic supports, social emotional supports, special needs supports, and when necessary, extracurricular supports. You can hear I'm in a school in the background here. A child has the most concrete opportunity to succeed, get a secondary degree, go into long-term, well-paying job, feel self-worth, purchase a home, be productive, and a happy resident. In large towns and some smaller towns in Connecticut, like New Haven, take on the responsibility for the state in supporting children with many more needs than many of our suburban counterparts. In New Haven, where we serve over 19,000 students, 70% of our students are low income. 18% are English learners. Many of our students may be homeless, face trauma in their personal lives. Sometimes they're not exposed to extensive vocabulary in their early years, struggle with English, don't have the financial resources for after-school programs and extra supports. Any reasonable person would say that we need to spend more on those children who face these types of extreme challenges to allow them an equal education. However, in the state, We do the opposite. School districts in wealthier towns, by and large, spend much more than school districts in urban areas on a per child basis. In New Haven, for example, we spend $17,500 approximately per student, less than the state average of $19,000, and much less than some of our suburban counterparts, say New Canaan, that spends nearly $23,000 per student. And while the overwhelming majority of our larger districts are low income, or urban districts, most of our suburban counterparts have a very small percentage of low income students. This should be the opposite. In New Haven, we should be spending much more on our students who are facing more challenges and have more needs than our wealthy suburban counterparts. Meanwhile, our taxes in New Haven are much higher than our counterparts. State funding over the years has undoubtedly helped, and we're grateful for it. Recent additional funding from ARP has been crucial and stewarded well by our district, but long-term reliable funding is simply not at the level it needs to be to give all kids an equal opportunity. HB 5003 is a significant step in the right direction, increases annual investment for kids who have higher needs, and I urge your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, thank you for your advocacy. Make some very good points about how we spend money in the state of Connecticut, depending on where we live. Up next, we have, who's this? Jennifer, and I'm gonna butcher your last name. Jennifer Zen. Followed by Bobby Brown and then Mary Luke Broner. Bobby Brown? Oh, I'm around. The Bobby Brown.
Good morning, Chairman McCrory and Curry, and Chairwoman Austin and Walker, ranking members Berthel and McCarthy and Nucio, and distinguished members of the Education and Appropriations Committees. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in strong support of House Bill 5003, an act concerning education funding in Connecticut. My name is Jennifer Zen, and I am honored and privileged to serve as the chair of the Ellington Board of Education. At this time, I'd like to introduce Dr. Scott Nickel, Superintendent of the Ellington Public Schools, to provide further details.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm also a proud former executive director of the Hartford Public Schools and a parent of a child that attended the Hartford Public Schools. This bill is something that is near and dear to my heart. I'm glad the Ellington Board of Education is fully supporting it. I got to tell you, the press conference was great. That room was electric. We had so many different folks from rural, suburban, and urban representation. I really appreciated Faith Act and praying with everyone in the room. I thought that was just amazing. And my feeling is that this coalition that we have can be replicated and continued for other bills in the future. And that's how we're going to get some great things done for all kids in the state of Connecticut. This House Bill 5003, it streamlines the funding system, right? It aligns monies to students based on their need. It accelerates the education cost sharing grant adjustments by several years, fully funding the grant by fiscal year 2025. And I can tell you, in Ellington, we've been underfunded for 2 decades on the education cost sharing grant. This also expands weighted funding to students attending public schools of choice. The Ellington Public Schools, we are a proponent of school choice. We have expanded the Hartford Choice program by 35% in Ellington in the past 8 years at my tenure. We are very happy and pleased to be able to send students to the correct magnet schools so they can have choice of what they feel is the best education. And we also support the Vernon Agricultural Science VOAG program for our students to attend that, which is very important for farming in the state of Connecticut. This maintains, and it's important to note, maintains current schedule for towns receiving reductions in their ECS grants. So this is something that is really going to benefit everyone. I'll finish up. Is that my time, Senator McCrory?
Absolutely.
I was rolling there, but I'm going to go by your rules. Let me just finish up what this is. This saves the Ellington Public Schools approximately $530K. And I want to remind everyone, the Ellington Public Schools, although they're a suburban school district, we are in the bottom 5 annually for our per pupil cost to educate a student. So with that, I'll take any questions if you have time. If not, we fully support this bill, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chairwoman Zen and Superintendent. And I Want to say you also have a tremendous partner in Representative Foster, who has been aligned with 5003 and past iterations to ensure Ellington is funded where they need to be. So thank you.
Thank you.
I was just asking, great that you continue your support for the choice program. Thank you very much. Bobby Brown, followed by Mayor Luke Bronin and David Cassetti from Ansonia.
Good morning, everyone. Representative Walker, Senator Osteen, Representative Curry, Senator McCory, and esteemed members of the Appropriations and Education Committee. My name is Bobby Brown, and I'm the chair of the Bridgeport Board of Education. I am testifying today in strong, tentatively opposition of HB 503, a bill that would on its surface begin to equitably fund public schools in Connecticut. But for Bridgeport, however, if these numbers hold, will widen the funding inequity for the children as they face over the decades. If passed, the legislation will begin to give other districts higher amounts in this particular bill. I'm a proud lifelong resident and product of Bridgeport Public Schools. After graduating from Hardin High School, I went on to college in Oklahoma and later returned home to serve in my community. My passion is rooted in investing in empowering our youth and ensuring future generations have those same opportunities as other students. While I'm grateful for the money that individuals are going to be able to receive, and if this bill goes through, I strongly believe that Bridgeport is in need of more. While neighboring districts are able to afford a plethora of enrichment and advancement placement courses, we have to make impossible decisions such as whether or not kindergarten paraprofessionals are extended, or better yet, if we have to choose buses over schools. In the last decade alone, the Bridgeport Public Schools had to have more than 50 million in cuts, including direct supports already overcrowded classrooms. We lack many of the essential roles and services that other districts would never dream of for not providing for their students. This is why this bill needs to be sent back to committee. The formula in some way or another needs to be fixed to support larger districts like Bridgeport to receive increased proportional size as their other districts. It is essential to begin to bridge the racial and economic divides in student achievement, and finally bring equity to every school regardless of zip code. In the current year, Bridgeport Public Schools needs approximately $24 million just to maintain in current financial conditions and operating costs. This is not including ESSER funds, positions, programs that will go once the physical cliff arrives. Our children cannot afford to wait any longer for equitable education funding. I strongly urge you to take an opportunity to relook at this bill and allocate fair funding for Bridgeport Public Schools in the 2023-2024 biennial budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Bobby Brown. Jeff?
Thank you, Chairwoman, and we really appreciate you coming out and testifying today. And I know that some of the lead organizations on our coalition have been working very closely with the superintendent, past superintendent, and the current administration to ensure that the numbers that are part of the calculation on your end that are not where they likely should be and can be will hopefully get there to ensure that you are seeing that influx of monies that are well-deserved to the city of Bridgeport. But we truly appreciate you coming out today and providing that testimony. Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have Mayor Bronin, followed by David Cassetti, followed by Michelle Tattarello. I think I know I butchered your name, but who's Mayor Bronin? I don't see him. He's not on it. Okay, we'll just continue to move on. David?
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Curry and McCrory, Chairwoman Austin and Walker, Ranking Members McCarty and Bartholomew, and distinguished members of the Education Appropriations Committee. I am proud to be before you to support House Bill 5003. As you all understand, the state of Connecticut has for decades maintained a clear formula of allocating state education dollars. That formula is weighed objectively on the needs of each individual school district, despite the clear intent. The inequitable allocation of those funds has instead furthered the education gap and put the state's most vulnerable students yards behind its most affluent. I am again imploring the state's lawmakers to put an end to the discriminatory and disheartening practice. This education cost sharing formula is intended to make education funding equitable and fair across the state so that no child is left without access to a quality education. You have before you a bill that would do just that, and I am proud to stand here to support of this long-awaited change. As mayor of the great city of Ansonia, I have appeared before the Education Committee on behalf of distressed communities such as mine, who have not received 100% of their state funding as calculated by the ECS grant, while communities who are not entitled to funding receive over 100%. And I will continue to be here until there is a change. In the last decade alone, an average, the city of Ansonia students have been underfunded by the state of Connecticut by the average of $7 million annually. When one considers the impact as this compound shortfall, it's impossible to understand how this has been allowed to happen. Please understand that while I applaud efforts to reduce that gap in the phase-in approach, it's difficult to ignore that even the phase-in stopgap attempts have caused the current school year's students to underfund us by over $4.5 million. Exacerbating this is that most affluent communities have been overfunded with money and should be sent to communities like Ansonia to address the state's shortfall. As you would imagine, the state funding shortfall has placed a tremendous strain on Ansonia School, an almost impossible burden on the taxpayers who support the education system. Despite this, on the municipal level, me and my board of aldermen and alderwomen send a clear message when you implement our budget. Ansonia students matter. It's time for the state.
Mayor, will you
to say,
please bring your comments to a
I
conclusion?
welcome all the students of Ansonia and please pass bill number 5003. I have Superintendent Joe DeBacco from the city of Ansonia here with me.
Is he on the list?
Go ahead.
Unfortunately, Mayor, we have 179 more people that have to speak. So if we can get back to your mayor, your superintendent at the end or at some point, we'll get them in. But unfortunately, we have to continue our list.
Okay, he submitted his testimony.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
always
gentlemen.
You should always,
And ladies.
those individuals out here who are listening for the first time, you can always submit testimony through email. Next up.
All right, next up, looks like we're going to head over to some students. We have Michaela Tatro, followed by Claire Bonifine, Christopher Benoit.
Good morning, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Austin, and Representative Walker. My representative from Plainfield, Representative Dauphinais, and honorable members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. My name is Michaela Tatro, and I live in Plainfield, Connecticut. I'm a student who attends Quinebaug Middle College in Danielson, which is an East Con magnet school. First off, I'd like to thank you all for raising Bill 5003 and for taking the time to hear our testimonies as why you should support this bill. As a student, I benefit greatly because I attend an East Con magnet school. Throughout my time spent at Quinebaug Middle College, the magnet school funding that has been provided has allowed hundreds of my peers to excel in their studies and leave QMC with extensive knowledge and also the tools to pursue their dreams. However, because of the expanding of our school and the increase in state costs, the need for an increase in our school's funding is becoming more dire. From my own personal experience, the funding for our magnet program has allowed me to complete a wide variety of higher education college courses at both the University of Connecticut and Quinebaug Valley Community College. This funding helps students like myself financially, enabling us to take more courses without having to pay the cost out of pocket. Increasing the budget will allow more students to take more college courses, further increasing the amount of students graduating high school with their associate's degree and their diploma. Quinebaug Middle College provides a small but safe and supportive community of tight-knit staff and faculty that support each student individually. Students are immediately guided to a personalized pathway, and this allows them to feel at ease about their next 4 years of high school. The school's small size allows each student to learn the way that suits them best, while also having an adult figure alongside them every step of the way. Aside from taking majority higher level classes, I'm also an athlete on my hometown high school softball team. This was a very big decision I had to make in my time here at QMC. I was unsure how I would be able to combat my high school and college course load, work, softball, and many other aspects of my life like church activities, community outreaches, and various groups I'm a part of like National Honor Society and Leadership Committee. There was never a time that the faculty at the middle college did not believe in me. They encouraged me, supported me, and spent countless hours guiding me towards the most optimal way to tackle each hurdle. Approving extra funding would impact my life as well as every other student here at QMC immensely. Not only would it help us academically, but it would also aid our staff and faculty in supporting us better both mentally and physically. Magnet schools utilize their funding for the betterment of their students in the most personalized way and creates a better future of self-sufficiency and support. We are the future of our great nation, and I hope that through my testimony, our magnet schools might be considered for this increase, and we can have the chance to prove how big of a difference it will make. Thank you.
Perfect ending. You landed that one. Perfect. Next up, and thank you for your advocacy. Next up.
Claire Bonafire.
Dear Senator McCrory, Representative Kearney, Senator Austin, and Representative Walker, Representative Susan M. Johnson, District 049, Senator May Flexer, District S29, and honorable members of education and communities. My name is Claire Bonifant, and I live in North Windham, and I'm currently attending Quinebaug Middle College in Danielson, which is an East Con magnet school. Thank you for raising House Bill 5003, and I'm asking for your support in the bill and necessary funding for magnet schools and districts across Connecticut. I greatly benefit from attending East Con Magnet School. Our school prides itself in the ability to provide an independent learning environment in which you can earn college credits while attending high school, enriching our curriculum and allowing students to push themselves to their full potential, something that they wouldn't be able to accomplish in a traditional school setting, as well as giving us students opportunities to have a democratic learning community and involve ourselves in schools' governments through events such as town meetings. But without the proper budgeting, this opportunity doesn't have the full foundation to support us students, meaning we can't reach the full potential that we have sought out going here. In a school where we are able to have a tight-knit community with extremely supportive staff, it would be such a shame to see this school and its students not be able to reach its full potential. Personally, the school has made me go out of my comfort zone and pursue higher education, and I would like this opportunity to be continued to expand to more students. Thank you for your time.
Great job. You did a great job, young lady. I think I see a hand. Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank Ms. Bartolomeo for providing testimony today, and thank her for her participation. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have
Chris Benoit.
Dear Senator McCrory, Representative Ford, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Representative Hayes, Senator Flexer, Senator Ball-Smith, Congressman Courtney, and honorable members of the Education and Appropriations Committees. My name is Chris Benoit. I live in Putnam, and I attend Quinebaug Middle College in Danielson, which is an East Con magnet school. Thank you for raising Bill 5003. I'm asking you to please support this bill and the necessary funding to equitably fund magnet schools and districts across Connecticut. I benefit greatly because I attended East Con Magnet School. QMC offers students to take college classes as soon as freshman year. Students greatly benefit from this program because it gives us an opportunity to save money on college and get out of school sooner. I feel as though through the dual enrollment program, I am learning more important information and able to learn things that I would not learn at a normal high school. Most of the information had already been taught from 8th grade at normal schools. This gets us in the workforce sooner and helping the economy as well. Without a proper budget, the schools will be forced to cut programs or increase tuition. If they cut programs, then students will lose their ability to take college classes and get college credits. This is many students' only way to graduate college with a degree. If tuition is increased, many sending districts would refuse to send their kids here because it would be cheaper to send them to their sending schools, causing many students to lose this golden opportunity. You know that funding for magnet schools can be improved. It is time to finally do this for our school. Without this much needed change in education funding, East Con will be forced to cut programs or increase tuition. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, young man. Thank you for your testimony.
Next up, I'm guessing it might be your sister, Grace Benoit.
Good morning. My name is Grace Benoit. Good morning, Senator McCrory, Representative McCrory, Senator Austin, and Representative Walker, and all honorable members of the Education and Appropriation Committees. Thank you for raising House Bill 5003. I am asking you to please support this bill and necessary funding to equitable fund magnet schools in districts across Connecticut. My name is Grace Benoit, and I live in Putnam, Connecticut, and I attend Quinnebog Middle College in Danielson, Connecticut on a daily basis. Myself and other students greatly benefit from the EastCon Magnet School. Last year, I entered QMC as a junior with the hopes of attending college classes and becoming a valuable part of the community. I had made the tough decision to switch schools halfway through my high school career because I was not learning anything at my other school, and I felt as though my time was being wasted. During my first semester at Quinnebog Middle College, I felt as though I had learned more in that one semester than in both years at my previous school. The faculty at this school really pushed for students to succeed in life. QMC allows students to take college classes starting as early as freshman year. For many students, this is a life-changing opportunity. Without this magnet school, many students would struggle financially to get into college, have a hard transition from high school to adult life, and the opportunity to be the first generation for their family to attend and graduate from college would be revoked if funding was not improved. Unlike many other schools, QMC has valuable resources to help students develop beyond the basics. Some of the top qualities include a financial algebra class, town meeting, advisory, FYE, and many other options. These resources prepare students for real-life situations that they will encounter as adults. I have done a ton of research on the EastCon website and have discovered the numerous opportunities that they offer. From early education to adult education, EastCon has it all. Not only are EastCon schools beneficial to individuals' education, they also allow students to have a welcoming place to attend school every day, as they are very diverse in the student and faculty body. EastCon feels more like a second home rather than like a school. Being a part of one of the EastCon magnet schools has given me the opportunity to grow and use my full potential. I truly believe that every child should be given the chance to grow, learn, and flourish from an EastCon school. You know that funding for school districts can be improved. It's time to finally do this for our school community. Without this much needed change in education funding, EastCon will be forced to either cut programming or to increase their tuition to local school districts. I'm asking you to please follow through on the legislative promise to invest in the future of all students and families, and I urge you to increase this much needed funding to the EastCon Magnet School. Thank you. I yield my time.
Great job. Great job. Great testimony. Next up.
Next up, we have Justice Henderson.
Dear Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Austin, and Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. My name is Justice Henderson, and I live in Brooklyn. I attend Quinnebog Middle College in Danielson, which is an EastCon magnet school. Thank you for raising House Bill 5003. I'm asking you to please support this bill and the necessary funding to equitably fund magnet schools and districts across Connecticut. I benefit greatly because I attend an EastCon magnet school. By attending an EastCon magnet school, I've gained many educational opportunities, primarily by receiving college exposure. Due to this exposure, I've earned both college credits and crucial study and life skills. Gaining these skills through an EastCon magnet school has helped me succeed both educationally and as I begin to form a career. As a student at Quinnebog Middle College, my opportunities have been limited due to a lack of funding. As a school, if we gained more funding, we could provide more college access and extracurricular activities. By not having these opportunities and resources, many students are opposed to the school only for this reason. If more of these activities are introduced to our school, this population would rise as a result of meeting more students' needs. You know that funding for our school districts can be improved. It's time to finally do this for our peers. Without this much change in education funding, EastCon will be forced to either cut programming or to increase the tuition to local school districts. I am asking you to please follow through on the legislator's promise to invest in the future of all students. I urge you to increase this much needed funding to EastCon magnet schools. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Justice. Next up.
All right, next up, I think we have a block of students who are actually in the room from CREC who might be coming up together.
Okay.
We have Daisha Lopez, Simone LaCastro, Antonella Macaron, Olivia Levitt, DeAndre Martinez, Giovanni Arcos, and Radesha Stephanie. And while they're getting situated, I think we'll just say kind of a blanket thank you to all the students who have been participating in this conversation over the last number of years, and your willingness to step out of the classroom today and to join us either virtually or in person. Hearing your voice matters, and we want to make sure that you know that.
I hope you're getting credit for this.
Yeah, exactly.
If not, you're gonna be in trouble.
All right.
I hope you all do a great job. That's the bell to start. That's all right.
It's all
Who's
yours.
up first?
Oh, hit the button so that
Hit
your
that.
the red light's on your. There's a button on your desk. There you go.
Dear Senator McCoy, Senator Representative Curry, Representative Austin, and Representative Walker, and other legislators that have come here today. My name is Deisha Lopez, and I live in East Hartford. I'm currently a junior at Academy of Science and Innovation in New Britain, which is a Craig Magnet school. I am asking you to please support the increase in a state magnet grant for Craig Magnet schools and support SB 1 and HB 5003. I love attending this school because they have given me numerous opportunities to succeed. Before I entered a Craig school, I was in a poorly funded Hartford school, which made me feel like the doors to a successful future stood closed for me. Entering ASI unlocked those doors for me, and with the help of the teachers and staff, I've been able to enter advanced and college classes. I support this. The support this school has given me along my journey does not happen everywhere, and I believe the program the school offers is not common in Connecticut schools. Personally, I think the teachers that work here are one of a kind. They have uplifted our students and never underestimate any kid that enters their classroom. Another challenge that ASI has helped me tackle is my social skills. The teachers never push me too far out of my comfort zone and have given me the right push I need to get out of my shell and be here today. I am who I am today because of the schools and the teachers' support. Our magnet schools are at risk. Without sustainable funding, Craig will be forced to either cut important programming from my school. Please follow through on your promise to invest in the future of students and pass these important bills. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We're gonna allow each one of you guys just to continue, okay? I'm gonna just turn my clock off. I want to hear every last one of your testimony so y'all can get back and have lunch. Okay? Is that fair? You're up next. Go ahead.
Dear Senator McCroy, Representative Curry, Senator Austin, and Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Education and Appropriation Committees. My name is Simone Locasto, and I live in Woolkit. I'm currently a junior at the Academy of Science and Innovation in New Britain, which is a Craig Magnet school. I am asking you to please support the increase in the state magnet grant for Craig Magnet schools and support House Bill 5003. I love attending my Craig school because it's opened numerous doors and opportunities for me. This is because of the diverse selection of classes my school offers. When picking classes for each semester, there are pages and pages of electives to pick from, and because of this, students are able to focus on their future careers early on in life. Our school supports their future endeavors and provides opportunities for them in these areas. For me, this area is STEM. I started off my freshman year at ASI in Algebra 1, and now as a junior, I'm taking both calculus and AP statistics. This is directly related to the support our school provides. Prior to attending our school, I had a deep hatred for math because I was terrible at it. But after I passed algebra with a high A, I was presented with the opportunity to take both geometry and algebra 2 in my sophomore year. At first, I was reluctant, but with the support of ASI's teachers, I realized how great this opportunity was, and I took it. The same situation occurred whilst I picked my junior classes, and it really was a blessing. Now, I am able to enjoy a subject I once hated, as well as be good at it. And our school was the direct reason behind these outcomes. This also goes for my school's science programs. I was able to choose from a huge variety of classes that matched my interests. Because of this, I was able to finish all my science credits at the end of my sophomore year. An insanely important fact to note is that ASI's female to male population is unbalanced, having 45% females and 55% males. Because of this, I felt extremely outnumbered. Females are already seen as less than in the STEM industry, so I was scared to stand my ground in a male-dominated school. Yet, after I gained the support and encouragement from the school staff, my fluctuating opinions and insecurities converted to confidence. Through this newly found optimism, as well as a large amount of math and science classes I took, I was able to realize that these subjects were what I wanted to study in college. This was a choice I had struggled to make for a long time. Therefore, without the correct funding, students will lack principal points in their high school career, which shape who they are and who they will become. Our magnet schools are at risk. Without substantial funding, CREC will be forced to either cut important programming from my school. Please follow through on your promise to invest in the future of all students and pass these important bills that do just that. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. And I'm glad you're a great math student now. Next.
Hit it one more time.
Hit it again.
There you go.
There you go.
Dear Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Austin, and Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Education and Appropriations Committees. My name is Angelina Herdline, and I live in Manchester, Connecticut. I am currently a junior at Greater Hartford Academy of the Arts full day in Hartford, which is a CREC magnet school right here in our state's capital. I am asking you to please support the increase in the state magnet grant for CREC magnet schools and support House Bill 5003. Attending my CREC school saved my life. Attending GA has made me into the individual I present to you today. Every moment I have spent there has been well worth it. The school offers students a wide variety of arts, from robotics to sculpture to poetry. I learn alongside a wonderfully diverse community of students who need something more than a traditional high school education. We at GA thrive because of the opportunities afforded to us due to the professional artist residents who share their knowledge and experience. The opportunity to get to know those of different backgrounds is not one given to all students here in Connecticut, but because I was given the opportunity to come to a CREC school, I was able to meet those in this life I would have never met otherwise. I was welcomed with open arms by the Latino community at my school, and I've learned so much about myself and the issues we as Latinos face. The bonds I've formed with diverse student population at my school helped me to understand a wide variety of perspectives and backgrounds. My school is a beautiful place, but it suffers from lack of funding. I sit here in front of you today as a student who walks through the doors of my school, and I am affected by underfunding. My school's library is 18 feet long and 4 foot wide, with some shelves laying half empty, inadequate for a high school in Connecticut. Technology in our computer labs is often broken or outdated. I often see my own teachers having to use their personal funds to purchase necessities for their students. These necessities, pens, pencils, paper, and scissors, are used up quickly. If my teachers are doing this, there is almost little to no funding for field trips and extracurricular activities to support student growth. Oftentimes, field trips are canceled, and when funds exist, they are lost to budget cuts. My freshman year, I went on 2 to 3 field trips. This year so far, many students in my school have gone on none. Budget cuts are impacting the education of magnet school students, and its effects are difficult to quantify for many of the magnet school students. All these factors leave our magnet schools at risk. Without sustainable funding, CREC will either be forced to cut important programming students rely on, or worse, close CREC schools entirely. To the committee, which of these bills you vote out of the committee today will matter tomorrow? Will any? Which one will affect the future of education here in Connecticut? Make HB 5003 that bill. Right now, we are trailblazing so that students may have fair and equal opportunities in our magnet schools. As Barack Obama once said, the future belongs to young people with an education and the imagination to create. I create every day as student government leader of my school. I strive to help everyone and ask you to do the same today by voting yes on HB 5003. In order to help everyone, no matter the economic background, we need this funding. And here I ask you to do the right thing. Please follow through on your promise to invest in my education, the education of all students, and pass this important bill so that we can affect change in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelina. Question. You're performing, what kind of art do you do over at GA?
I do singing and writing, sir.
Great. I know a little something about that school. Thank you. Next up.
Hi. Oh, yeah, that's my voice. All right. Hi.
Dear Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Austin, and Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. My name is Giovanni Arcos, but I go by Gio, and I live in East Hartford. Let's see. Yeah, I'm a constituent of Representative Rojas and Senator Unwer. I am currently a junior at Impact Academy at Hartford, which is a Craig Magnet School. I'm asking you to please support the increase in the state magnets grant for Craig's Magnet Schools and support SB1 and HB 5003. I really like attending my Craig school because when I first left elementary school, one of my first schools that were recommended to me was a Craig school. It went well for me for practically the whole school year. Until COVID hit, which was near when I was graduating middle school, going to high school. It really negatively impacted my graduate. Sorry, my.
Take your time.
Thanks. Okay, it negatively impacted my grades, and I was starting to take school less seriously because of that. I practically stayed back because of COVID. And when that happened, I was kind of destinated to fail until another school was recommended for me after during high school, which was Craig's Impact Academy.
Okay.
The environment of the class and supplies really enhanced the experience and my education. It gave me a sense of curiosity and yearning for more knowledge. The fundings allows for us to take learning to the next level. For example, I have had the opportunity to learn trigonometry while making mosaics. I also learned about geology through our CT Rocks course, in which we work hands-on and use creativity while making tools and jewelry out of local rocks located right here in Hartford. This magnet school has offered me a second chance, and with that, I have learned to appreciate what I am given with my learning experience, especially since it has been enhanced by this magnet school. And now, thanks to Impact Academy, which relies on Craig's funds, the state's funds, I'm mostly caught up and I am on track to graduate next year. So please support this bill.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I'm glad you're back on track also. Thanks. Who we got next? Yeah, that's how you give them some love. That's how you give them some support. All our students need that support. Who we have next? Just hit that little button.
My name is Olivia Levitt. Dear Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Austin, and Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. My name is Olivia Levitt, and I live in Berlin. I'm a constituent of Representative Veach and Senator Lopes. I am currently a 10th grader at Impact Academy in Hartford, which is a Craig Magnet School. I am asking you to please support the increase in the state's magnet grant for Craig Magnet Schools and support SB1 and HB 5003. I love attending my Craig school because ever since I came to Craig's Impact Academy, I have found myself gaining more confidence and control of my academics. The support the teachers have given me helped me understand class-related topics, but they also teach me and other students things which occur outside of school. I have had the opportunity to connect with community partners such as Angels of Edgewood. I have debated in front of students at UConn's law school and learned the importance of rights and most importantly, equal rights for all. Since I have been at the school, not only have I seen change in myself, but other people around me have seen the change in my schooling and how I have been presenting myself. This school has helped me grow. This school in a short amount of time has helped me grow, and I plan on finishing my schooling here and growing even more. Our magnet schools are at risk, and without sustainable funding, Craig will be forced to either cut important programming for my school. Please follow through with your promise and invest in the future of all students and pass these important bills that do just that.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Great job. You're up next.
Dear Senator Curry, Representative Curry, Senator Austin, and Representative Walker, and honorable members of Education and Appropriations Committees, my name is Radeja Stephanie, and I live in Hartford. I am a constituent of Representative Ritter. I am currently a sophomore at Impact Academy in Hartford, which is a Craig Magnet School. I am asking you to please support the increase in the state magnet grant for Craig Magnet Schools and support SB1 and HB 5003. I love attending my prep school because it has given me a foundation from which I have grown tremendously from over this school year. Prior to attending Impact, I was struggling in school and felt disconnected from my learning. When COVID started, we all had to do online school, and with that, I lost interest in learning. My grades dropped, and I really wanted to drop out of school because of it. I thought there was no point in trying, and I lost my confidence in my ability to do well in school. But that's where Craig's Magnet School Impact Academy came into play. I was given a second chance to do school differently at one of our magnet schools, Impact Academy. The environment, classes, staff, and school work are very different from any other school I have been to, and I mean different in a good way. They made me want to give up. They made me not want to give up on school, and they helped me bring up my grades and push me to my fullest extent. The way the staff teach is amazing. They teach you through hands-on and field experiences, which really helped me to like school again. We have the opportunity to learn with community members and go into the community and make a difference. We have partnered with Bushnell Theater and their education department to learn about coding, game design, and building website. We also have community members come in and work with us, such as Connecticut Center for Nonviolence and Angel of Edgewood. This is all possible with funding and makes learning fun. Thanks to Impact Academy, which relies on funds from the state, I have regained my confidence in my academics and learned about life outside of the school walls. I'm able to keep my grades up and go at any obstacle with my head high with confidence that I can do it. Our magnet schools are at risk. Without sustainable program, CREC will be forced to cut important programs or worse for my school. Please follow through on your promise to invest in the future of all these students and pass these important bills. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. You did a great job. I think you're gonna take us home. You the last one?
Yep, you know it, sir.
Listen, I saw you supporting everybody else. Now you're on your own. They all gonna support you. All right, so let me hear it.
All right. Dear Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Austin, and Representative Walker, and all honorable members of the Education and Appropriations Committees. My name is DeAndre Martinez, and I live in Hartford, Connecticut. I am a constituent of Representative Joshua Hall, and I'm currently in the 10th grade at CREC Impact Academy, which is a CREC magnet school. I am asking you to please support the increase of state magnet grants for CREC magnet schools and support SB 1 and HB 5003. I love attending my CREC school because I never fit in anywhere I was placed and dealt with the constant harassment and bullying directed at both my physical and mental being. Once I left middle school, it felt as if I took a deep plunge into obscurity, my needs being assimilated into the depressive cog and struggle that was the COVID-19 pandemic. I felt unmotivated to attend school and pursue my education due to all the obstacles presented in my way. Once COVID restrictions started to die down, I was back to attending in-person school, yet things just seemed so difficult. I completely flunked my freshman year during COVID, and I was close to doing it again until I entered CREC Impact Academy. I went in silent, not knowing what to expect until I met the wonderful staff and intelligent students which attend this school. I wasn't treated as a student, more so as a family member among my peers, all of which have bright futures and great career opportunities ahead of them. Just last week, a good portion of them got CPR certified. I would not be speaking here today if it were not for this new experience, the impact experience. Through my CREC school, I have found my voice and regained confidence to do better in school. I have been interviewed on news stations such as Fox 61 and have been actively helping our community through challenges we all face, regardless of where we are in the city and state. We are a part of this together, so the thought of my school having to cut things we need to be great brings me great pain. So please do not take this away from me or any of the students here. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm just say to all you students, I commend you for coming out and advocating for funding. You all did an outstanding job. I'm sure you are nervous. Adults have a hard time doing it. You guys were outstanding. We appreciate you. Your message got across, and I want to encourage you to continue to advocate for yourselves and for your students. All right. I have one more person for CREC. I think it's one of the counselors. Now you're gonna get 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I mean, you're gonna get you're gonna get your 3 minutes. But again, I want to commend all you guys for coming up. You did an outstanding job.
Dear Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Education and Appropriations Committees. My name is Antonella Macarone, and I live in Farmington, although born and raised in hard-hit New Britain. I am a constituent of Representative D'Amico and Senator Slapp. I'm currently a school counselor at Creck's Impact Academy in Hartford, which is Creck's magnet school, and have been an educator with Creck Magnet Schools for the last 20 years, which includes one of our founding schools, the Metropolitan Learning Center, MLC. I'm asking you to please support the increase in the state magnet grant for Creck Magnet Schools and support SB 1 and HB 503. I am passionate and love working for Creck Magnet Schools. I've had the privilege and honor to work amongst the most amazing educators, students, and families, all who believe in the mission and vision of our schools, which is to provide the best educational opportunity for our students, not only to be successful in the classroom, but in the outside world. Our schools focus on the needs of our students and providing them the educational tools needed to grow and learn while still maintaining high expectations. Our model is designed to prepare students for higher education and career and personal success. We strive for our students to be scholars. We strive for our students to, when they walk out their doors, to strive for excellence every single day. We focus on diversity to give students the educational global experience that they deserve and need. We believe all students can and will be successful through our magnet schools. Magnet school funding has been used to prepare our students for college, career, whether it be in the military or whether it be in the workforce. I have been witness to watching students come in and not feel successful, not think that they could go on to school and continue with their education. And I have watched them grow, succeed, and become members of this community that give back each and every single day. And many of them are amongst us here today as well. Okay, I'm done. I will say,
Great job, teacher.
thank you so much, and thank you to the students. You make me proud every single day, and I'm so excited to be a part of magnet schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, my co-chair is going to introduce the next speaker. And at this time, my colleagues, this is the person, if you have a question to ask about 5003, this is the individual to have that question. So Rep. Curry, it's on you, brother.
Perfect. Yeah, so as Lisa Hammersley of the School and State Finance Project is going to come up to the microphone, again, just a quick thank you to the students. And I think we'd be remiss if we did not mention that, the students talked about the potential cuts that they would see within the correct system. But the flip side of that is also that without 5003, that the magnet schools, like the corrects, would be increasing tuition as they are allowed to and as they likely should. And that is to the detriment of our local districts to the tune of sometimes upwards of $8 million. So that's just another kind of piece that is definitely for under consideration and should be taken into consideration as we have this conversation. So good afternoon, Lisa, and the floor is yours. And as Senator McCrory mentioned, for members online or here in the room, if you do have any specific questions with respect to the proposal, Lisa is a part of a larger coalition who have worked on this for a number of years and should be able to answer any and all of those questions. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chairman McCrory and Curry, Chairwoman Austin and Walker, Ranking Members Berthel, McCarty, and Nuccio, and distinguished members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. My name is Lisa Hammersley, and I'm the Executive Director of the School and State Finance Project. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in strong support of House Bill 5003, an act concerning education funding in Connecticut. 5 years ago, this legislature took a significant step to equitably funding public school students when it enacted the education cost sharing formula, which is the state's main aid to fund students attending local public schools. The ECS grant is being phased in for towns that are considered underfunded according to the formula and is being phased out for towns that are considered overfunded according to the formula. House Bill 5003 accelerates the phase in for towns that are underfunded and times that full funding with the expiration of the significant amount of one-time COVID relief that districts have received. We know that districts were approved to spend $480 million of the $1.6 billion that they received on new personnel to support students, including new teachers, paraprofessionals, mental health support, and interventionalists. By fully funding ECS when those dollars expire, districts and significantly those that have been chronically underfunded would be able to maintain some of the gains that they were able to achieve due to this one-time infusion. In addition, the bill treats all public school students the same by using the same ECS formula to determine the state grant that will be provided to our open choice, magnet, VOAG, and charter school students. I want to thank these committees and the many other legislators, town officials, business leaders, superintendents, advocates, and community members who have worked so hard on this bill for the past 2 years and continue to voice that support today. The bill before you represents a historic investment in our state students, our communities, our educators, and our future. This is a critical time for education in the state. Our students in schools have urgent needs that are not being met by the current system. We need a comprehensive change that will actually make a positive difference in the lives of children and families across the state. House Bill 5003 is that comprehensive change. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in strong support, and I look forward to taking any questions that you have.
Thank you, Lisa. But before we ask questions, unfortunately, good thing, I know it's my BOAG students over here and they were patiently waiting. Unfortunately, there was a miscommunication. I didn't have them on my list, but they're gonna come here and speak. So I'm gonna ask you to wait, Lisa, for a minute, and I'll have my BOAG students come up. Who's gonna be come on up.
But members, get your questions ready for Lisa, please.
Right. I want you to introduce yourself, what school, and I want you to advocate as strongly as you can for 5003. You're up first, Chief.
Well, thank
No
you.
pressure, no pressure.
Thank you for having us, senators and representatives. My name is Joe Velke. I am from the Ellis Clark Agri-Science Center, better known as the Woodbury FFA in Woodbury, Connecticut. Here's my.
Hi, I'm Ryan Wickland. I'm also from the Woodbury FFA. I live in Oxford, but I went to this school from Oxford, so I had to apply. It was a big application process. I got in. I was really happy. My family was really happy. I came here, I learned leadership skills. I learned public speaking skills. That's how I'm able to come up to here and speak to you. Speak with my buddy Joe here, help me learn these skills. Joe is a state officer now for the FFA. I was a chapter officer. Everyone else here is an officer. We care about our program and we want to see as much funding as we can for it. A big thing with not our ag program in particular, but all ag programs across the state is enrollment. Now, I was told that the other schools have problems with enrollment because their sending districts don't get enough, have to pay for us to come to our schools, which if we pass this bill, we won't have to anymore. We'll have funding for these kids to come and join our programs and get in the FFA and learn these leadership skills like I have.
You did a great job. You did an excellent job. Anyone else from how you pronounce it? FLLA or
FFA.
FFA.
Yeah.
Future Farmers of America.
Oh man, we need more, y'all. Shoot. We need more. You need to go grab a couple more of your friends and tell them to get into this program. Who else would like to speak?
Well, I would like to add to what my buddy Ryan here said. Going into this program, as a freshman, I was a very shy student. It was just a big leap to even apply to get into the school. And I was ecstatic when I heard that I got in because it is such a great opportunity. But like I said, I was a shy person. Getting me to talk with teachers, let alone a group of students in front of an audience was like pulling teeth. I couldn't really do it. But I've never been part of a program or just a group that had truly felt like a family. And that is what I felt going into the FFA program. I really felt accepted. I felt heard. I felt like all my ideas were listened to and appreciated. And it's something that I think all students should be able to grasp, understand, and get from these programs. Going into this program, just like Ryan, I learned leadership skills. I learned public speaking skills that I will be able to apply later on in my life, either going into a job, going into college, that can really help me in my future endeavors. And all I ask is, with the passing of this bill and getting more funding to these types of schools, it gives students everywhere that opportunity to grow and succeed. And I want to thank you for listening to us today.
Appreciate that. Appreciate it. Come on, young lady. What you got to say about this Future Farmers program?
Good afternoon. My name is Jamie Page. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak because I find this one of the most important aspects of honestly any person's life, their education, their basis education. I want to say that this program builds leaders. It grows people who are going to go into your community and are going to create a better one. If you want a future colleague of yours to be competent, a good leader, a good public speaker, you want to keep funding these kinds of programs because they are what builds the programs and they build the people that you want working with you and working beside you. So if you want to continue having competent and professional people, this is the kind of program that you're going to want to support. Personally, I was very shy, as Joe was when I came into this program. I had a fear of public speaking, but however, I am now one of the first people in my class to raise my hand and say, teacher, I will present first. I will be the one to go first. And that's because of the FFA and the program funding that Connecticut State provides. And I just really want to thank you guys for considering this. And I want you to continue supporting it. And the public speaking, like I mentioned before, was one of the best things I think I could ever do. Joe and I actually went on to the national convention that is hosted every year in Indianapolis. We got on the main stage and we were able to present about one of our aspects, the timber team, which is a woodsman sports team, which is run through our chapter. And we were able to give a presentation about it. And we ranked second nationally for our premier leadership, which is an area in our chapter that we obviously go over. I just want to say that career success is very important in this as well. We are required to have an SAE, which is a supervised agricultural experience. So we're required to go out and go into an agricultural area and business and learn how to become a part of a business. It's a hands-on learning experience that no others will get unless you're in this program and with that continued funding. So thank you so much for your time, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you. You did an outstanding job, and I'm glad you guys did a great job representing Connecticut at that national program. If you got people like you going out there, I know we did very well. I want to see who beat us. I think it was rigged. You're up next, young lady. Yeah.
So hi, I'm Madeline Oros. I'm from Seymour, and I also attend Woodbury FFA, obviously. So I first wanted to say thank you guys for even considering this. So being from Seymour, I didn't really want to go to my hometown high school, and I chose Nonawag, which is the regular high school that supports our ag program, for all these unique opportunities. I knew I really wanted to do stuff with animals and didn't have access to it. And by going here, it allowed me to find my passion. I went to the national convention for livestock judging and competed against Texas and Wyoming and all the big livestock states. And I knew nothing about ag at all before I came here. And I wasn't shy like Joe and Jamie were at first. I was always kind of a talker like Ryan.
Well, I'm gonna put you on a 3-minute limit. If you ain't gonna get that much longer.
Keep it quick. And just basically this program's really allowed me to hone in on what I wanted to do with my life. And I have a lot of friends that go to other VOAG schools and also technical schools, and just seeing how my friends have thrived since middle school with these programs is just fantastic. We're doing amazing things, volunteering, helping food banks, different things like that. And it's just so great to see what kids can do if you guys keep supporting us. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony.
Hello. First of all, I want to thank you, Senator McCurry, for just staying us out in the hall and calling us back in to
Listen,
work.
look, I'm a teacher, so you didn't just for you to get on the bus to come here to testify, we have to listen to your voices, because we don't, then we wouldn't know what to do. Because not one of us around here is in the classroom, and nan one of us around here had experienced learning during COVID-19. We don't know what that's like, but you guys can tell us what it's like and what it's been. And I love the fact how you advocate for yourselves and for this organization, for your program. So we need to hear from you. All right. Let me hear what you got to say about FFA.
Thank you. My name is Sage Samuelson. I'm in the FFA. I'm originally from Woodbury, so I would have been going to Nonawag anyways. Both my sisters were also in Nonawag. One of them went through the FFA program and is now in her 3rd year to become a vet. And she absolutely adored the program, and she couldn't speak higher of it to me. So coming into high school, I knew that was something that I wanted to do. I also, like Maddie, was a talker, but I didn't have many friends outside in my school. I just wasn't friends with anybody. And then coming into the FFA, we had so many different districts coming to our school, and I got to meet so many more people. And now I have some of my best friends from like miles away from me. I believe that the FFA is such an important institution to help students build leadership and learn opportunities. I personally want to go into natural resource teaching, and because of that, I've in our natural resources program, and I've gotten to learn so much. I can name any kind of tree. I can help you with maple syrup and with working with bees.
Okay.
I just love our program so much, and we really need, even though our program is one of the best, if not the best, there are plenty of other schools working with the FFA that don't have enough funding to have animals. Our school has cows and all the animals that you can think of, but there are other schools in Connecticut who only have 1 or 2 animals, and they're small ones. And I just really think that this bill is super important to help bring forward different programs, not just agricultural programs, but different programs that help students reach their full potential with jobs that they want in the future that are not necessarily normal per se. So a normal education is not something that we need. We need something out of the ordinary. And because our school is out of the ordinary, we've been able to get that. But we need the funding to do it.
Gotcha. Understood. Great job. And also, I'm gonna really thank you guys. You know, what you really should be thinking is my colleague here who basically put me in her side, basically her way, told me, go get them kids and tell them coming back up here and speak. In her way, that's what she really said to me, but she didn't say it like that. But I thank you, Kathy, for making me go get these young people. So we would have never heard these voices. We would have never heard the importance of a program like this, and it really needs to be supported. And like you said, you know you're doing well, but you know there's other programs that's not as doing as well. They're not getting the same experience as you get it. So I understand, and I appreciate your testimony. Did we miss anyone? Come on up.
All right. This is on. Yep, it's on. All right. My name is Julianne Noyd. I am part of the Woodbury FFA, and I am originally from Watertown. So my interest in joining the Woodbury FFA and going to Nonawag started probably when I was in 7th grade. My brother went here before me, so did my whole family. But I wasn't really interested in it when I started going there. My original concern was that my school, my in-district school, did not offer the classes I wanted to take. There were no competitive course loads that you could take there. I just needed to get out of my in-district, and going to Nonawag, being part of this program, presented me with leadership skills, with competitive courses, with the opportunity to get college credits, never mind within agroscience, which I did end up developing a love for and a passion for. It formed me into who I am and taught me what I am going to do in the future and led me on that path. That is just something that I think every student should have an opportunity for. And speaking to people who are still in the district that I left, they feel that they don't have that opportunity that I had to fight for, that I had to move districts for. They still feel like they don't have the same opportunity as me being in this program, which of course it is a specialized program, but it is always different. And this bill with its passing will help equalize that. I guess that's it.
All right, thank you. You're up next.
Hello, my name's Amelia Pillis. I am from Watertown, Connecticut, but I am also a part of the Woodbury FFA and the Ellis Clark Agricultural Program. And I am also a state officer for the state of Connecticut. The opportunity that I got as a state officer and in this program is something I want to base off of what Sage said. Is I have been to these chapters to realize how fortunate my chapter is and my program is. I've gone to some other chapters that they don't have as many animals or they don't have as big of a program as we do. And with this funding, it will help enlarge their programs. It will help give these children more experience and more opportunities to learn and develop what leadership and what careers they want to go into. And this program for me, I am much like Joe and Jamie. I never really talked much in my middle school. I was very quiet. I love to listen. I still am that way. I don't talk a whole lot still now. But in this program, it taught me that that's not always a bad thing, that part of leadership comes from listening to problems, and from that you can help solve them.
That's right.
And it's just given me such an opportunity to learn things and figure out what I want to do in the future.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that.
I'd just like to thank everyone here for allowing us the opportunity to speak. My name is Nicholas Sakwamani. I'm a senior at Nonawag High School and had the pleasure of going through the Woodbury FFA program. The program for me, it changed me as a person. I can confidently say that I've had the best 4 years of high school I think anyone could ever ask for. That's because of the people behind me, my teachers, my friends. The program develops phenomenal leadership qualities in students, and the bill that is being discussed would phrase it. It would preserve this opportunity for students in the future and to allow students like me chance to go through what I went through and experience what I went through. Because like my colleagues, Amelia had said, she's been around to other chapters and seen some of the issues that they have. And to be able to bring that opportunity that I was fortunate enough to go through to other kids would mean the world to them and would mean the world to our program, which is ever growing. So I thank you all for your time, and I thank you for allowing us to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. Great job. Come on, teacher. You got to close us out. I'm putting you on a clock though.
I'll be brief. I just I think that's proof enough what we do in FFA in agri-science education. None of these students came here today expecting to speak. All that testimony was directly off their heads. And I think that's incredibly commendable, and I am very, very proud. My name is Ed Belinsky. I'm the director of the program in Woodbury, Connecticut. And I just really want to try to go forth to give equality within funding to all the choice school options, especially the agri-science. I know we're smaller than most, and I know a lot of you guys probably maybe not have known that we existed. We have let's see, 3,600 students statewide. But we are the oldest magnet. We invented magnet. Our program opened in 1920, and we've been around. We just celebrated 102 years, so this is 103rd year in existence in Woodbury, Connecticut. So thank you guys so much for coming down, grabbing us out of the lobby, and bringing us back up. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
No problem. You guys are excellent.
Yeah, just want to say thank you all for being here. I know when I walked out of the elevator and you look down, you see the jackets. Anytime you see the jackets in the building, you know you're going to get something great. So we just really appreciate you all. And speaking off the cuff like that is not easy, even for those of us sitting up here oftentimes. So congratulations on that. And thank you for lending your voice to this bill. We bring back Lisa Hammersley and continue where we left off. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
All right. We'll go to a few questions from members. I know I see some online and some in the room. We'll start online with Rep. Downey. Good afternoon, Representative.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Lisa, for your testimony. I surely value all of these students coming forward, and my own hometown has an FFA program, a magnet school, and a technical school. So I highly value all of those programs, and they have great success stories as well. This is my first time on education, and my children are grown, so I haven't really been tapped in, but I'm trying to understand the funding a little better, if you could help me out. So as I understand it, these programs have not been fully funded by ECF, and that's what this bill will do, is fund them fully. My question is more towards is there's a couple of places in this bill that address, and I'll read specifically one of them. For the purposes of equalization aid under section 1026 as amended by this act, a student enrolled in an inter-district magnet school program shall be counted as a resident student as defined in section 1026 2F of the town in which such student resides. And it's mentioned for, I think, magnet schools, technical schools, and some of the others. It repeats itself through the bill. Can you explain that and elaborate a little bit more on that as it relates to funding?
Absolutely. So under current law and what would be continued if this bill were enacted, students that attend a magnet school program would continue to be counted in the resident student count of the ECS formula for the sending town. This is what people refer to as double funding. We do not believe that this is an issue of double funding, and the reason why is twofold. One, the sending district is still responsible to fund special education costs associated with students that decide to exercise choice. In addition, in many instances, the sending district is also responsible for transportation. And I would also just like to point out that, I'll give an example of my own town of Southington. In the town of Southington, there are 71 students that decide to exercise choice. They attend a CREC magnet school. They come from all different grades and schools within the 11 school district. So for the town of Southington, those 71 kids exercising choice, there's no efficiencies that the town can achieve as a result of those students deciding to leave and attend the CREC magnet school. They can't reduce a teacher, for example. So by counting the kid in the resident student count of the district with which the student resides, you're helping to cover the costs for the special education and the transportation expenses for the sending district. Does that answer your question, Representative?
So I'm still trying to understand the calculation which comes with special ed and transportation, because it still sounds like the student's empty seat would be fully funded, but the student wouldn't be there getting an education. Are you saying that the cost cannot be calculated? I'm just a little confused.
So allow me to back up a little bit. Under the bill, the cost to educate a child for a student that exercises choice would be fully paid for by the state of Connecticut. The state of Connecticut would provide an ECS weighted funding amount to the receiving district. Under the bill, as is current law, when a sending district's calculation of their ECS grant is calculated, they will include the student that decides to exercise choice and attend a different school outside of the local public school district. That funding would continue. So as a result of allowing that money to stay with the sending district, you are helping to cover the special education costs that may be incurred for that student that is exercising choice, and also the transportation expenses associated with that student.
So are you counting these students as in the category of special education?
No, so to the extent that the student that is exercising choice does have an IEP and does have special education costs associated with that child, what happens, current law, and this bill doesn't touch special education, but when a child exercises choice and they attend a school outside of their district, if they have special education expenses associated with them, the receiving district or the choice program sends a bill back to the sending district. That is a fixed cost for the spending district. They don't have a say over how much the special education services that are being provided in the receiving district cost. So they are financially responsible to pay that bill to the receiving district. Not every child that exercises choice, however, receives special education services and therefore has a special education cost.
And I think important to note again, Representative, as Lisa stated, and for anybody else who may be listening, 5003 does not touch special education. Special education is outside the purview of 5003.
Thank you, Representative. She brought it up, so I'm trying to understand how it intertwines with what we're talking about. And I'm just trying to understand this double pay, if you will, double funding type thing. It still seems like there's an empty seat that we're paying for and the student's not there, but I'll continue to listen. I know there's a lot of people that want to testify and other people that want to ask questions. I'm still kind of baffled by the numbers, but I'll just thank you and I'll let other people ask questions.
Thank you, Representative. And there was a former senator who kind of compared this to a movie theater. And whether you have one person in that movie theater or you have 100 people in the movie theater, you're still paying all of the same bills that you would to run that movie, to heat that building, and to pop that popcorn. But also, Lisa, what would it mean to remove that funding if we came up with a formula that removes is what others call double funding?
So back in 2017, when the ECS formula was negotiated, people did look at this issue of double funding. And it was determined that the feasibility of removing those funds from districts was not something that could be supported by the legislature. And the reason why is because while it would take away funds from districts like my own, Southington, Farmington, Avon, where you have choice being exercised and kids attending correct magnet schools, most of the kids that participate in a choice program are those that are chronically under-resourced communities with the highest levels of need. So the total amount that would be taken from those districts in total, including the suburbs, would be approximately $100 million.
And so that $100 million essentially is the money that's baked into those current budgets, especially in those under-resourced districts that are still responsible for special education costs, for transportation costs, and so forth.
That is correct.
Thank you. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Lisa. I just wanted to make a quick comment and thank the School and State Finance Project for all the work that you have put into helping clarify what is actually in HB 5003. Representative Dauphiné touched on the question that I was going to pose, but I would like to give you the opportunity also to speak, if you would, about how you see this bill as a stabilizing grant and what it can do for avoiding the fiscal cliff. You know that we have put in many proposals and we've all worked very collaboratively together to address many of our students' learning needs in the past sessions. How will this continue to protect those students? And if you'd like to elaborate a little more, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. So as you know, the federal government provided $1.6 billion of one-time COVID relief support to local public school districts, which was fantastic because obviously the education system needed a lot of assistance during that time for our students. However, we know that districts have proposed to spend $480 million of that $1.6 billion for new personnel. So this includes new teachers, new mental health support, interventionalists, paraprofessionals. We're seeing hiring across the state in all of those areas. And for those districts that are chronically under-resourced and don't have the property tax to support, or the property base, excuse me, to support a property tax increase, by accelerating the full funding of the ECS formula and the other components of the bill, you are allowing those districts to mitigate what will be a significant and severe issue within the school districts, because they will come to a time in fiscal year 2025 when all of those supports and all of those resources are gone, and they will not have the ability to turn to their mayor and to their chief elected official and ask for a tax increase to support continuing on with those individuals and those personnel. I know, for example, that in the city of Meriden, they hired staff, but on a durational basis, acknowledging that there would be a fiscal cliff. That too is concerning, because all of those additional supports that were provided to the students as a result of those resources, once that contract expires and those people are let go, that's going to be a significant change in terms of the educational experience that the students that go to Meriden Public Schools will achieve. So by timing the ECS full funding with the expiration of the federal fiscal cliff, a district like New Britain, for example, that's due to receive over $14 million in increased state support as a result of the bill, they will be able to know and plan, beginning now, that they can incur expenses totaling up to $14 million and maintain that support past the expiration of the federal fiscal dollars.
Thank you very much, Lisa. I think that's an important piece to this bill, that we all realize that there will be a fiscal cliff in a couple of years, and this is a very important component of this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I'm sure that we'll hear from superintendents throughout the day that they would likely spend money a bit more targeted, ensuring that they had that continued funding past that fiscal cliff. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. Thank you for being here. So I had questions around what I think Rep. Daphne was asking, but now I might even be more confused. So on Wednesday, we had a forum, and I got curious about things, and I actually, I'm embarrassed to admit, went back into 2021 public hearings and spent hours watching an old public hearing. But what I think I heard, and it may be necessary, and I don't want to debate that here. I'm just trying to understand, are there students in the state of Connecticut now, because of the way that we count ECS with this resident student, that are actually counted twice?
Yes.
Okay. And if so, would you know how many students are counted twice in the state?
I don't have that figure off of the top of my head.
Okay, I'm just curious. I don't.
I can
is-
send you a breakdown by district if you'd
Okay,
like.
so that number, is that something that we could have? It's an achievable number, not, okay,
Yep,
that'd
absolutely.
be excellent to know. And so this, as I understand, it wouldn't just be interdistrict magnet schools, it would also be VOAG tech schools. Effectively, any student who is enrolled in one of those programs outside their district would be a student who is counted twice for ECS purposes. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Nuccio.
That came up quick. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Tammersley. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. I know you and I have talked a bit in the past regarding the ECS formula. And while I'm supportive of what this formula is aiming to do, I'm still here to advocate and speak for now only 2 of my towns, but prior it would have been all 3 of my towns who continue to lose ECS due to the weighting of the net grand list. And in the end, I believe all of them will be receiving between $2,000 and $2,500 per child for education from the state of Connecticut. This formula really does not do much to address that. And it does not look at, it does not really, in my opinion, look at actually weighting the cost of education for a child, especially in rural areas where there are differences in transportation and other things. So I absolutely totally agree. The alliance districts and the cities that need more funding and such need to receive that funding, and they need to get it quicker so they can enhance the education opportunities they have. But I still feel like I need to be a voice for the small towns who are going to continue to lose money. One of my towns loses the largest amount of money in the state of Connecticut. And we also have the 10th lowest, I think 10th or 12th lowest cost of education per child at $16,000 a head. but they are losing $330,000 a year. Now, with this formula, if I understand correctly, and I'm hoping you can clarify for me, ma'am, that it's going to do something in relation to the tuition for magnet schools, for charters and the VOAGs, but it still does not have any kind of formula correction in there for the rural towns and transportation or anything of the like. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and is there any thought to looking at that?
Absolutely. So we convened a rural district working group over the summer and fall to talk to them about their unique challenges, because they do have very unique challenges. And we heard a lot of good feedback from them. I will say, Representative, that I completely agree with you. I mean, the ECS formula was established in 2017. At the time, it was a significant achievement for the legislature to come to an agreement actually on a formula and step away from the block grants that were used previously. But the legislature always has the ability to modify that formula and to add new weights and to add additional support. So we're happy to support you in any way that we can. I know the Office of Fiscal Analysis can certainly model things out for you as well, but they have a lot of responsibilities during the legislative session. But we are certainly happy to model out, if you want to look at a transportation weight, how much that would cost, what the impact would be to municipalities. We can certainly support you in that effort. This bill does not change what is the statutory ECS formula, right? So you have districts that are considered overfunding, and they are receiving annual reductions as a result of that 10-year phase out. It's now a 12-year phase out. And this bill doesn't modify that. So your towns will continue to receive an annual reduction if they were considered overfunded. I would like to state that for all but 12 towns in the state of Connecticut, the bill actually has a net positive for them. Because when the state is picking up 100% of the cost to educate a child that is exercising choice and being educated outside of their district, the receiving district or the choice program will no longer charge tuition. So if you have students that are attending a VOAG program under current law, your district receives a bill for the education of that student from the VOAG program. So with the bill funding, the state funding 100% of the cost to educate the VOAG student, your district will no longer receive a bill. So there are savings to yours and many districts across the state, all but 12, where there's no choice being exercised. And it will have some cost savings to the district in the future, to the extent that more students decide to exercise choice, which would result in a larger tuition bill for your districts. With all of that being said, we're happy to model a transportation weight or any other weight that you would like to see.
Thank you. I think that 2017 formula is a little bit of a sacred cow up here. It's kind of hard to get anybody to sit down and talk about actually looking at it and what the impacts have been to the rural towns. So, it's been a little difficult to have those conversations. So I'd be very willing to listen and see what that modeling would look like. And I just wanted to make sure that there's clarification for I believe it's 88 towns that are receiving reduction in their ECS. This formula, while it may change a net overall effect in the end, it will not, in most cases, probably equal an increase in a Board of Ed budget, because the ECS is a grant that offsets the total cost. Is that correct?
There are some towns that, you're correct, the state grant will not change under the bill. However, their net funding and what they have to educate the students that they have in their district will increase. And we did look at towns that actually flipped from being a net loser current law as compared to under House Bill 5003. And there are some towns that are no longer a net loser as a result of no longer paying tuition.
Is that net overall, or is that going to be yearly? Because the ones who are receiving reduction will continue to receive that reduction.
Net overall. I can get you a list of those 88 towns and then the impact from the bill, not only, what their tuition savings will be, but also what their annual ECS reduction would be. So if you're a district that is receiving an annual reduction of $100,000, for example, between now and fiscal year 2030, if your tuition savings are $200,000, well, then you're a net positive overall, right, of $100,000, but we'll get you that list.
I would appreciate that, because I haven't seen that town by town breakout yet. So thank you very much for your answers. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And if folks haven't had the opportunity, there is a link tree that the State and School Finance has on their website that has an interactive tool that you can plug in anybody's community, and it'll actually show you the impact of the bill based on last year's data. And I think it's very important to state that we have not received the new what we call ECS shell from SDE, OPM, and but we're working very closely with OFA so that when a fiscal note does come out, we're able to provide the most accurate and up-to-date information. Good representative will be happy to know that her 3 communities would range a net impact increase of anywhere from 300,000 to 1.6 million. Any other questions in the room or online? Representative Sanchez, it's nice to see you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that I am full support of HB 5003. And like Lisa had mentioned earlier, New Britain would receive about 14 to 15 million additional dollars in funding, which is crucial because during the past couple of years, they did hire a substantial amount of assistant teachers and social workers and nurses. And we all know that the ARPA funding is going to end soon. And so many of these school districts across the state of Connecticut will have to let go of some of the staff that's so important, particularly after the pandemic. And I also wanted to ask Lisa if she has any current numbers of what it would cost for special education for school districts. Let's say if they were to send 15 children out of district for special education, what would the cost be if she has an example of that?
It's funny that you asked that, Representative, because we actually tried to generate an estimate of what transportation and special education costs are for districts for those students that are exercising choice. So it varies by district to district, and we then compared what those estimated costs would be alongside what the double funding is. So I can send that spreadsheet around, and you will see that in many cases, the amount of double funding is much smaller than the cost to transport the kid and the special education costs for those double funded students.
Thank you. And that's the point I wanted to get across, because I have heard that in some instances, one child can cost over $100,000 to a school district to send that child to another district for special education services. So I just wanted to point that out. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. One of the questions I don't think that it's been asked yet is that we use the term student-centered funding model. Would you just simply explain what that is so that folks, when they're going back to their own constituencies or in their offices are having these conversations, what exactly that means?
Absolutely. So as you heard on Wednesday, the state of Connecticut has 10 different grants to fund students that decide to exercise choice. These grants are arbitrary, largely. They're flat amounts. They're just based on the type of school that the child decides to attend. What this bill does is, by extending the ECS formula to all public school students, you are essentially funding each public school student according to their individual learning needs. In the ECS formula, it tries to take into account the fact that students that have additional challenges cost more to educate. So for every child that qualifies for free and reduced price lunch, or every child that is an English learner, or every child that resides in concentrated poverty, there's additional support coming from the state to educate that child. By enacting a student-centered funding model, you're applying the ECS formula to all public school students, therefore resulting in all public school students being funded according to their need. English learner that attends a correct magnet school would be funded according to their need, the same as an English learner attending a traditional local public school.
Appreciate that answer. And I do hope that folks here in the room and those online take advantage of the resources of the coalition that has been working with us over the last couple of years on ECS funding, as they have all of the data, all of the information, and partner with our nonpartisan offices to ensure that all of us have accurate and up-to-date information. I think if there's no other questions here, just my last one for you, taking off your executive director hat and all the numbers and the data, do you want to share why this work is important to you as a human being?
Sure. So growing up, I was raised by a single mom, and we got evicted more than once a year. So I lived in 26 different apartments from birth to age 17. And in that time, she did not keep us in the same school district, which was very unkind of her. Rather, I would have to move and meet new students constantly. And in a 14-mile radius from Bristol to Plainville to Southington to New Britain to Newington, I had a short stint in Springfield, Mass. But in a 14-mile radius in central Connecticut, where I lived at that given time, dictated the school that I walked into. And I very much remember the fact that when I happened to live in New Britain at that time, and I lived there twice, the school and the entire school climate was very different than when I was lucky enough to live in Southington. And to me, that is not something that the state should continue. Every student, regardless of their zip code, should be funded and be funded appropriately.
I appreciate that context. It's important, I think, for folks to know that we all come at this work with a different vantage point. And I think it's important for folks to be able to hear that, and that Lisa's not just that math person, that numbers person. Lisa has a heart that comes into this work, as we all do. I know there's another question. Forgive me that I have not learned everyone's names yet. There you go. Representative Reddington Hughes.
Hi, I'm sorry, indulge me, I'm new to this. I just have a question I'm trying to understand with the ECS funding and with the child that goes out of district, whether it is a magnet, a charter, a VOAG school, as it is, into the future, that what they would like to do is to make that school whole, correct? The VOAG, the magnet. But in addition to that, will they still be paying for the seat in the school that they originated at?
Yes, the student would still be counted in the resident student count of the sending district.
And I'm trying to understand the rationale behind that. Although the student may not be a special education student that is making this move, is the rationale to fund the special education students? So if they have transportation needs, that it will come from this?
I think the rationale is twofold. I think that, keeping the students in the resident student count was intentional because the students, the sending district still has a financial responsibility for that child. If that child decides that they want to leave their school of choice and hop back into the traditional public school mid-year, the traditional public school has to receive that child. Second, the sending district is still responsible for special education expenses. And third, the sending district is responsible for transportation.
Just one more question. I mean, the illustration of a movie theater with empty seats was used. I'm a little confused because if a movie theater has too many empty seats, they go out of business. And I would assume a school with too many empty seats would eventually close. So is there a limit to the amount of empty seats that we are funding?
Representative, I think you may have been a little too literal of an interpretation. I was speaking simply about one showing of a movie, not a continuous where something like that would happen. But
Okay.
go ahead, Lisa.
Well, I mean, I think eventually, if declining enrollment is such that there are no schools, or a significant reduction of students, you as a district would need to make the tough decisions to start to close schools. But I think that is an extreme, and there's no limit in the law currently with regards to how many kids the state will fund in the resident student count and have them exercise choice. I just like to think back to my district, which is the town of Southington, where, as I said previously, there's 71 kids exercising choice. We have 8 different elementary schools, 2 middle schools, 1 high school. And so when you have kids that are coming from every different grade, every different school, the town of Southington cannot achieve efficiencies and reduce a teacher because 71 kids have exercised choice. So that's a good illustration of like what this bill does. But yes, there is double funding, and I think it's there to reflect the fact that sending districts are still responsible for the child.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative. And it was nice to meet you. Anyone else in the room? Yes, Representative Tlosky.
Hi, Lisa. Thank you for your presentation and being here to answer our questions. Is there any fluctuation dependent on state funding, dependent on municipal funding? Are those two related at all?
If I understand your question correctly, when the ECS formula is calculated, all of the different factors that the ECS formula is based off of go into effect. So you have the resident student count of the district, student need. You also have the equalized net grand list per capita, and you have the median household income. All of those factors are used in the formula to come up with the total estimated cost to educate a child within a local public school district. The formula then has a base aid ratio, which essentially takes a state share and a local share. The state sends its share to the town, and then the municipality on a local level is supposed to make up the difference with their local property taxes. There's no guarantee or there's no state requirement that the local municipality make up its share under the formula. And I believe that that is exactly what you're looking for in terms of the question that you asked. Yeah. Okay. You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Nolan. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I stepped out and I don't know if you talked about it, but I'm trying to explain to residents in our community what the actual cost it is to send a student to school. I mean, so per student, is there a cost that we can say that it is to send a student to school? And is there a difference between an English language student teaching and someone who lives in I guess, a fluent neighborhood?
So the formula starts off with the cost to educate a student without additional learning needs. That is known as the foundation amount, and that is $11,525. I will say that that number has not changed. And given all of the inflationary increases, it's unreasonable to assume that the cost to educate a child without additional learning needs has not gone up. But the cost that or the statutory amount that you can talk to your constituents about could be the $11,525. That number is then inflated based on a child's individual learning need. For English learners, the state provides a 25% weight for students that qualify for free and reduced price lunch. It is a 30% weight. And then for students that reside in concentrated poverty, which is defined as having a student population that is 60% or more eligible for free and reduced price lunch, there's another weight of 15%. And all of those things can add together.
Okay. And why is it just not determined that this is how much it costs to send a student to school in New London, and this is how much it costs to send a student to school in Bridgeport, we'll say? Why are the costs not the same? Because it just seems like if we just paid that one cost for any student, no matter who it is, to go to school to be the same, then that seems like it would break some of the issues that we're having in regards to equality, equity related to education.
So I understand your question, Representative, and I think that the formula does do that because the state is using a formula for every student that is an English learner that resides in concentrated poverty. The cost to educate that child is the same. What varies is when it comes to determining that state and local share that we were just talking about, that's where the amount coming from the state varies, so that a municipality like New London receives more state support than a municipality that might have more property wealth and might have more local ability to pay. And we can send you the ECS breakout by district if you're curious to see the state per pupil support by district.
Okay, that would be great.
Yeah, we'll have her send that over and we'll get that out to all the committee members.
Okay.
One more, Representative Nolan.
Thank you. So with 5003, and I'm sorry if I missed it, how do the costs affect the classrooms?
Can you clarify your question?
Like, how is it going to benefit the kids in the classrooms, basically?
Sure. So when you have districts that have been chronically under-resourced since the beginning of time, having a significant amount of support provided to your district from the state of Connecticut would greatly benefit the kids in the classroom. For those kids that go to school in Bridgeport, and I know that Bridgeport is kind of a unique topic that you'll hear about a lot today. They have 30 first, second, and third graders in a classroom with one teacher and no additional paraprofessionals or other adults in the room. So when districts have significant infusions of money, they can use that money to increase the amount of teachers that they employ, reduce class sizes, bring on additional paraprofessionals to help as needed or interventionists as needed to help students. It would greatly change the school climate and staffing level for students that attend under-resourced communities.
Well, thank you for being here today. And we appreciate the explanations that you've been given to several of our colleagues, because a lot of the questions that people are asking are questions that a lot of us have. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, and if anybody has additional questions after this hearing, definitely send those over to the respective clerks of the committee. We'll get those out and then respond with the answers. Thank you, Representative. Representative Felipe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a quick question. Maybe it'll clear a couple things up for members. I know that you're sending preliminary numbers, but we haven't yet got some of the numbers from reporting in October. Some of the fiscal parts of this are subject to change, correct? And for a place like Bridgeport, where our free and reduced price lunch is supposed to be significantly higher reported this year, we'll see a bump per se.
Absolutely. So all of the modeling that we have produced on this bill is using 2022 data. We do not have the updated information that was reported to the State Department of Education in October of this year. And you're absolutely correct, Representative, that because it is a formula and it is based off of annual data, when there are changes in things such as the number of students that qualify for free and reduced price lunch, there will be an increase in the grant that is provided to the district. So every year the grant is calculated and every year it's updated. And once we have the updated information, we will certainly use that information and update our modeling to produce a fiscal impact on this bill by district.
Thank you. I just want to make sure, especially for my Bridgeport folks, they know positive change is coming. Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair.
Thank you, Representative. It looks like we have Representatives Johnson squared. So we'll first go to Representative Susan Johnson.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony today. It's much appreciated. I just wanted to go back to the remarks that you made earlier with respect to municipal funding. And I know there's also the minimum budget requirement for many of the districts. And I just wanted to make sure that that was made clear, that there is a requirement for municipalities to provide funding, and they can't reduce the funding in most districts because of the MBR. And I just wanted you to just go over that to make clear that there are requirements for the poorest districts. My districts, for example, we started to get a little bit more money starting in 2017 because of the agreement, but a district of 25,000 people with about 3,000 or 4,000 students was underfunded to the tune of $10 million because we didn't follow the education cost sharing grant. So having that capacity to increase the funding so that our classroom sizes can be smaller, we can have more people in the classroom to help the teachers. And we have so many students that have a home language that isn't English. We have 3 homeless shelters here, so we have many homeless students in the district. And we have a lot of issues here that were going unnoticed, and they're being noticed now. So I do appreciate the bill, and I appreciate your testimony. I just wanted you to go a little bit into the MBR as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. So you are correct. There are safeguards in place in law and remain unchanged under this bill that will ensure that municipal support and local support for education remains at the level with which it was last year, plus any increase in the education cost sharing support. I think that Representative Chalesky was asking about whether or not a district is held to their full share. They will be held to their full share according to the MBR, but only once they increase their expenditure towards the local public school districts. And then once you get up to that level, that's when the MBR kicks in. once the local municipality contributes an increased amount towards the public school district. But if they don't get to that level, then they're never held to that amount.
All set, Representative? Okay. All right, move on to our newest Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Curry. Appreciate that very much. And thank you for your testimony today. I apologize, I was out of the room, but am interested in hearing more about what the changes for multi-language learners will be, because as everyone knows, I represent, everyone knows that Norwalk is one of the fastest growing cities in Connecticut. We have a majority Latino population in our public school system, many of whom are multi-language learners. And it's a very important part of what this could do for our city with these changes to the formula, particularly for free and reduced lunch and this part of the formula. Thanks for speaking to that.
Thank you so much, Representative. So the bill does not change the underlying ECS formula. It maintains the level of support that is provided for every English language learner at 25% student weight. What the bill does, particularly for the city of Norwalk, would be is that it accelerates the phase-in schedule. So under current law, you're supposed to receive full funding of ECS in fiscal year 2028. This bill accelerates that funding so that you receive full funding of the ECS grant in fiscal year 2025.
Oh, through you, Chair, if I might.
Go for it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that clarification. I think that's really important for Norwalkers to hear, especially given that, as you know, we were underfunded. The sped up timeline is going to help us greatly, but to understand how the formula may not change is also as important. Thanks again.
Representative Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so very much for your testimony today and for explaining this very complicated subject to us. I just want to make sure, and by the way, I really support the concept of fully funding the ECS, and I support the, what others have referred to as double funding for the choice schools, because it maintains that sending schools capacity to fiscally support their children. But I think this is probably not a bridge far enough. When you go back to look at the original ECS formula that this is still based off of, that formula really weights the net property grand list pretty heavily. And in my opinion, what it does is that it forces municipalities who are receiving less actual money from the state to continue to maintain and raise their tax rates. And what that does is it forces folks on fixed income, seniors who are downsizing, parents who are divorcing, anybody on a fixed income, and anybody who wants to come into a town like where I'm from Simsbury, which has historically high barriers to entry. It forces those people not to be able to send their children to school in Simsbury because they cannot afford the property taxes that are being paid in lieu of a truly equal grant across the board. So can you speak to a little bit about what that property grand list weight does and how a change to it might actually reduce the historic barriers to school systems that are excellent, like Simsbury, but for whom the property tax is overwhelming for many people who want to live there? And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. So ECS is the state's form of equalization aid. It was born from the lawsuit Horton v. Meskel. And it does distribute funds differently across the state of Connecticut based on the local tax base. So you're correct to the extent that the state is not picking up additional education costs for your town of Simsbury, then it falls on the local property taxes in order to make up that difference. I believe that that's a function of the ECS formula where it has the state pick up more for districts that have fewer property resources and don't have the ability to increase taxes to cover their education expenses. With that being said, the ECS formula is a formula that you all can change every year. So to the extent that you want to change the breakdown and provide additional resources to municipalities, you can certainly do so by changing that base aid ratio and infusing additional support across the state of Connecticut.
Thank you very much for your comments, for your clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone else in the room? No. Representative Daphne for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for indulging me. Just one other question. I'm still a little baffled by this double funding, and I just wanted to ask, I know that there's many other states that are offering alternative programming for education, and they're not doing the double funding, and it's been very successful. So I'm trying to wrap my head around us paying for the cost of a seat in a school where a child does not even attend. And can you give us a total number of the cost to the taxpayers by doing this double funding? In other words, paying for two schools when a child only attends one? And that would be it. I'd appreciate those numbers. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think as mentioned before, we will get those numbers together and get those out to folks. So thank you for that follow-up question. Representative Leeper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to confirm that the home district, specifically for our magnet schools, still bears the cost even for their students that attend the interdistrict magnets for both transportation and special ed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So that if the state removed all funding from the home district for those students, then the home district would receive zero funds and still incur the expenses for those students.
Yep, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Wieslander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do apologize. I was with a number of my colleagues at a presentation, so I apologize if I'm asking something again.
Turn your nameplate around so the folks at home know who you are.
Sorry, forgot. Thank you. Not used to in person still. It's sort of a follow-up to what Representative Leeper just asked, and I just want to make sure I am understanding this, that as of right now, the formula would do a double payment of the foundation cost to both the sending and the receiving school. And that, but the receiving school, unless it's a magnet, would not be responsible for special service costs or transportation. Is that my understanding this?
So under current law, if a child decides to exercise choice, the sending district receives, the child is still counted in the sending district's resident student count. The state then sends a supplementary payment to the choice program, the amount of which varies depending on what type of school they attend and the location of their schools.
And currently, the sending school is still responsible for all special services.
That is correct. Any costs associated with special education, as well as, in many cases, transportation.
And if moving forward with this set formula, instead there would be the double payment to try to cover any special services costs that the sending school may still have to provide, but I'm very concerned about the fact that we have students who are needing special services, that sometimes those are smaller and sometimes they are incredibly high. And so if they're exercising school choice, a receiving school will get the foundation payment. The sending school will get the foundation payment, but we're still responsible for up to hundreds of thousands of dollars of services covered. So I worry about the double payment cost and then still having these high service costs plus transportation. It's just, I want to just understand exactly how this can affect. And I have, in my district, I have an array of schools going from an alliance district to in the top 10 high schools in the state. So this is a broad bucket for me.
Okay. So under the bill, the only thing that changes is the amount the receiving district gets from the state to educate the child.
Okay.
They will receive more to reflect the needs of the kids. But there would be no change to current law where the receiving district would send a bill to the sending district to be paid for the special education costs that they've incurred.
Lisa, how long has that law been in existence?
I wish I knew the answer to that question. I don't know.
A while, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I will say that there's a lot to do in the special education space. This bill only talks to and speaks to general education, but there's a lot that you, this legislative body, can do to address special education costs. And really, you could decide to change who's responsible for what. I mean, you can do a lot in the special education arena. So we're here for that conversation and to help you draft a policy, but there's no change to current law in terms of the billing for special education services.
Okay, thank you for that. And I agree, there's a lot of work to be done, especially as more and more of our students are qualifying for IEPs and special services. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And yes, it is important to note that the work is definitely not done if and when 5003 is passed and ultimately signed into law. The special ed conversation, as noted earlier, is separate from this. That is a beast in and of itself that we will continue to discuss and find ways in which that we can better support all of our students and all of our districts around the state of Connecticut. So simply getting this done does not mean that any of us are done who have been very focused on this over the last couple of years. Any other questions in the room or online for Ms. Hammersley? No? All right, then we appreciate your time this afternoon, all of the work that you've done, and we'll be back in touch to get everybody information that was requested earlier today. We're going to be bouncing around a bit back and forth on the order today. So next up, we will have Matt Wilcox from the New Haven Board of Education. Followed by Ruben Philippe from the Connecticut Charters. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Senator Ostin, Representative Curry, Representative Walker, and members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. My name is Matt Wilcox, and I live in New Haven, where I'm privileged to serve as Vice President of the New Haven Board of Education and work with the teachers, staff, parents, more than 19,000 students in New Haven Public Schools. I'm here to speak in support of HB 5003 because school children across Connecticut deserve fully funded, fully staffed schools, providing needed services at the level equal to the need. In spite of previous good faith efforts, Connecticut's school funding is still regressive when it should be the most progressive. High need, high poverty districts in particular need more funding, equitable funding. So that's just some background in years where New Haven is able to spend 17, 18,000 per student. Other nearby suburban towns are able to spend $22,000, $24,000 per student. Yet our school population includes 70% of students from low-income families, where other districts might have 38 or 22% or lower. We have 18% English language learners, with I believe more than 95 languages represented in our students' homes, compared to 38 or 22% in other districts, et cetera. 6 or 4% in other districts, my mistake. We have about 16% of our students, at least with our students with disabilities, close to 500 students that are homeless. If you want to see a large percentage of children exposed to trauma, sometimes horrific trauma, come on down to New Haven and some of our other urban centers. And if you want to see what all that means in terms of discipline issues in the classrooms and the hallways, where we don't have enough people to help regulate that, come on down and we'll show you New Haven. We're a district serving kids with high needs and need more funding per child to support those needs. And so much of the responsibility falls on the schools in a city and other urban centers that don't have the same community resources as more affluent communities might have. We're incredibly grateful for the extra funding we've received in recent years. We've used our COVID relief funds to do things like hire teachers, curriculum facilitators, psychiatrists, school social workers, counselors, attendance coaches. But these positions will not be sustainable once these grants expire. Everybody's been referring to the funding cliff. It's certainly going to happen in New Haven. But equitable school funding means Connecticut is making a sustained investments in things like teachers' salaries and helping keeping them in the profession and giving a chance for places like New Haven to keep them in the city. Due to our budget constraints, our salaries have lagged even other urban districts in Connecticut. And we lose teachers to neighboring districts, particularly the ones that can afford to pay more. But this investment that could be represented in this bill is not just in the teachers and the students need the entire support network around them to be fully staffed at the level to meet the needs. This is the social workers, counselors, mental health professionals, librarians, paraprofessionals. They all have key roles in working with our students so that the teachers can do their jobs that they're there for. So I urge you to support HB 5003. I see it as a start towards equitably funding all public schools. There are concerns that you're going to hear about today in terms of transparency for things like charter schools. And it's still based and has at that formula, which has been referred to, I believe, as a sacred cow this morning, which might need to be revisited. It's not addressing special education funds, which we have a great need of in New Haven. But the kids in this country deserve an excellent education and all the supports to help them access it. As one of the wealthiest states in this country, one with a multi-billion-dollar surplus, no less, Connecticut really doesn't have much of an excuse not to provide it. Now's the time. Going to be a lot of teachers on the list of presenters today. It's been great also to see all the students. I'm glad you all are going to be listening to them. They're the ones and our paraprofessionals that see firsthand what inequitable schools funding means in the classroom. So I greatly appreciate you all taking the time to look at this bill and other ways of supporting schools equitably. Appreciate your service to the state of Connecticut and the people of Connecticut. And thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to be here today.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Any
Thank you.
questions from members? Seeing none, I'll just say thank you for your service on the Board of Ed. I know firsthand that is one of the toughest jobs in any community.
Oh, God,
and
yes.
it goes completely unpaid, full volunteer. So
Thank you so
for
much.
your service. Actually, I went out of order. So next up, we're actually gonna have Katie Traber. Followed by Sal Menzo, then Ruben Felipe. Katie? Oh, okay. Sorry about that. We'll go to Dr. Menzo. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chairman McCrory and Curry, Chairwoman Austin and Walker, ranking members Berthel, McCarty and Nuccio, and distinguished members of the Education and Appropriation Committees. I had submitted testimony, and actually based on what I've heard and seen, I'm going to kind of go a little off of that. I am the Superintendent Salvatore Menzo, Superintendent of Goodwin University Magnet School System, the other magnet school system in Hartford. That hopefully people will start recognizing. We are a public school system. We were established in 2009 as based on the Chef versus O'Neill case. We presently have about approximately 1,100 students pre-K through 12. What's exciting to see is that in the next 2 years, we'll be opening up 2 new schools to expand our services to students in the Chef region based on the final settlement last January, as we all know. I come to this conversation today in a unique position because as a magnet school superintendent, you have a different lens that you wear, so to speak, or you see through than a traditional K-12 public school superintendent in a town or municipality. I had the pleasure of serving Wallingford Public Schools for 12 years in that capacity, and prior to that, 4.5 years in Marlborough, a smaller rural community. So I bring to the table today some of the background why I would support House Bill 5003 from those 3 different perspectives of a small rural superintendent as well as a suburban superintendent, larger school district, nearly 6,000 students, and now a magnet setting. I believe that the House bill provides continued equity of funding that allows our students to be able to access that education they all deserve. I also believe that when it comes to the money, either following the child or not following the child, it is very, very difficult for a superintendent of a pre-K-12 system in a municipality like Wallingford, West Hartford, Bridgeport, Hartford, Meriden, wherever it may be, to lose that funding because students don't leave in definitive numbers. They don't leave at certain times of the year. In Wallingford, the data that we had collected over the years I was there, we had over 700 students who either entered or exited our district at any time after October 1st. That's the magic number that was alluded to by several people. Once October 1st comes, that's where your ECS is based off of. So if we had additional students come into our district and we potentially had lost that ECS funding because it followed the child to a magnet setting, we would be in significant difficulty at that point. As a magnet provider now, I see also the challenge because we haven't received a foundation increase for several years. So we received just over $10,000 from the state for every magnet school student.
You got 30 seconds, Doctor.
That causes us to then have to raise the prices to our local school districts, which we do not want to do. So again, I support House Bill 503. Thank you for the time, and I wish you all the best in your deliberation.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Members, none online? Thank you so much, Doctor. All right, Katie, I saw that you returned back. Nice to see you. Hello, Shelley.
Nice.
Good
to see you.
afternoon.
All right. Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Walker, Representative Curry, and members of the committees. My name is Katie Traber, and I'm the political director for District 1199 New England. Our union represents 26,000 healthcare workers across the state, ranging from healthcare workers in public sector agencies to CNAs and housekeepers in nursing homes. I am also a mostly lifelong resident of Bridgeport and a product of the Bridgeport Public Schools. Most importantly, I'm the mother to a little girl who will attend Bridgeport Public Schools in a few years. Today, I'm here to speak on House Bill 5003. 3 years ago, my partner and I moved back to Bridgeport because we wanted to raise our family there. We made a decision to raise our child in the vibrant, diverse community that we love and put her in the public school system because we believe in it. House Bill 5003 tries to do the right thing by evening out the funding so everyone can benefit, but that strategy does not acknowledge that true equity does not mean equality. True equity requires that the kids and families who need the most support get it. True equity requires that we invest more in kids whose parents work low wage and multiple jobs like many of our 1199 members. It requires that we invest in kids who are Black and brown and working class white. It requires that we invest in kids who are learning English as a second language and children with disabilities. We lean into that work no matter how hard it is. House Bill 5003 does not do that in its current form. I'm going to cut my remarks short because I did submit my full written testimony to you all, and I want to introduce a longtime paraeducator and public school advocate, Shelley Davis, to take the rest of my time.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, and other representatives. I'm Shelley Davis, and I have been a paraeducator for 32 years in the Hartford Public Schools. HB 5003 makes an unmistakable commitment to public school students and their education. These resources are badly needed and could potentially
Your mic went off.
Sorry. These resources are badly needed and can potentially provide important academic and social emotional supports to students in the way of smaller class size, more and better trained paraeducators, additional counselors, and improved retention of all certified and non-certified school staff. This level of investment could finally mean that we are on our way to providing the same quality education to a child in Bridgeport, Hartford, or New Haven as we do for students in Westport, Greenwich, and Darien. And this is very exciting. I would be remiss, however, if I failed to share my concerns with the bill. First, there is a foundational question that remains to be addressed. What does it actually cost to properly educate a child in Connecticut? By basing HB 5003 on an existing formula that stakeholders acknowledge is calculating used a base amount that does not take this key question into account. We are missing an important opportunity to get this right. Second, HB 5003 lacks protections to ensure the increasing funding will actually reach classrooms. There are no measures to prohibit districts from padding central office salaries, employing expensive consultants, or splurging on duplicate or unnecessary technology.
We've got 30 seconds, Shelley. Good wrap up.
So I have provided my testimony, but I'm going to skip to the last thing here. Section 11 creates a task force for studying many issues. We agree that this is an important area, but we are disappointed that once again, representation for paraeducators has been omitted. I appreciate the opportunity and I applaud this committee for having the courage to take this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much to both of you today. And I appreciate you highlighting the section that talks about that working group that's going to be discussing a few things. And I think my good co-chair and his Senate colleagues, likely through their work in SB1, will hopefully be addressing a lot of those accountability transparency measures that we likely may hear from a number of folks today. And you know that I've said this everywhere I possibly could, that you and your colleagues, paraeducators, are the backbones of some of the stuff that happens within our classrooms. So without you and appreciating you, I think we're doing ourselves a disservice. Any other questions or comments from those in the room or online? And Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for being here, for your testimony. It's always good when we have this discourse and we talk about the parts of bills that we think need strengthening. This is what this is for. But I did want to address earlier, Ms. Traver, you talked about the Bridgeport aspect of the bill. And I know that a lot of the numbers people get now are from the 2022 count. I do want to reiterate that we have increased our free and reduced price lunch count in Bridgeport, which will increase the money that comes out of this bill specifically. But I also want to just make it clear that as we go forward, there are other things like the population count and how we've decreased over 2,000 students over 3 to 4 years that will need to be addressed as well. This is not an equity bill as it stands, I don't think, but it's a really, really good step in the right direction. To get equity, we have to address things like the property tax portion of this and how that affects the formula. But we do need to take progress where it is and not let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
Thank you so much. Can I just quickly respond to that since you brought it up? I just want to say, I understand what you're saying about the 2023 numbers being different. According to the 2022 numbers in this current form, right, in this bill that came last year, a Bridgeport Public School student, like my child in a few years, would get an increase of approximately $160 per child in the Bridgeport Public Schools. Bridgeport Charter Schools would get an increase of $2,600 per child in Bridgeport. That, to me, says that my child does not matter, and I do not agree. So I appreciate that you are saying that you want to look at equity, you want to address it, you want to try and move forward, and that this bill is a work in progress. And I absolutely understand how the bill making process works. And I do understand that, right, this discourse is really important because it'll be taken back and another form of a bill will come out of it. And so I appreciate that, but I did want to put that on the record since you brought it up. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Representative Porter, nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question because the time did run out. I know that Ms. Davis was talking about her position as a paraeducator and concerns that you have with the bill. Were there any other concerns that we should be aware of as we look at this bill moving forward?
Thank you, Representative Porter. As a paraeducator, you know, we look at what happens in the classroom, especially with our special needs children, right? And I think everybody knows we have a lack of paraeducators right now. So we need funding to add these positions in, the vacancies. We would implore this committee to fund the funding to be spent on filing vacancies and hiring additional staff, in delivering quality professional development and empowering certified and non-certified staff to be able to give all of our children, not some, but all of our children what they need. And right now, all of our children aren't getting the things that they need. And this is what we need to do to secure our future.
Well, I thank you for that response, and I absolutely agree. This is a work in progress, so we will take that into strong consideration. And I just want to make note that equality and equity are two different things. So equal funding does not necessarily, or doesn't equate to equity in the points that you've made. So thank you for putting it on the record for us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. And yes, to follow up, I think we would hope that respective districts would be making decisions with those federal dollars to ensure that they're providing those supports that should have always been there from the get. or from the jump. But that hopefully a bill like this will be able to continue to support those decisions that are being made locally. Any other questions or comments from folks in the room or online? Nope. Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony today. Next up, we have Tim Sullivan from CREC. Followed by Julia Kutrkala. I apologize if I.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us here. My name is Tim Sullivan. I am the superintendent of the CREC Magnet Schools. We heard a lot from our students today, and I really appreciate the welcoming tone that comes from the committee to the students. It was a lot for them to come up and testify. You've heard good things about our school district. Dr. Florio and I wanted to add a couple of comments about the bill and just make sure you understand where CREC as one of the largest magnet providers is coming from. Federal funding for magnet schools has been a problem for many years. The funding from the state at 10,652 has been flat for a long time. And as a result, we've been forced to increase tuitions on the sending districts. As you heard earlier from Nate Quinnell and Mr. Harris, this has been a problem for the school district. The bills come late in the cycle, in the budget cycle for them, and they're large. And what it's doing, it's having a negative impact on the quality of education that the sending towns can offer. One of the things I want to clarify is we have 71 sending towns. Not all of our students come from Hartford, East Hartford, and New Britain. We have 71 different towns, all of whom are going to benefit equally from not getting a tuition bill from us. We also are very supportive of need-weighted funding. We have a flat rate funding for our students right now at 10,652 from the state. It doesn't take into account our ELL population or our free and reduced lunch population. We think that our money should fluctuate as the number of students that are ELL and free and reduced lunch fluctuates. If we have a lot of students that are not free and reduced lunch, our funding should go down. If we have a lot of students that are, our funding should go up. So we are very supportive of this bill, and most importantly, thankful for Representative Curry and the team for making this a transparent and open process. It's been very inclusive. We were brought to the table to answer questions and have the opportunity to ask questions. And as a result, we stand firmly behind this bill.
I came up with Tim really to let you know that you can have 3 minutes back later, because I would say exactly what he said in probably about 5 hours.
Okay.
But I do want
Greg, will you introduce yourself?
Greg Florio, the executive director of CREC, but I do want to say that I've been involved in education for over 35 years. I go back to when ECS was known as Guaranteed Tax Base, GTB.
I'm gonna give you your time. You just took time to finish.
No, I don't want my time. All I want to say is I am very supportive of this, and as a longtime educator, see this as transformational. We have looked at education funding many, many times in my career. This is the most transformational attempt at changing education funding and equalizing it, providing equity in our state. So I commend you for that.
Representative Delphinus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for testifying. And I know you guys do amazing programs and I can appreciate them. How many students go into your programs and then decide to return back to the public school? Do you have any kind of idea of numbers on that?
We have about a 10% attrition rate. So we have 9,000 students every year, and we have about 900 who end up returning either to leave us, either to return to their neighborhood school or to go to some other choice program.
Do you know what the difference is? Like how many go back to the public school versus going back to another choice program?
We don't, because we don't get that data from the state that actually tracks where they ended up. But a lot of them claim that they're moving out of state or moving to going back to their neighborhood district.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you guys for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up.
Next up, and I apologize if I'm bouncing all over the place, is Selena Bellamy or Bellamy Selena? Okay. Chantel Mendez. Okay. Ruben Felipe. Oh, hold on. Selena is online. I know, Ruben. I called you like 3 times now. Selena, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you guys-
We can hear you. Your 3 minutes
Hi,
start.
hello, members of the Appropriation Committee. Okay, hi, I'm members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Selena, and I'm a Bridgeport resident with a 1-year-old child who will soon be in the school system. I recently learned about the double funding in Connecticut and just from reading up on it and hearing about it. It doesn't that paying for services you're not receiving is never okay. I do strongly believe and stand on my belief that funding set for each child should be able to follow them wherever they go. I was not aware of the double
Selena,
funding
can you
when I
give
was
us
a child.
moment? I don't know if it's Rosalie or if CTN is in the house, if that's an us issue, if that's a her issue.
The audio is kind of blurry.
If there's any way to maybe better filter that,
Can you hear me now? Or no?
go for it.
Yeah, so I wasn't aware of double funding when I was a child, nor were my parents. But now that I am aware of it, I do not agree with the HB 5003. I don't support it because my child is not in school yet, but I believe that he should have options when he does start to attend school because say for instance he attends a school and they're not helping him in that area, I want to be able to have options where if he needs to attend another school, he will be able to have those options to go to other school and his funding will be able to follow him. So yeah, I just believe that I don't support the HB 5003. I do thank you guys for taking the time out to listen to me, and that's all I have to say right now. Sorry, I had to grab my baby. And that was it.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Up next.
Come on, Ruben. Yeah, I'm sure. Followed by Joseph McCary, Superintendent in Vernon.
Might try to get the stage fixed. 2:34. Yeah, as soon as you got the time's up, look at that. Hold on 1 second. Okay.
Good
I'm ready.
afternoon.
I want everybody to hear his beat. I'm doing this on purpose. Yeah, you ready? Yep. Good.
Honorable chairs, ranking members, and other distinguished members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Ruben Felipe. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Charter Schools Association. We represent nearly 11,000 students that attend the 21 charter schools in the state of Connecticut. And I am here to speak in favor of HB 5003. HB 5003 breaks down the barrier that makes education funding dependent on where a student lives. It provides equitable funding for all students, regardless of the type of public school they attend. It gets ahead of the expected fiscal cliff that face all public schools in Connecticut and allows the continuation of critical programs and services that students need. The bill fully funds all public schools, including charters and other choice schools, mitigates the racial and economic funding gap that exists in Connecticut, and it gives schools the financial stability to make meaningful long-term investments in resources such as teachers, counselors, social workers, school psychologists, and student support services and programs. Now, you may hear some opposition to charter schools being included in this bill. Maybe some up here, a lot in the hallways of this building. As many of you are aware, public charter schools are subject to an unprecedented level of accountability. In fact, they're held to the highest standard of accountability of any public school in the state. The fact is that opposition to public charter schools is based solely on political ideology. And it's an ideology that is convenient for many people that get to enjoy all the choices in the world, but not so convenient for the thousands of low-income and Black and brown families that are being denied those options. In weighing the credibility of that opposition, or frankly, my own testimony, I encourage every one of these two committees, and many of you have, to seek the facts. Don't take my word for it. Seek the facts. Find out the accountability measures that exist for charter schools. Visit a charter school. See the transformative work for yourself. It's impressive. I guarantee many of you have done it. Many members of this committee, when I met them, were in stark opposition to charter schools, but because they've done that, they've seen the truth. Lastly, I want you to remember that when you oppose equitable funding for charter schools and only charter schools, you are sending a message to 11,000 families that they are considered less than everybody else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Who's that dude? Who's on it? No. I'm sorry, I don't, we got a lot of new members. Representative Howard, you have a question?
Yeah, just very briefly, good afternoon, sir. Not all of us have charter schools in our district. And that doesn't mean that charter schools are not important, but can you just take very, very briefly, just explain the importance of charter schools in Connecticut so that everybody on this committee and at home can understand the value that charter schools bring to the state of Connecticut?
So before you answer, he said, explain it briefly.
Very briefly, but
Very brief.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I will. A charter school is a choice school, like a magnet school, like a VOAG, like a VOTEC, right? And so it's just an alternative opportunity for public education because the schools are able to be more nimble because the decisions are made at the school leadership level. And so we can address many of the needs that students have. And again, it's a choice for families that live in communities that don't have the upward mobility to potentially explore other choices outside of the public school realm.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for being so brief, but I think it was an important point to bring up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Daphne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just real briefly again, it sounds like these charter schools are amazing. I've never been in one and I don't have one in my district. What do you think this bill will do anything for us to expand the number of charter schools in our state? Because it sounds like these are very beneficial and we could certainly use more of them. I don't know what your waiting list is. Maybe you can speak to that too for children getting into the school. Thank you.
First of all, we'd love to host you at a school. So if you're interested, we'd love to invite you. This bill itself does not address the wait list, which as of last year was over 5,000 students across the state. But what it does is get us closer to one of the barriers for schools to exist is the fact that we are the most underfunded public schools in the state. A previous speaker mentioned that in Bridgeport, charter schools would receive a $2,600 boost while the number was in the hundreds for the traditional public school students. But what was failed to be mentioned was that currently those charter schools in Bridgeport receive upwards of $5,000 less per student, also don't receive any facilities funding, also don't receive any alliance districts funding, also don't have access to things like air quality bill because apparently charter students don't deserve quality air. So the disparity is significant.
Thank you for your response. Representative Felipe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did hear our House Chair earlier almost say Representative Felipe when calling up the speaker. I don't know why you would do that. But just a question. Can you briefly describe some of the disparities between public charters and traditional public schools when it comes to funding, but also oversight by the State Board of Education versus the local Board of Education?
Sure. And if I could, just to be clear, the thing about this bill that is most important is that it treats students based on their need and not the type of public school. And so I would never sit here and advocate against any public school getting the funding that they deserve. That's not something that we believe in. But in terms of disparity in funding, I think I mentioned some of them. The per pupil is the same. The foundation amount was raised just a couple of years ago to be on par. Before that point, charter school students were receiving less than even the foundation amount. We're being phased into the weighted funding thanks to the work of both of these committees. But with that being said, charter schools can only exist in alliance districts. They do not receive any of the additional alliance district money. They're not eligible for school construction dollars. They are not eligible at this point for any facilities dollars. They do not receive, as I mentioned, certain grant programs like the air quality bill. Charter schools have to go through an extremely rigorous process to be approved. And once they're approved, every 3 to 5 years, they have to go for reapproval. And something that happens with no other public schools, and they're subject to close if they're not meeting those standards. And they're not just performance standards, there's standards around certification, there's standards around suspension, there's standards, that are encompass sort of the full circle of what a school does.
Thank you. And I won't prolong this anymore. I just can't give up my annual opportunity to grow my father. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Mary, Representative Wheatlander, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Felipe, for being here today. I wanted just to, I think, address one of the statements that you made in your commentary, because I want to be clear, at least speaking for myself, that those who have concerns about how charter schools are funded are not expressing those concerns because we don't value those children or those families. Again, speaking for myself, I want to make sure that all of the children within our state have the opportunity for education and advancement. When I look at things, I worry about what can we do? What can we do sustainably? And what can we do equitably? My concerns stem, and I don't want to make it a debate, but I just want to be clear with you and with everyone here listening, that my concerns come from increasing public funding without having public oversight. And, when we're talking about the costs that all of our schools are incurring, we're looking at special services and transportation. And those are the foundational points that I have concerns about, but I just wanted to be very clear that anyone who may also have concerns about the inclusion of charter schools in certain aspects of this bill or other bills, it's not because we don't care about those children or want to educate them or keep them safe, fed, happy, healthy, and give them best chances for success in the future. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
If I could answer the question, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate you saying that, and I we've not met, but I take you at face value, and I believe you. I'm sure in many of your inboxes, or if you walk through the hallway, you'll come across messaging from people who do not share that concern, whose concern is purely protecting their political interests. And in the point of oversight, charters report all of their expenditures, salaries, contracts, pencils that they buy, school books, what have you. So I'm happy to engage in any conversation about transparency, because transparency is important in any public dollars that are spent. The issue with special ed and transportation becomes challenging for me because you provide local districts provide special ed transportation for parochial school students, magnet school students, VOAG students, but I almost never hear anyone get in front of, in front of this committee or these committees and say, I don't want another magnet school, or we shouldn't fund a VOAG school, or we shouldn't fund a VOTEC school because because we have to provide busing and we have to provide special ed. So I'm not saying from you, Representative, but it feels many times disingenuous. And I think that the state should really look at transportation, because what we're doing in most cases is pitting under-resourced schools and students versus other under-resourced schools and students. And it really shouldn't be that way. We should find a solution that can work for everyone. And that's why we support this bill, and that's why we think it's so important.
very quickly. Just wanted, I think, one point that I didn't mention, and I think you touched upon just now, is the oversight aspect. Public funds should have public oversight. And many charters, I think there's only one in Hartford that has the oversight of a local Board of Education. To my understanding, Magnets, VOAG, VOTEC, they do not have, or they are overseen by locally elected boards of education that have public access and public input as a regular part. And I'm not saying that that's not something that, charter schools do, because I'm not familiar enough with their overseen organizations in that aspect. So I think that may be why we don't hear as many of those things. But I also, parochial schools, I've mentioned that in my local Board of Ed, and that, because we have to start thinking about all of these things when we look at transportation costs or anything else versus can we hire that teacher? It should be part of all of our discussions. So thank you.
Thank you.
And rather than get into the back and forth,
Okay.
I think if there are certain questions around where folks believe that there is a lack of parity with accountability, we're more than happy to all have that conversation.
100%.
It is important to note that in the proposal, there is additional accountability that has been written in specific to our charter schools that was discussed and agreed upon with at least one of our teachers' unions. And so I think we are making moves in the right direction. But again, if there are questions around what folks don't feel we have, we definitely would welcome that list so we can kind of clarify or see what other additional moves we can make. So thank you very much. Any other questions? Thank you so much. Next up, we have Superintendent McCary from Vernon, followed by, I just see Julia Katrikala online.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I could just take a quick moment to remind our friends on Zoom that if you are seeing accepting a promotion to panelist, to do so, or else you will not be able to speak. So if I'm promoting you to panelist, it'll move you over so you have the ability to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Taylor. Again, if you're being asked to move from one group to another online, please do so you can have your voice heard. Thank you. Superintendent, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chair Curry, McCrory, Austin, Walker, and ranking members Berthel, McCarty, Nuccio, Representative Brown, and distinguished members of the Education and Appropriation Committees. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of House Bill 5003. My name is Joseph McCary. I'm the superintendent of the Vernon Public Schools for the past 8 years. I'm testifying in support of HB 5003 because it brings true, equitable educational funding to our students, our teachers, and our district. Currently, Vernon is not scheduled to receive its full share of funding under the ECS formula until fiscal year 2028. More than 3,200 students cannot continue to wait for the funding they need and the resources they deserved. Fully funding the ECS would help us recruit and retain high-quality teachers and critical staff to address the effects of the global health pandemic on student learning and mental health, which will outlast the one-time federal COVID dollars that we've received. By fully funding the ECS, beginning with fiscal year 2025, will not only be helping districts like Vernon bridge the fiscal cliff when the ESSER fundings expire, you're also allowing the district to enhance critical English language arts and math intervention in our classrooms and provide students with greater access to tutors, counselors, and other social emotional services. These are funds that would make real, tangible differences in the lives of our education of our students and their families. In addition, House Bill 5003 allows Vernon Public Schools to keep more of its resources by eliminating the regular education tuition building, creating a more transparent and cohesive funding system. This means we can use those funding to help students in our schools and not worry about increasing costs. 5003 would bring true equitable funding to Vernon and all of Connecticut's public schools. I ask that you invest in public education and support 5003. Thank you for allowing me to testify. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Superintendent. Next up, we have Julia Katrikala online. Thank you for waiting.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julia Katrikala. I'm a resident of Southington. I teach a high school in Waterbury. I'm a proud member of the WTA and CEA. And I've worked for 5 years at a public charter magnet in East Hartford. I'm actually concerned that in its current form, HB 5003 does not go far enough in addressing equity. I've seen firsthand the inequities that take place when it comes to school funding. During my first teaching job at the public charter magnet, our building was state of the art. It was gorgeous. We had beautiful grounds and state of the art equipment, a parking garage, new chairs and desks, and most importantly, air conditioning. The charter school was partially funded by a university that used tuition money to support some of these facilities. But even with these facilities, my salary didn't live up to regional expectations. I was paid almost $5,000 less yearly than other educators in the region were. Having made the change to a public school based on my beliefs about equitable schooling, I see what difference just using public funds has. Our walls need painting. My pieces of sharp wood break off of my desks. They pull my students' hair when they sit in them. We have no air conditioning, and our heating system either works way too well or not well at all. I also took a $5,000 pay cut to my already small salary. I now need to buy my own school supplies on top of making up for my lack of pay. When I asked other colleagues of mine at other public schools across the state what their experiences were, the state of their buildings was abysmal. One of my friends said her roof leaks when it rains too hard and water comes into her room and there's confirmed asbestos that they can't do anything about in the walls. The kicker is her school is less than 5 minutes from where my previous job was in East Hartford. How is this equity? It really isn't. Equity is holding schools to the same standard, and it means that schools serving special needs, ELL students, and low-income students receive the funding that they need, not just what they are granted. It's providing enough funding for high-quality teachers at every level. Why do educators that are just coming in to fill classrooms only need a bachelor's degree when I have 4 degrees? I'm working on a second master's, and I'm still just trying to make sure that I can make ends meet. The funds provided from ESSER and COVID relief were a godsend. It provided so many school programs to get students caught up and provide free lunches to all students. And when those funds run out, what are we going to do? Do we just leave our students behind? Does it mean providing more funding to charter and magnet schools? And does that mean that we're leaving our public school students behind? I encourage committee members to remember the reason magnet and charter schools began in this state. Our state constitution requires that we provide education to all students in the state.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Up next.
Superintendent Steve Macchio, I apologize, Superintendent, you're online.
Nope, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Representative McCrory and Curry, Chairwoman Austin and Walker, and the ranking members Berthel, McCarty, and Nuccio, as well as all the other distinguished members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. My name is Steve Macchio, and I've had the honor and privilege of serving as superintendent of schools here in the Stafford Public Schools for the past 5 years. I testify in support of HB 5003. Stafford's a rural community. We're located in the northeast corner of Connecticut. We are the 3rd largest town by square mileage in the state, and we have almost 50% of our student families that qualify for free and reduced lunch. As with any school system, we want to inspire our youth to reach their full potential for a successful future, and that has become increasingly difficult due to the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID relief grants have assisted the district over the past few years. However, the fiscal cliff is quickly approaching in September 2024, and the Stafford Public Schools will struggles with yearly appropriations as determined through the town referendums and overall tax impact. Even with those struggles, we are incredibly proud of our graduation rate, with the class of 2022 being at 98%. I'm respectfully requesting your support for HB 5003. While other superintendents are going to provide testimony that their districts have been underfunded for years according to the ECS formula, my testimony is a little bit different, and the fact that the Stafford Public Schools is one of the 88 districts that are considered overfunded according to the formula, and we're slated to experience reductions in the coming years. I'm testifying in support of HB 5003, not due to ECS, but due to the number of other provisions that will benefit the Stafford Public Schools and will support other public school students throughout Connecticut. The bill would eliminate general education tuition billing for districts that have students attending out-of-district magnet schools and agri-science programs. These are outstanding and necessary programs so that our students can be successful. And as you've heard earlier from a variety of students, they are costly to the sending district. The bill will create a more transparent, cohesive funding system and results in almost $171,000 as a net increase to Stafford's funding. Elimination of those tuition costs will allow my district to continue expanding in-district offerings and supports for the students in our schools, while removing potentially volatile tuition costs that are an annual budgetary concern for my district. It would not only benefit the 1,408 current students here in the Stafford Public Schools, but also bring full equitable education funding to all the students in Connecticut. The bill is an opportunity to make real tangible change in the lives of our kids, the families, the educators throughout the state. And it's a more logical, predictable, and accountable system for funding the schools. I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify in strong support, and I'm urging the committee members to please also support the legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you for your testimony.
Next up, we have Bishop Danny Bland. Followed by Superintendent Matt Conway and Sarah Kovac. Good afternoon, and thanks for your messages this morning.
Thank you. Good afternoon to our co-chairs, Senator McCrory, Senator Austin, Representative Curry, Representative Walker, our ranking members, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarthy, and Representative Nuccio, and our distinguished members and the Education and Appropriations Committee. My name is Bishop Bland, and I'm the senior pastor of the Revival Church, as well as a member of Faith Acts for Education in the greater New Haven area. We are people of faith, instilled to build power to get our children the education that they deserve. And our request today is simple, that we ask that you vote yes on HB 5003 to change the racist and classist education funding systems and to give our children the money that they deserve, and that we get that done now. I've been at work for a long time in the field, and if I had to take a test, to be honest with you, to be able to explain the current funding system, like many of you, I probably would fail as well. And what we really need right now is we need an educational funding system that is simple, that is clear, and that is fair. And without this, the reality is that our children can really pay the consequences for systems and structures that are really just complicated and complex. Personally, I grew up attending underfunded and underperforming schools for the majority of my life in New Haven. And as a result of that, when I went to college, I felt the sting of not having the support financially and educationally to be able to compete on the same level as my collegiate peers. And with the support of certain support staff at the school, at colleges, and in my local faith community, I was able to graduate and to go from academic probation to dean's list. But I realized that those resources for some of our children are not available. Some of our children do not have additional resources in the faith community because they're not a part of one. They don't have additional family members who can support them. And the reality is they shouldn't have to depend on those things, because there should be a system that is funded equitably, that they can get those things that they need so that they can go to the next level of education and to support themselves and their family and be a part of our economic system. You know, a quick story, and I know my time is running up, but in middle school, I went to a middle school where at the time you still had to put your name in the front cover of the textbook. And on the first day of school, I put my name on the front cover of the textbook. And I noticed that I had a cousin who was 15 years older than me, who his name was in the same cover of that textbook. And my challenge in this is that as I have a 3-month-old daughter, I pray that she doesn't one day open up a textbook and see the name of her father in that same book. Thank you so much for your time.
Amen. Amen at that. Amen at that. Next up.
Before we go to Superintendent Conway, I apologize. We skipped over Chantel Mendez. I believe you're online. Rosie, was she online? Okay. Doesn't look like. All right, Superintendent Conway. Followed by Sarah Kovac, who I believe is online. Good afternoon, Superintendent.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Senator McCrory, Representative Walker, Representative Curry, and the distinguished members of both the Appropriations and the Education Committee. My name is Matt Conway, and I'm here today as the president of the Connecticut Association of Public School Superintendents, CAPS, as well as the co-chair of the CAPS Legislative Committee, and most importantly, as the superintendent of schools for the great city of Derby, And also very grateful to not immediately follow our amazing student speakers that were testifying earlier today. But I'm here to speak on behalf and in support of HB 5003. HB 5003 represents the foresight of Senator Duff and the patience, the statesmanship, the coalition building, and the relentless approach exhibited by Representative Curry, by Speaker Ritter, by our House Majority Leader Rojas, and the many, many co-sponsors of this bill. It's also aligned to the CAP's blueprint to transform Connecticut's public schools by adding funding to our equalization grant. And within our recommendations, we also recommend, as heard this morning also by Mayor Bronin, we have the state of Connecticut, this body, collectively, all of us have a moral and legal responsibility to lead, appropriately fund, and support all public schools. And also the responsibility, and really in this building, to be able to ensure equitability regardless and independent of the local wealth of each community and its expenditures, so that we have the same opportunities for all. CAPS additionally supports the timing of this legislation to coincide with the phase out of our federal funds. The additional funding will lessen the reduction of much needed resources that have kickstarted our recovery from the pandemic, and one could argue should have been in place all along. It will help us sustain our building of an optimal culture of adult learning as we look to master our approach to teaching reading and establish routines that best support our teachers as we strive to get even better. And it will help sustain additional mental health supports for kids and families whose needs have been highlighted as a result of the pandemic and created the need to expand our resources and partnerships with our local agencies. It's been shared by members in this building, most recently this morning at the press conference, and also during testimony by Lisa Hammersley. The type of education, the course selection, the availability of resources, the basic educational support students receive should not be dependent on a zip code that you live in. As a superintendent of an economically distressed municipality, we are constantly faced with reducing basic educational supports year over year, as many of our families are faced with the reality of choosing between paying rent, mortgage, putting food on the table, or putting oil in the tank. As a community, we struggle with sustaining basic supports by placing an increased tax burden on our families who cannot afford the additional taxes. The additional local taxes for many families means less food on the table, means turning off the heat. It means another move for that family because they can no longer afford the rent, all of which contribute to an increased cost of education, as well as expansion of our opportunity gap. As you know, you can't maintain last year's services without an increase in funding, but we cannot place that burden on our struggling families. So we are faced with the dilemma of reducing that support, reducing opportunities, reducing basic educational needs for our kids because we cannot afford the year-over-year increase in costs. We need your help. HB 5003 delivers that help. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent. Any questions? Seeing none. Next up, please.
Sarah Kovac online. Oh, you are? Oh, hi. There is also somebody with your name online.
No, that's fine.
Dear members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of fully funding education by expediting the ECS.
Turn on your microphone.
Oh, my bad. I'm used to being online, clearly. I'll start from the beginning. Dear members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of fully funding education by expediting the ECS phase to coincide with federal dollars funding running out. My name is Sarah Kovac, and I am here as a representative from Educators for Excellence, a nonprofit organization that seeks to support educators and elevate the profession. I am here today to represent teachers in Connecticut who cannot attend this hearing due to the overlap with their school days. I'm speaking today in support of House Bill 5003, an act concerning education funding in Connecticut. I speak today not just as Connecticut's lead organizer for E4E, I also speak as someone who was fortunate enough to teach in schools across Connecticut, including Hartford, Reading, and Plymouth, which allowed me to see firsthand the disparities that exist between our districts. When I worked in Reading and Plymouth, stocking supplies were never an issue. For example, copy rooms were consistently stocked with enough WB Mason boxes of copy paper to last well beyond the school year. Additionally, I had a full cart of MacBooks for my students to use for research and assignments. In Hartford, I was given one box of WB Mason paper and told to make it last until January. I also had one room that was shared with the entire student population of slow and outdated computers that students had access to. If we cannot provide basic things like copy paper and classroom supplies to teachers in underfunded districts, how can we truly say that we believe equally in the education of all of our students across the state, regardless of the district? Although positive steps have been taken by the General Assembly over the past few years to improve Connecticut public education funding, the state's education finance system remains inequitable, disjointed, and inadequate for addressing the systemic racial disparities and opportunity gaps found in Connecticut schools. According to the School and State Finance Project, Connecticut has over a $700 million funding gap between majority BIPOC and diverse population districts and districts with majority white student populations. This is the result of an education finance system that is by design and one that is overly reliant on local property tax revenue. It does not fully account for Connecticut's vast geographic disparities in wealth, and it is not meeting the needs of students, families, and communities throughout all zip codes of Connecticut. Without expediting the education cost-sharing formula before the ESSER funds run out, we will reverse all of the progress we have made in the years since the pandemic. This is why we believe HB 5003 must be passed immediately so that all Connecticut students' needs are met. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Next up.
Superintendent Brenton, followed by Nakia Hall.
Good afternoon, Chairman McCrory and Curry, and Chairwomen Austin and Walker, and all of the distinguished members of the committee. My name is Paul Brenton, and I'm the Superintendent of Schools in Plainfield, Connecticut. I'm speaking in support of House Bill 5003, and I'm offering a suggestion to improve the bill by adding language which ensures that newly identified alliance districts, such as Plainfield, are able to improve student outcomes through guaranteed alliance grant funding. As an educational community, we have clear data which indicates that investing in alliance and opportunity districts results in positive student outcomes. This legislative body has historically shown a commitment to the students of Connecticut by investing in students who need support and in communities who need that support. Plainfield Public Schools was identified as an alliance district in 2022. That identification did not include any financial support for our students in the form of an alliance district grant, which would allow us to provide additional academic support, develop talent, and invest in programming. Identifying a district as an alliance district and not providing the children who attend schools in that district the additional financial resources needed to ensure learning is not consistent with the past practice of this legislative body, and it's not consistent with the values of the legislators. The students in Plainfield have many needs. Windham County is the poorest county in Connecticut. Most people don't know that. Of the 15 towns in Windham County, Plainfield ranks as the second lowest in per capita income and household income. Since 2010, our school system has seen an increase in the number of students identified for free and reduced lunch from 38% to 57%. We have over 2,000 brilliant, creative, and compassionate children who live in our community. Our children have made amazing strides as we collectively recover from COVID. As we look to the future, these children are facing a loss of the supports ESSER dollars allowed us to provide, unless the state provides these students support through guaranteed annual alliance grant funding as an alliance district. As noted previously, I support House Bill 5003. It will assist our community by fully funding educational cost sharing and eliminating general education tuition. I know that we all share the same goal of helping children in need,
Guaranteed funding for the unfunded alliance districts is a clear step that must be taken to achieve that goal.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry. Senator Summers.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Superintendent, I'd like to ask you, why is it so important that there is a guaranteed Alliance District grant? Could you speak to that in a little bit more detail? I realize that this bill is neutral, it's silent on Alliance districts. And that is concerning to me, as we have 36 of them. And it is my understanding the grants are based on a number from 2012, but if I heard you correctly, since 2010, your poverty rate has increased from 38% to 57%. However, the base funding has not. Could you speak to that, please? I think that's very important for us to understand.
Absolutely.
And Superintendent, I hope in your response, you also are able to clarify that Alliance is not tied to money, and just simply your ECS increase post 2012 is considered your Alliance funding. We don't get more money for being an Alliance district. So go ahead and your response.
So I'd actually like to speak to two elements of that. So Alliance funds are broken into two parts. They're broken into ECS, and then they're broken into a guaranteed Alliance grant. The ECS, which goes to towns and municipalities, is not guaranteed to return to students in any way. But districts are granted, the original 33 Alliance grants are granted approximately $307 million, which is dedicated directly to the schools and is divided among talent, operations, climate, and academics. When a new district is put through, we did not receive a guaranteed Alliance grant. So we have received no additional ECS. Our ECS was locked and we received no additional funding. So we've identified Plainfield as one of the neediest communities in Connecticut, and then not offered any additional support. I do meet with the State Department of Education. They do give me non-fiscal support, but we do not have funds or the ability to put the programs in place that would close the achievement gap. There is significant data to suggest that when districts have these funds and are able to dedicate to these 4 areas, they're able to move out of Alliance. There's also significant data to suggest that when new Alliance districts are identified and are not given a guaranteed Alliance grant, performance does not allow them to move out. So the reason why I'm asking for dedicated funding in the form of a dedicated Alliance grant is that it will go to the schools and will allow us to focus that on the things that we know the students need. Plainfield as a community right now has approximately $600,000 in programs that we will lose at the end of next year when we lose the ARP ESSER dollars. That's where our interventionists lie. That's where our summer programming lies. That's where the ways in which we develop talents and operations for our buildings lie. So we're requesting for funding in the form of a dedicated, guaranteed Alliance grant.
Thank you, and thank you for your answer. Daphne?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Brenton, for coming out and speaking on behalf of our district. I had a couple of questions. One was, how much are you requesting? And the other thing, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's been suggested to you that you apply for several grants and that you might be given kind of a special deference because we are an Alliance district. Have any of those been awarded to the town of Plainfield? Thank you.
I'm gonna say this. This bill is about ECS. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you to respond to this question, but ask you respond in the atmosphere about whether you're supporting, you're against, or how you feel about the ECS formula, because that's what this bill is about. Okay. So, and my colleagues, when we're asking these questions, make sure they're referenced to 5003. Thank you. So go ahead.
Processing both questions. So I'm in support of 5003. It's good for our community. When we are looking at other grants and other pieces along the lines, the State Department of Ed has done the things that they can do for our community. What I'm asking for is for other districts that were newly identified as Alliance, and I'm not going to list them here because they're not my communities, have had additional Alliance grant funds added through ECS and other elements so that those districts are getting a supplemental grant. Plainfield was newly identified and did not. I recognize that this particular hearing is about 5003. Last year, when we were identified, I asked how to raise awareness to this issue. I was told, come speak to these two bodies, Education and Appropriations, and advocate for the needs of your kids. In the simplest terms, identifying a district as an Alliance grant and telling the students in that district that they get no additional funding because of a formula that's from 2012, it's not right. It's not aligned with your values. And you have an opportunity to amend this bill and fix it.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Up next,
Nakia Hall, followed by Superintendent Perry.
Good afternoon, co-chairs Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, co-chairs Senator Austin and Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in favor of House Bill 5003. My name is Nakia Hall, and I am the Director of Advocacy and External Relations for our Achieve It First schools here in Connecticut. In 2021, Connecticut signaled that we value our young learners by raising the funding foundation amount so that all public school scholars were that much closer to true equity. Last session, our great state had another opportunity to further right the ship by approving a bill that would accelerate the state's distribution of education cost-sharing grants. I, like so many others, was devastated when it died before going to a House vote last session. We again have an opportunity to get it right this session, and House Bill 5003 is the answer. It would provide need-based funding for all of our state's magnet, charter, and regional schools, as well as provide schools with fully funded ECS grants. Despite the influx of federal aid over the last 2 years, schools are struggling to provide necessary resources to their students. Our state is responsible for ensuring that when the federal funding runs out in 2025, just around the corner, Connecticut students do not lose resources and programs that those funds made possible. This is why we need the student-centered funding education formula HB 5003, which would ensure that all students receive full funding based on their educational needs and do not miss out because of their class, race, zip code, or type of public school they choose to attend. Connecticut schools are set to lose over $1 billion when federal COVID relief funds expire. This will result in the loss of classroom teachers, special education teachers, guidance counselors, tutors, and instructional aides. Our students deserve the resources and support they need to be successful inside and outside of the classroom. You have the power to ensure this happens, even after federal funds expire, by passing a student-centered funding system. Student-centered funding would fully and equitably fund all public school students, invest in Connecticut's future and workforce, and help bridge the fiscal cliff local school districts and towns are facing when federal COVID relief funds expire. Our children deserve bold action. Now is the time to get it right. Thank you again for this opportunity, and so good to see you both.
you nailed that landing, Ms. Hall. Good to see you.
I learned from the best, Senator McCrory.
Yeah, there you go. Something about that air in that neighborhood. All right, who we got up next?
Next up, Superintendent Perrin. What's that?
Thank you, Chair McCurry, Chair McCrory. Just for the record, I am not superintendent, but if I am today, I'm going to talk to my superintendent about getting a portion of his paycheck for today's pay. My name is Tony Perugini. I am the chair of the Cheshire Board of Education. I'm also a member of the Connecticut Association of Boards of Education's Executive Committee. I have been serving as Board of Education member for the past 14 years. And in that capacity, as well as my capacity in being involved with CABE, I get to see the effects of education funding or lack thereof. CABE supports House Bill 5003 and that concerning education funding in Connecticut. The expedited phase-in of ECS funding will help Cheshire in particular, as well as other communities, to continue with some of the programs we have put into place to support our students as they accelerate learning after COVID. For example, the use of tutors, summer school enrichment, reading and speech specialists have proved invaluable for us in aiding our students in this learning recovery. The funds helping address needs that the pandemic has created that our atypical constrained operating budgets having difficult funding goes a long way in shoring up and continuing that support. Cheshire has hired additional math and reading supports, and despite best efforts, there continues to be a legitimate need for their services. While the pandemic may be over, the effects of learning loss on our students continues. Federal ESSER funding runs out in September of 2024 for us. We rely heavily on local residential property taxes and funding our operating budget, as our share ECS funding is rather minimal. For example, 80% of Cheshire's operating budget is for public schools alone. Cheshire values education. And as our superintendent like to say, that people don't move to Cheshire for the nightlife. They more or less move to Cheshire for schools and the town services. So every dollar that we raise in operating budget is heavily scrutinized. The estimated $200,000 that Cheshire will either receive or save as a result of this bill doesn't fully cover the supports we put in place, but it's a great start. My hope is that you will eventually also find ways to fund special education cost reimbursements, as well as unfunded education mandates in the near future. And yes, I understand HB 503 doesn't cover that, but this is a great first step, and I applaud you. Your passage of this bill will allow Cheshire and other communities across Connecticut to continue providing quality education to all students. I thank you for everything you do. Thank you for your support. Our students thank you, and let's continue the good work so our students can flourish. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You did a great job. And you tell that superintendent you need a piece of his check.
I'm going to call Dr. Solon as soon as I'm done.
Friday afternoon like this, man, he owe you. All right, who you got next?
Thank you.
Up next is Olivia Rinks. And Tony, I'd be remiss if I did not say that Representative Linehan is probably one of the most tenacious texters when it comes to education funding for the town of Cheshire. So, yeah, exactly. Olivia? Nope. All right, we will go on to Joan Hurley, followed by Dale Maxwell. No. All right. James Miller. Oh, Dale, how are you? Come on down. Followed by James Miller and Jamila Prince Stewart.
When you hear that double beep, that means you can start. There you go.
Good
So that
afternoon,
means you can hear that, huh? All right.
Chairman McCrory, Representative Curry, Representative Walker, and Senator Austin. Members of the committee, good afternoon. Thank you for listening to my comments in support of HB 5003. My name is Dale Maxwell. I'm a resident of Hebron. I'm an employee at EastCon, and I teach at the Arts at the Capitol Theater Performing Arts Magnet High School in Willimantic. But my comments today are as a private citizen. I am a proud graduate of Connecticut Public Schools and a 30-year veteran teacher in our state school systems. I'm also a proud parent of magnet school graduate. My son graduated from the Connecticut International Baccalaureate Academy in East Hartford in 2019.
Okay.
First, let me share about my son's experience at his magnet school. My son, Ben, is an achiever. He's a high flyer. He decided he wanted to go to Stanford or Harvard for law school when he was about 9 years old. And when he found out SIBO was the #1 ranked high school in the state, and they had an international baccalaureate diploma in addition to the regular Connecticut high school diploma, he was sold. At SIBA, Ben did not just have an excellent academic experience, he became a leader in a small, diverse community. And he went on to be a student at Boston College, where he'll be graduating in this spring and preparing to apply to law school. In order to achieve these goals, Ben had to be down to the center of Hebron at 6:10 in the morning to hop his van to East Hartford. And the van didn't bring him back till after 4 o'clock every day. Without this transportation, Ben could just not have attended SEBA at all, which would have been a very big lost opportunity for him because he couldn't get the IB diploma at our district school system. Similarly, at the Arts at the Capitol Theater Performing Arts Magnet High School in Willimantic, my students are receiving a high school education unparalleled in the arts. ACT presently provides 7 academic art pathways for students to follow. They are dance, creative writing, music, acting, technical theater, media arts. Is that correct?
30 more seconds.
Media arts.
Summarize.
Media arts and integrated arts management. Transportation is a huge situation for these students. They come from 47 separate towns in central and eastern Connecticut. Without transportation, students will lose this opportunity for this immersive arts education. I urge the committee to support the commitment of these students to their education, to go to a high school where they can get something they cannot receive in their home district. So please vote to fund magnet schools and support HB 5003. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Next up.
Next up, you have James Miller, followed by Jamila Prince Stewart. And thanks for reminding folks that East Hartford has one of sometimes the top public high schools in the state. No James Miller? No. Is Jamila? Jamila. Good afternoon.
All right. You get that double beat, Jamila?
I hear it.
There you go. That means it's working.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and distinguished members of the Education and Appropriations Committees. My name is Jamila Prince Stewart, and I'm the Executive Director of Faith Acts for Education, and I am proud to be here with our faith leaders and members to fully support HB 5003. It strikes me that on this third day of Black History Month, we are urging you to pass House Bill 5003, and this is our third attempt to pass this legislation. And as you know, third time's a charm. So I want to give you 3 reasons why you should pass this bill. I'm done with the number 3. First, it's the right thing to do. I've watched some of our elected officials brag about Connecticut's top 3 ranking, but it's true for some kids and not true for all. Connecticut will never be number 1 for me until it's number 1 for all of our kids. We're the wealthiest states in the country, just blocks away, one street. In Fairfield and in Bridgeport, a Fairfield student receives $6,000 more for their education than a Bridgeport student. And in honor of Black History Month, let's remember the Great Migration. Many of our ancestors traveled here from the South to the North for a better opportunity for their kids. Yet right now, a Black student in Mississippi is getting a better education than a Black student in Connecticut. We must do right by our kids. Second, everybody wins. We can no longer fall for the okey doke that pits the have-nots against the have-nots. So let's talk about charters. This bill supports charters. It also supports traditional public schools. Out of the $275 million, less than $15 million is going to charters. So my question to folks who oppose charter schools is, why do you oppose funding schools that serve Black, brown, and low-income students? Third, we have the money and the support to do it. There's a $3 million surplus. It's going to grow to $9 million over the next 5 years. Holding this money when it could be used to fund resource-deprived school districts is akin to putting a locked fridge of food in front of starving people. And our people are starving for justice. And the hunger for justice is demonstrated by this historic coalition. These are folks you've never seen come together. We have the CEA, CBIA, CCM, superintendents, all of us together supporting this bill, and we have nonpartisan support. So we urge you, now is the time, fund this, fund one Connecticut education system. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you know y'all aren't supposed to do that in here, right? This is like a courtroom type environment. So I'm gonna let you get away with that one. What you better not do it again. Shamilla, thanks for your testimony. You know, I've seen this quote. I just want to lay it out there since we are in Black History Month. It says, from some of y'all might know who this person is, Zola Neale Hurston. She says, there are years that ask questions and years that answer. So I appreciate your testimony, sister.
Thank you.
All right, who's up next?
Next up is Kimberly Okiki, and Jamila, also a huge thank you. FaithX has been a tremendous partner in the coalition and leading on a lot of the work that we've been trying to do over the last couple of years. And hopefully you are correct in saying the third time is the charm. So thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kimberly Okeke, and I'm from the town of East Hartford, Connecticut. I'm standing here with you all today to show my support for House Bill 5003, an act concerning education funding in Connecticut. I'm in extreme support for this bill, not only because I've been a student thus far for my 23 years of life, but also because I've been a magnet school student for most of my life as well. For elementary school, I attended what was known then as East Hartford Glastonbury Elementary Magnet School. This school gave me the opportunity to unique classes such as Japanese class. I also remember getting the opportunity to participate in a set of after-school activities called Magnetic Attractions, where I participated in different clubs such as the Cooking Club, the Crochet and Knitting Club, Taekwondo, and more. Also, because it was a STEM school, my classmates and I got the opportunity to interact and meet different leaders from NASA, as well as learn more about the International Space Station. These unique programs and experiences gave me the opportunity to meet new people and engage in different cultures in different career fields. Fortunately, attending the correct magnet school system gave me these life-changing experiences and opportunities. However, I have had friends from inner city schools that have not experienced these opportunities. This is because of the lack of education funding not being poured into these inner city schools to provide unique experiences like this. If House Bill 5003 is passed, this will make sure that all public schools in the state of Connecticut are fully funded, meaning that all schools such as local and regional public schools, magnet schools, charter schools, and regional agricultural science and technology education centers will be able to finally provide resources for their students for an enriched educational environment. I'm also in support of this bill because it will help eliminate the racial funding gap here in Connecticut. Educational funding is not just a state issue, but it's also a racial justice issue. Students who come from communities that have been historically oppressed and discriminated against need more funding in order to have a jump start in their vocational success. Finally, I'm fully in support of this bill because providing funding for schools based on wealth is morally and ethically wrong. All students deserve the right to a fully funded education system, regardless of social status and income. If House Bill 5003 is passed, it will make a difference for all Connecticut school children, especially students that look like me. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony.
All right, next up, we have Nina Copeland, followed by Margaret Henderson, followed by Seth Freeman. I believe, Nina, you're remote.
Yes, I am remote.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sorry. Okay. First of all, thank you to everyone here for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the HB 5003 bill. I do appreciate it. I am a parent of 3 CREC students, and I am also on the Parent Senate board for the CREC school system. I am in support of this bill because it will help to better all of the schools here at CREC. The schools at CREC have provided my children with great opportunities to do amazing things. They have gone through, right now I have two in high school, two different high schools, and one in elementary school. And with this funding, it can only improve the schools and also provide them with the opportunity to continue to create jobs for teachers, as well as providing teachers of various backgrounds. And one of the biggest things I do want to speak on is my daughter, who started out at a correct school that started in East Hartford, then moved to South Windsor, which was originally known as IMS, which is now International School of, I'm sorry, the International Studies Elementary, was a very big component about having teachers in her classroom that look like her. And when a bunch of students and teachers spoke in regards to that, as well as parents, CREC made it their business to make sure that that was something that they looked towards making happen for the students, to have teachers that look like them. And with this funding, they can provide the training that they have been providing so that they can hire to hire teachers that look like the students that they are teaching. And it can also increase kids to want to participate in correct schools and learn more of what the school has to offer. So I do just want to say that I thank you again for this time, and I hope that you will approve this bill and provide the kids with what they need so that they can become better at what they want to become when they get older. And the more opportunities that you provide them and finance that you give them, the better they will be in creating a better society in which we are trying to teach them to do. So again, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for advocating not just for your child or your children, but all children. Who's up next?
We're going to bounce back to Joan Hurley, who I believe is now connected. Oh, Joan Hurley.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you so much for your time and your attention. I am a 33-year Connecticut public school educator. I taught in Hartford in the Sheldon Charter Oak neighborhood and served the Kinsella School community, which at the time was the Old Dutch Point and the Martin Luther King neighborhood. I have taught for CREC for 22 years. And my sons have attended magnet schools from pre-K until this year as 7th graders. I strongly believe in the mission and vision of magnet schools and Sheff versus O'Neill. As a Hartford public school educator for the first 12 years of my career, I did see firsthand the inequities that occurred both in schooling and in society for my students and families who lived lives of poverty, also often in a 1 to 2 mile radius of projects where there were no children who didn't look like them. All of my students were students with dark skin. When I started teaching for CREC, I taught at the University of Hartford Magnet School for 18 years, and I have been at the Academy of Science and Innovation, a STEM school, for the last 4. When my son was in 1st grade, he had attended University of Hartford Magnet School for pre-K, K, and 1st grade. And so that was 4 years. And we were watching the movie The Natural with Robert Redford and Glenn Close. And in the movie, everyone in the movie is white. And the camera was scanning the stands while Glenn Close was standing and watching a baseball game. And my son said, "Mommy, pause it." And so I paused the movie and he went up and started touching the screen and he touched every person in the stands. And then he turned to me and said, "Where are all the people with dark skin?" And it was very much a seminal moment for me because it is one of the reasons why my sons attend CREC magnet schools. We all know that perspective is reality. And my son's perspective knew that there was something off if there were only white people in a public setting. He understood that an integrated setting was a setting that made more sense and also reflected what was just and right in society. working with students from from various towns and districts. So right now I serve a large population from New Britain, but also from Southington, Farmington, Simsbury, and Avon. I've seen the benefits to children from all socioeconomic settings and how that can lead to increased achievement, feelings of inclusion, and both appreciation and understanding of our diversity.
Joan, thank you for your testimony. Will you please summarize?
I'd like to summarize and say that I don't think that any more funding in education is of greater value than to fund the integrated settings of our magnet school systems here in Connecticut. I really believe that we apply research-based idealism, both the vision of Sheff versus O'Neill with the research that supports that children of all socioeconomic statuses achieve greater.
Thank you.
And have more opportunities if they learn together rather than separately.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, next up, Margaret Henderson, followed by Seth Freeman, and then Judy Keenan. Margaret Henderson. No, all right, so Seth Freeman.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Senator Austin, Representative Curry, Representative Walker, and members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. My name is Seth Freeman. I'm here to speak on House Bill 5003. I'm a proud member of Recovery for All, a coalition of community, faith, and labor organizations in our state. I'm also current president of 4Cs, Congress of Connecticut Community Colleges, a union representing approximately 4,000 faculty and staff across our community colleges and part-time faculty at the University of Hartford. I'm a lifelong resident of Connecticut, now teaching at Capital Community College and residing in West Hartford. I'm a proud completer of Hartford and Bloomfield Public Schools and a current parent in the West Hartford public school system. I support House Bill 5003 because our state needs to take drastic actions to address the deep and long-standing inequities in our pre-K through 12 educational system. And we need to take action to eliminate the achievement gaps based on race and class that are thriving in our state. The educational achievement gaps based on race and class are a result of the choices we make as a state. Choices such as prioritizing the profit and wealth of corporations and the wealthiest of us over prioritizing the services such as education, healthcare, and housing for the residents of our state. Our pre-K through 12 school administrators, teachers, counselors, and paraprofessionals are suffering in under-resourced and understaffed schools. They are struggling to reach students who are distracted by poverty and hunger and disengaged by apathy and hopelessness. They're trying and failing to connect and partner with parents who themselves are too busy to invest in their children's education because they are working 2 to 3 jobs to barely survive. This is the reality in our poor and working class communities. This is not the reality in our wealthy communities. In our wealthy communities, families have the resources, both private and public, and the time to invest in and support the whole development of their children. The vast majority of residents in our state understand that we have a broken system that is crushing poor and working people. Too many leaders in our state, however, continue to give lip service to equity while accepting the long-standing income inequality and racial wealth inequality that is hurting our children and devastating our state. As a member of the Recovery for All Coalition, we are demanding real equity. Real equity means that pre-K through 12 public schools are fully staffed to meet the comprehensive needs of every child in every community. Real equity means that school districts serving high needs should have more funding per child, not less. Real equity requires accountability. So we need to ensure all schools, public and charter, are fully transparent and accountable for the use of public funds. Public funds require public oversight. This bill needs to clarify how charter schools will be held to the same accountability and transparency measures as public schools. Overall, we are at a historic moment where it's time to invest. I urge you to support HB 5003, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Seth, and thank you for your testimony. What do we have next?
Judy Keenan. Supposed to be in person? Nope. Marika Phillips, who I believe is online. No? Okay. Robert Dakers. Followed by Diana Carter.
Okay, Rob.
It's on. Senator McCrory, Representative Curry,
and honorable members of the Education and Appropriations Committees. My name is Robert Dakers, and I am a resident of Glastonbury. I'm also here as a member of Glastonbury First Church of Christ Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance team. I want to offer my strong support for House Bill 5003, an act concerning education funding in Connecticut. HB 5003 would finally fund school districts long underfunded according to the state's ECS funding formula. As you know, this formula seeks to target education funds to the districts and students most in need. It recognizes that these districts, many of which have among the lowest equalized taxable grand list per capita and the highest municipal equalized mill rates in the state, are heavily constrained in their ability to meet the educational needs of their children. These districts often also face the greatest educational needs. This bill would enable these school districts to retain and recruit teachers, reduce class sizes, hire more paraprofessionals, and make other critical improvements in classrooms. These and other ongoing critical needs are now being partially met by pandemic-related federal funds that will soon be fully spent. The bill recognizes that a child's educational opportunities shouldn't be limited by the wealth of the city or town they live in. In addition to the justice imperative to improve equity, this bill also reflects the importance of education to our state's economic and workforce vitality. The bill involves a long overdue investment joined with accountability and promoting the well-being and strength of Connecticut for all of us who live, learn, and work here. Thank you for your consideration of my views in this regard.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions? Seeing none?
Next
please
up,
recognize.
Diana Carter, Isabella Barnett, Kimberly Pappas, Sarah Gnong. And I know they were all supposed to be remote. I don't believe any of them are currently in at the moment. Pastor Gabriel Beam.
Good afternoon, Senators McCrory, Senator Osteen, Representative Curry, and esteemed members of this committee. My name is Reverend Gabrielle Beam, and I am the pastor of Mary of Bethany Church and a member of Faith Acts in Connecticut. I am here today to urge you to pass and vote yes on HB 5003. In my capacity as a founder and president of Rise to Read, I work with hundreds of dedicated volunteers at over 20 literacy centers. Our primary focus is Bridgeport. And in my city, 76% of the children who attend public schools are unable to pass a third grade reading literacy test. This test result is so accurate that the prison industries actually use the results of that test to determine how many prison cells will be needed for these children as they grow older. 60% of the graduating classes in the public schools are graduating as functional illiterates. In our day and age, this horrific stat is being reproduced across our urban centers. And we say, how can this be? And how can we allow this in a state where such pride is taken in having one of the top education systems in the country? The truth is, we don't have one education system in our state, but rather two when it comes to equitable distribution of funds and resources. And you guys have already so eloquently noted that in the press conference. There is a system for those who have the means and a lesser one for everyone else. Children, even at an early age, they know when the deck is stacked against them. As a case in point, when Rise to Read participates in community giveaways, the longest line is not for bikes. It's not for furniture. It's actually for beautiful hardbound books. It's as if the children intrinsically know that there is some value in the language and the world that's contained within that somehow they have been excluded from. How can this be in America in 2023? I believe that we are better and that we can do better. I believe that with all of my heart that together we can put an end to both systemic and cyclical generational poverty. and stop this school to prison pipeline in its tracks within one generation. I urge you to pass HB 5003. It provides equal and just funding. It allows for the quality of education to be the same in Bridgeport as it is in Greenwich and in Darien and in other prosperous towns. It allows for 275 million influx of money to districts so we can stem the teacher shortage, eradicate illiteracy across the board, and create schools that finally truly serve the many and diverse needs of all of our children. I believe we can lead this nation in reform, in education reform, and I beg you and plead you to pass it this year. Thank you so much for allowing my testimony.
Thank you, and thank you for that beautiful testimony. Well done.
And please be sure to share
Who's
that
up
message
next?
and those stats with folks adjacent to this building. Number 46, Margaret Henderson, I believe, is now online.
Yes, thank you. My name is Margaret Henderson. I live in Danbury, and I am a member of Recovery for All Coalition, and I'm also a member of the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Danbury, where I'm the president of the board. And for us, this is a moral issue. It's also practical that educating children is a good way to save money on future bills that come back to the state. But we need to do a better job of educating our kids. Danbury has the lowest per person, lowest per pupil funding in the state of Connecticut. We're 169 out of 169. We need smaller classes. We need more counselors to assist with mental health at the schools. We have a high proportion of immigrant children for whom English is not their first language. And with a high teacher-student ratio, about 1:16, we can't do a good job of educating these kids. So I am supporting HB 5003 to fix the fact that Connecticut is more regressive in this way than any other state except Nebraska and Texas. Equity requires funding. We need money for the children in our schools, and the money should not be more to the kids from wealthier schools and less to the kids who come from more disadvantaged backgrounds and places like Danbury where they have more challenges to overcome. I'm also concerned about charter schools. That's been a hot issue in Danbury, and it's important that the money be spent on actually educating the students, not going to the pocket of the administrators of those charter schools. It's also critical that they disclose their sources of private funding, and that they have accountability and transparency measures in place. If the charter schools pick out the easier to educate students, that'll leave the public schools with the special education students or the English language learners or the kids from poverty, and that's not a fair comparison. We need to hold the charter schools accountable for not just their outcomes, but for what students attend their school.
Summarize for us.
It's important, yes. Thank you for supporting HB 5003.
Thank you so much, Margaret, for your testimony. And yes, I think you've highlighted the unfortunate piece of your community's lack of investing in education, I think, on the municipal level. And the state has had to step in repeatedly, and hopefully this will fix a little bit of those errors. Next up, I believe number 49, Marika Phillips is now online.
Hi, yes, thanks for having me. My name is Marika Phillips. I live in New Haven, and I'm a member of New Haven Rising and Recovery for All. I'm a parent of a future New Haven Public Schools child. Although my baby is only 8 months old right now, I'm very concerned about the state of funding and services in New Haven schools. I believe the additional funding that we need should go to creating more teacher and paraprofessional positions so that children in New Haven get the attention and class sizes they need to thrive. It's the unfortunate truth that trauma affects learning and behavior, and also the unfortunate truth that children in New Haven experience more trauma in their lives than many of their suburban and rural counterparts. Right now, Connecticut is shortchanging public school children, particularly kids whose parents work underpaid jobs, kids who are Black and brown, and kids who need the most attention and services. The kids who need the most support right now are getting the lowest funding from elected leaders because of decades of bad policy decisions. The highest poverty districts receive 11% less funding per student than the lowest poverty districts. Real equity means that school districts serving high needs should have more funding per child to meet those needs. I'm concerned that my child won't have access to a good education simply because we live in New Haven. While I urge legislators to fully fund our pre-K through 12 public schools, I have 3 concerns about HB 5003. This bill will give the same funding to charter schools as public schools without requiring any transparency or accountability. We need this funding to actually reach classrooms by funding the teachers, paras, and school staff who interact with students daily. The funding formula does not take into account equity. The formula does not account for the cost of educating students with more needs, students with parents that are earning low wages, English language learners, students with special needs, and the Black and brown students who currently get 16% less funding per student in Connecticut. While our wealthiest corporations and residents are prospering, students at our city public schools are suffering from underfunding. I'm counting on you to fully fund our public schools in an equitable way to guarantee the highest quality public education for every student, no matter where they live, what support they need, or how much money their parents make. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Who's next?
Next up is David Weinreb, followed by Kelly Manning, followed by Deidre Simmons. Is David online? Nope. Okay. Is Kelly Manning online? Kelly, the floor is yours. She is there, Rosalie? Kelly, can you hear us?
Okay. Can you hear me? I'm trying to do.
We got you now.
Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Once again, good afternoon, Honorable Education and Appropriation Committee members. My name is Kelly Manning. I am a mother of 3 children, 2 still that are in school. I resided in Bridgeport for 42 years. I recently had to move to New Haven to be closer to my job. I don't support HB 5003. I was recently stuck between making a decision that was cost effective so I could provide for my family or my girls who are twins, and their education matters to me. It was a hard decision, but with education being important to me, the essential for my girls' future. My parents who are retired, they suggested allowing the girls to stay with them to continue getting the education that we were happy with. I feel the New Haven schools that was assigned to us due to our zip was not the best fit for my girls. I felt they were just passing the kids through regardless of their academic level. I ask you how investing more money into systems that continue to let our children down will hold teachers accountable to do their job when this wouldn't be the first time you have decided to increase funding. No matter how much more money you give, we will continue to see our kids decline academically because we are not giving them options. Every kid learns differently. How will more money this time change our kids' education? Are your kids stuck in the schools that you know are not the best fit for them to be successful. If schools have not been successful with knowing how to be strategic with what they have, do you really think they will do better with more when they didn't have to work harder for it? It's obvious that the conversation around double funding is being avoided. But why? Why is my twins' education funding being stuck in the school that couldn't, isn't, and won't service them? Why do parents have to literally be on a prayer and a wish to get the school of better options for their children's education? Please, let's start by holding schools accountable for educationing our children without investing more dollars in failing schools, but by giving more options outside of low-income community zip codes.
Kelly.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony.
Next up, Sarah, I believe is now online, number 54.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and apologies for missing when my name called. Thanks for letting me in. My name is Sarah Ganong. I live in Hartford. I'm a proud graduate of Ledyard Public Schools in Connecticut. I'm also the state director of Connecticut Working Families and a member of the Recovery for All Coalition, which is bringing together over 60 community, faith, and labor organizations fighting for real equity across Connecticut. As the wealthiest state in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, real equity here in Connecticut means that every child can thrive and learn regardless of zip code or income. Due to decades of poor policy decisions, our kids who require the most support are often getting the lowest funding. Real equity means that the public school districts serving high needs, such as students whose parents earn poverty wages, students learning English, and students with special needs, deserve more funding per child to meet those needs in our public schools. It also requires that our K-12 public schools are fully staffed. But true equity does not just require more investment in our public schools, it requires accountability as well. Without this accountability, we cannot ensure equity for our children. Will charter schools be transparent and accountable to the public and to the government when they get more funds? In my opinion, this bill before us today raises more questions than answers, especially regarding charter schools. Our state's at a crossroads right now that will determine our future. The wealthiest residents and corporations are prospering, and we had a huge surplus and are blessed with a rainy day fund. It's an underinvestment in our communities, especially our public school systems. Right now, we have a historic opportunity before us to right these wrongs and fully fund our public schools to guarantee high quality education for each and every child. As a graduate of a Connecticut public school, I've seen firsthand how budget cuts and underinvestment means less funding for the programs that I personally loved and made me who I am today, such as dramatic arts, marching band, and sciences. At the heart, our education system is about far more than what happens in the classroom. We must fully fund our public schools to ensure that the learning that happens inside and outside our classrooms allows all students to thrive. I urge the committee to fully fund our K-12 public schools this session and to ensure accountability for our charter schools. I hope we can work together to make a historic leap forward to fund the future of all public school students across Connecticut. Thanks very much for your time and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony.
Next up, I believe David Weinreb is now online, number 56. David, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Senator Austin, Representative Curry, Representative Walker, members of the Education Appropriations Committee. My name is Dave Weinreb and I live in New Haven. I'm here to speak on HB 5003, an act concerning education funding in Connecticut. I'm a member of the Recovery for All, a statewide coalition bringing together more than 60 community, faith, and labor organizations across Connecticut. I'm a member of the New Haven Federation of Teachers, which is here to stand up for Connecticut's kids. I've worked with New Haven Public Schools since 2015, first as a bilingual teacher, and now as the Magnet Resource teacher at Elm City Montessori School. I live in New Haven. I love New Haven. I intend to lead a school in New Haven and send my child to New Haven Public Schools. There is an urgent need for funding and staffing in our school and all schools in our city. And this feels possible. You can help our children be healthy by providing nurses 5 days a week, or better yet, resourced school-based health centers. You can help our children connect with multilingual literature, with books, identity affirming books with their areas of passion. You can help provide librarians, multiple librarians to every school in our state. You can help our children and of course our children to become our population to be well. We can flood our schools with mental health services, with counselors, with social workers, with social emotional learning experts. To me, real equity means that instead of scarcity, we could run our schools with bounty. Instead of strapped and stressed, our educators and therefore our children could feel supported and resourced. Instead of skimping or sparing or simply believing or hoping, we could actually invest fully in what we believe our children need in order to become their full selves, in order for them to serve our state. I urge you to fully fund our K-12 public schools this session and to address the questions I raised today to ensure full equity. I hope that we can work together to make a historic leap forward to funding the future of all public school students across Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your advocacy and testimony.
Next up, Deidre Simmons, followed by Ann Sweeney, followed by Chital Shetty.
To the committee chair, vice chair, ranking members, and the community at large, thank you all for doing the work. Thank you for your commitment to ensuring that our children, all of our children, receive the funding for their K-12 education. I grew up with a mother who believed in education and drilled in me that education is the only thing that no one can take away from you. However, what we have seen is the manifestation of stolen dreams and careers. John Moran first advised us to take a broad perspective versus a town-specific approach. I submit to you that it needs to be yes and. We look at the broad perspective, but if you do not hone down on the metrics and the numbers, you miss the systemic inequities. Hello, everyone. I'm Deirdre Simmons, adjunct professor at the University of Connecticut, an accredited top-ranking university. We know that only 67% of the K-12 students from New Haven, Hartford, and Bridgeport make it to college. At UConn, minority enrollment is 63% of the student body, which is more than the state average of 47%. Of the ones who do make it, from my personal teaching experience, they arrive ill-equipped for the rigors of higher education. Education is preparation for career, entrepreneurship, science breakthroughs, and medicine, for example. Students in low-income areas and Black and Brown communities, two different issues, by the way, are denied their dream of a prosperous future because of the epic historic marginalization of those communities by choking the funding sources. I'm also a thought leader in human resources, and I saw a headline on The Economist that says staffing shortages in America are a glimpse into its future. I want you to take a breath at this moment and think about your child, your niece, or nephew laying in a hospital bed with no cure or no nurse or doctor to treat them. Or perhaps the infrastructure has begun to deteriorate and the road you use is no longer accessible. It adds 35 minutes to your commute because there are no architects, engineers, or urban planners to address the issue. Or perhaps there's a lack of fresh and safe foods and packaging because there's a shortage of chemical engineers. You can't eat because the schools were not funded properly. Brilliant minds are being underfunded.
Can you please summarize?
Yes. And in conclusion, as a member of congregations organized for New Connecticut Connect strategic team, there is a fiscal cliff looming. House Bill 5003 specifically funds poor Black and Brown school districts, and I submit to you that you should support this bill.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Professor. Next up, Ann Sweeney, followed by Chital Shetty, and then Wayne Winsley. Ann, the floor is yours.
Thank you to the Education Committee co-chairs, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and the Appropriations Committee co-chairs, Senator Austin and Representative Walker. and all the distinguished members of the Education and Appropriation Committees for holding this public hearing and allowing me to speak in favor of HB 5003 today. My name is Ann Sweeney, and I am president of the Waterbury Board of Education. I address you in that capacity today with the support of my fellow board members. Waterbury has been the most underfunded district under the ECS formula for a decade or more. Waterbury Public Schools serves almost 19,000 students. The student numbers continue to rise even as other Connecticut towns and cities see decline. 80% of students are students of color, 15% are English language learners, 80% qualify for free or reduced lunch, and 19% are students with disabilities. Waterbury has the second highest mill rate in the state, and our taxpayers are struggling. Those statistics alone stand in support of equitable and fair funding by the state of Connecticut, something we have been asking for year after year. Finally, the state revamped the formula with an equity-based formula that addresses the challenges of fully and fairly educating all of the students in Connecticut. Our students have already lost opportunities due to the unprecedented underfunding under the previous ECS formula. Today's students are losing even more due to the COVID effect. Our students cannot wait. They deserve not to wait any longer for equitable and fair funding so they can have all the resources and opportunities that a district like Waterbury can provide if properly funded. I urge you to support the students of Connecticut, including my deserving Waterbury students, by implementing the language of SB 5330 with full ECS funding under the new formula in 2025. HB 5330 recognizes the impact of the new formula on towns designated to lose dollars under the new formula. Delaying those reductions to the original 2028 deadline is a just and fair compromise. The rest of the bill further equalizes impact by addressing magnet and charter school funding, proposing a formula that designates funding based on student needs similar to the new ECS formula. HB 5003 proposes fair, equitable funding based on student need for all Connecticut students, regardless of the school they attend. This is as it should be. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next.
Next up, Chantel Shetty, followed by Wayne Winsley, followed by Sabira Gordon. Number 60. I see you're online. Just need you to unmute.
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Sorry about that. I was just trying to unmute myself. Hi, all. Good afternoon, all, and thanks for giving me this opportunity. I am Sheetal Shetty from North Haven City. Here, I am representing the ACES Magnet School of North Haven. My son is kind of, with ACES community since 3 years now. And I would like to, kind of bring out some of the things, some of the benefits the ACES Magnet School has given to my kids. The best part of the, the ACES school is, that the kind of curriculum they have, they are very intuitive for the kids. It has made so easy for my kids, it has made the learning very easy for my kids to be very precise. Second of all, we all have a very high notion for having a good mental health and the good physical health too, which has been, kind of supported by the school with their gym and lot of other music and, dancing sessions which they have. Also, my kid has become pretty vocal, after joining the ACES Magnet School, because of, they are being exposed to a lot of other, the activities which are happening in our community through their, the program which they have is a morning broadcast, and he comes home and, kind of shares with me all those details of the activities. So in and all, ACES has all helped me, check all the boxes for my kid to, kind of grow properly in this community. And I'm really thankful for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Wayne Winsley. I see you're unmuted. Floor is yours. Mr. Winsley. I can see you. Can you hear me?
Hello?
We will come back. Sabira Gordon. Followed by Stephanie Edmonds and Haley Swaller.
All right, hear these beeps? Begin.
Co-Chair Senator McCrory and Representative Curry, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations and Education Committee. My name is Sabira Gordon, and I'm the Executive Director of CONCAN, a statewide advocacy organization. Today, I am here in support of 5003. Before I begin, I want to take a moment to pause and remember my friend, a strong advocate for kids. Today, as I walked in, I missed the "Hey Sis" text. I dedicate this testimony to you, Q. As the Executive Director of CONCAN, I am tasked with looking at education issues from a 30,000-foot level, the systems and structures. And today, I could provide you with all the structural reasons why this bill is vital for the state, for the future of our state. I could go over our recent NAEP scores and tell you that our Black students perform worse than Black students in Mississippi, and that we have among the largest opportunity gaps in the nation. I could highlight persistent chronic absenteeism, the impending fiscal cliff, and teacher shortages. But systems are made up of individual people, each with their own story, their own struggles, and their own hopes for the future. So let's tell that story from a 4-foot level. A kindergartner in Waterbury has 13 years of school ahead of them. That experience will determine the future opportunity of their life. What does that experience look like, and how does student-centered funding alter the trajectory of her life? We know she'll need high-quality teachers at every level. HB 5003 provides resources to better financially support the educator workforce and invest in professional development. We know she'll need mental health support for an issue that she's struggling with that negatively impacts her ability to focus and learn. HB 5003 provides resources to allow mental health professionals to reduce their ratios and provide one-on-one attention. We know she deserves access to a 21st century curriculum and the technology associated with those lessons. HB 5003 allows districts to invest in new engaging content. We know she may need extra help in early literacy. HB 5003 allows her favorite interventionist hired in 2022 using ARP funds to stay on rather than leave due to grant expiration. We know she'll need clean air, safe school grounds, and ADA compliant facilities. We know she'll benefit from work-based learning, music classes, art, extracurriculars, and field trips, and most importantly, the dignity of knowing that her education matters. She'll walk through a 13-year experience knowing her dreams are supported. She'll feel confident and safe with the understanding that her state and community invested in her, and because of this, she'll give back, she'll stay, she'll thrive. Her name is Nayara Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Sabira. Any questions? Seeing none. Next up, we have.
Next up, I think Mr. Winsley is on. And Sabira, just a thank you to you and the organization as part of the larger coalition of folks who have been behind this and helping to better educate all those in this building and beyond. Mr. Winsley, can you hear me? We will get this to work at some point. Stephanie Edmonds.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. The floor is yours.
My name is Stephanie Edmonds. I'm a lifelong resident of Stamford, Connecticut, a mom, and I've worked in the field of education for over a decade in both private and public schools. I've taught reading comprehension, and high school history courses. What I'm trying to say is I understand how schools work, and I have a high level of reading comprehension, and yet I cannot for the life of me understand what is in House Bill 5003. And it's clear many of the reps are also having the same issue, and that's because it is simply unreadable, and that is unacceptable. Like every speaker here, I too believe education is the key to opportunity and success, both individually and as a nation. I think our schools should be funded equitably and equally. Therefore, if we are to accept this premise, we cannot then reasonably accept this bill, as all it does is pour money into a broken system without actually having the requirement of reform and accountability. I appreciate everyone who's come here to speak, and especially all of the kids who came out to testify. But what the majority of them are so eloquently arguing for is not actually increased funding, but rather they're arguing for increased school choice, for the funds to follow the students. They've demonstrated over and over again that we have many great schools here in Connecticut. And when students and families are the ones who are in control of their choices, they thrive. It's only because of this government's insistence on maintaining an archaic model of determining district based on zip code that our students in schools are being limited. It is only because of this government's insistence on maintaining a complex formula of magnet schools, choice programs, sending schools, receiving schools. That is what is limiting our students in our schools in Connecticut. Now back to this bill. Thankfully, I do know some former state reps and people who are more adept at understanding the way you guys all work up there in Hartford. So they explained to me exactly what you're hiding in this bill. It is a double funding scheme. When discussed earlier, the crafters of this bill claim that this is necessary because there are still costs to the sending district. But what they aren't telling you about this, quote, sacred cow, as it was called, is the reason it is so sacred is because the teacher union lobbies love it. That's right. It's not about students in schools. It's about the teachers union. This sacred cow, also known as the current law, is the status quo this bill seeks to maintain. The claim that you cannot figure out a proper way to ensure costs are covered in the sending district for buses, and therefore they get the full funding, is just plain old baloney. Figure it out.
Please
right?
summarize.
Sure. Double funding is not equitable. School choice is. A 49-page bill with complex funding formulas are not equitable. Allowing the funds to follow the student through school choice is. Go back to your offices, rewrite this bill, take into consideration all of the amazing things these students who benefited from choice have told you, and do better. Do something that the people of Connecticut can read and understand.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next.
Next up, I think Mr. Winsley is now online. I would just remind
Yes.
folks that, we talk, and it's often competition and tension between schools of choice here in this building, simply overfunding. And so if we are able to provide a way in which that's no longer part of the conversation, maybe we won't have those battles and those fights anymore. Mr. Winsley.
Thank you, everyone, for having me. My name is Wayne Winsley. I am a teacher, have been a teacher for 10 years. I'm actually in my classroom today. I'm also the founder and CEO of Brave Enough to Fail, which is a student-focused nonprofit whose very existence is geared toward inspiring young people with the courage to achieve their dreams. Now, I am in the business of giving them the power to take control of their own destinies. With this bill, what you're doing inadvertently is taking that very choice, that very option away from parents to choose their own destinies and help their children, help position their children to succeed. I have been working in schools across the state, in Bridgeport, Hartford, Norwalk, Stamford, Danbury. And when principals tell me, well, we want your program, Mr. Winsley, not just for our juniors and seniors, but for our freshmen and sophomores as well, because unfortunately we lose, in some cases, 60% of the freshman class by the time that class gets to the senior level because of problems that aren't addressed by your bill, that aren't addressed by simply pouring money from the top down. We need to give more empowerment, not just to our students, but to our parents as well. I am working on empowering our students. I implore you, members of this great committee, give that same option to parents. Don't limit their choices. Empower them with choices. Include choice in this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony, Wayne. Up next, we have Haley Swaller, followed by James Brethren Alexander.
Good afternoon. My name is Haley Swaller. I'm the Vice President of the Housatonic Valley FFA chapter in Falls Village, Connecticut. On behalf of the Region 1 ASSE program at Housatonic, I would like to thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today regarding the bill SB 5003. From my freshman year to my senior year, FFA has helped me grow in so many ways. During my junior year of high school, I was enrolled in an engineering class where we learned how to weld. Because of this class, I decided that welding was something I wanted to pursue when I was older. I would have never been able to find this passion without the engineering class I was able to take because of this program. Along with finding my passion, I also was able to grow my leadership skills. I was granted many opportunities throughout my high school years, and one of these opportunities was the alumni exchange, where I was able to stay with a family in a different state for a week. That trip allowed me to grow as a person. FFA has helped me grow from a person who could barely talk in front of a group of people to being the vice president of our chapter and having to talk in front of many people, like today. Thank you again for allowing me to speak regarding the bill SB 5003, which will help fund our program for generations to come by providing stable and equitable funding.
Thank you, Haley. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Next up, we have James. Yeah, they're online. James Baldari Alexander. No. Okay, we'll move right along. Riley Videgard, East Con student from Quinnebog Middle School. No. Maria Weingartner.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Maria, you're up.
Good afternoon. Thank you all, honorable legislators on both committees, for allowing me to address HB 5003. My name is Maria Weingarten, and I believe this is one of the most important hearings of this session. The learning loss from students kept out of classrooms during the pandemic has been dramatic. I am here to speak against 5003 and instead support school vouchers to fully fund the expansion of charter vocational magnet schools by having money follow the child. In 2022, former state rep Kim Fiorello, in discussion with Representative Curry, exposed the double payment happening in larger school districts like Hartford, where the alternative school a child attends, a magnet, vocational ag, vocational tech, gets funding per pupil, and the student at the same time is still counted in the head count of the homeschool, which then receives full payment for that phantom non-attending student. Consider that almost half of all students in Hartford are not attending their home district and are being counted in two places. That double payment for students amounts to over $350 million annually provided to the home district where a student does not attend, according to the numbers provided by My Child, My Choice. This bill continues that double funding. Why not quantify the actual SPED and busing costs incurred by the home districts instead of double funding all pupil costs? It should be noted that for open choice, SPED cost is only reimbursed by the home district if it is their usual and customary of the home district. English language learner costs are not reimbursed by home districts, and only outplaced students are 100% reimbursed by a home district. I suggest that the legislature studies the exact costs borne by home districts for every program before voting approval and continuing this double funding. Accountability is most definitely needed and required. Yes, we need to fund magnet, vocational, and other programs, as we've heard by so many of these students who are so thrilled to have been part of these programs. But we need an honest accounting of the cost per pupil in all districts based on actual seats filled, attendance in the home districts, not a fictitious number, which includes fandom students not attending those districts. The overinflated student enrollment, including phantom students in the home districts, inaccurately lowers their cost per pupil and is used as political fodder by certain legislators, and even in testimony we're hearing today, pitting cities against suburban districts. And that's really absurd, considering many of suburban districts actually self-fund their own schools by their property taxes, and they don't get the state money from states' coffers and ECS grants. It's time for real solutions that benefit all students everywhere instead of picking winners and losers in lotteries.
Maria, can you please summarize?
Sure. There are plenty of kids who don't win in the lottery. They don't get to go to any of these schools because we're double funding phantom students instead of giving more money to these magnets and other schools that are really doing great work.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to answer any additional questions that you may have, and I'll submit my written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maria, thank you so much for giving testimony. You just mentioned some astounding numbers. I'm just wondering if when you submit your testimony, can you document where you found those numbers?
Yes, I'm happy to. I think my understanding is that the interdistrict magnet schools have about 30,000, vocational ag schools have about 5,000, and at about 11,550 per student, it's almost about 400,000 annually in costs.
Your testimony, so please submit it in your written testimony. Next
Thank you,
up,
Mr. Chair.
Emily Martinez, followed by Leslie Lato and Berea Parkman McCall. Emily?
Good afternoon, senators, representatives, and members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. My name is Amy Martinez, and I am a resident of New Britain and a member of Recovery for All and Connecticut Working Families. I'm here to speak on HB 5003, an act concerning education funding in Connecticut. New Britain public schools are ranked among the lowest in the state of Connecticut. New Britain's education budget is constantly being cut, and as a result, we are always underfunded. This affects everyone from teachers to parents and has an even greater impact on students and their quality of education. I can't tell you how many conversations I've had with parents who are forced to send their kids to school outside of the New Britain public school system. Today, many parents are faced with making the hard decision of even sending their kids to schools outside of their own community for alternative types of education. These decisions have lasting impacts on both the child and the parent. Children grow up with no roots to their city and lack a sense of community. As for parents, many times an education outside of the public school system means paying out of pocket, which results in a financial burden. When my family first moved to the state of Connecticut, they were excited to purchase their first home in the city of New Britain. Once my little sister was a bit older, they soon realized that they might have made the wrong decision. Parents want to raise their children in communities that prioritize education, not put it last. My little sister had to attend alternative schools outside of New Britain in order to receive a better quality education. This is not a reflection of the teachers or staff in New Britain, but instead due to the lack of resources provided. What's always surprising is that most, if not all, major cities in the state of Connecticut face the same issues, while their neighboring towns do not. Living in New Britain, it is clear that our neighboring towns such as Berlin, West Hartford, and Farmington do not face these issues and are actually ranked among the best school systems in the state. We want to live in a state where education is a priority across all towns, not just in the wealthy few. It is evident that inequity in education exists. Connecticut, as the wealthiest state in the country, should be a state where every child can thrive and learn in their own community and in their own public schools. This bill will provide funding that public schools desperately need. However, it is important to address the issue of charter schools included in this bill. If charter schools will be treated at the same level of public schools, then it is justifiable that charter schools are held under the same standards as public schools when it comes to transparency and accountability. I urge you to consider this when discussing the future of this bill. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Leslie, followed by Bria and Keisha Red Hannes.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Senator Austin, Representative Curry, Representative Walker, and members of the Education and Appropriations Committees. My name is Leslie Blateau. I'm a New Haven resident, a New Haven public school teacher, a New Haven public school parent. I'm the president of the New Haven Federation of Teachers, a union representing over 1,700 educators, and an at-large vice president of AFT Connecticut, a 30,000 member strong statewide union representing 10,000 teachers and educators. And I'm a member of the statewide coalition Recovery for All. Today, you're hearing and reading compelling stories from teachers, social workers, librarians, and other educators about the serious crises facing our public schools as we support our students and our communities through the most traumatic era of our lives. But before any narrative emerges that our schools are somehow failing, I want to contextualize why public schools in districts like New Haven are faced with such challenges. I'm a social studies teacher. History and context matter. So how did we get here? Why is equity on our minds today as we hear about understaffed schools, under-maintained facilities, and unequal opportunities for Connecticut's children? It is because equity requires revenue, and Connecticut has failed to fund public education in an equitable way. In a state as wealthy as ours, where leaders celebrate budget surpluses and multimillionaires and billionaires pay a 6% state and local tax rate, the allocation of state and local resources for public schools should be progressive. Districts serving more high-need students should receive more revenue. But in reality, we're the opposite. School funding is highly regressive. Higher poverty districts receive 17.7% less revenue than zero poverty districts. Connecticut is ranked 43rd in the nation in progressivity. We must do better, and we can. Real equity means our pre-K-12 public schools are fully staffed with public workers, staff who speak multiple languages and meet the needs of every child in every community. Real equity means school districts serving children and families with the most needs have more funding to do this work, not grants with restrictions, but general funds to enable us to invest long-term in the social, emotional, physical, and academic well-being of our communities. Real equity, I'll wrap up, also requires transparency. It is concerning that the bill as it is written creates a funding formula for charter schools that sits outside the normal appropriation process. So if we're faced with a recession or continued inflation in the years to come, charter schools will receive outsized increases compared to public school districts. This is concerning given the fact that public school districts have added costs related to SPED and transportation for which charter schools are not responsible. I will wrap up. Yes. Charter schools don't serve all students, including those with disabilities and newcomers to our communities with limited English or interrupted educational experiences. And lastly, in terms of school funding, the operational budgets of Connecticut charter schools are supplemented by wealthy donors. So thank you for this opportunity to discuss public school funding during this incredibly important time of understaffing. And I look forward to working collaboratively with these committees to make sure our schools and our students have the funding that they deserve. Thank you for giving me a few extra moments.
I didn't give it to you, you took them. So I ain't got no questions. Nobody got no questions for you. Thank you very much. Next up.
Nobody has any questions for me?
No. Next up, Bria, Parkman McCall.
Yes, I'm here. Can you all hear me?
Yes, come on up. Hold 1 second. Okay, go ahead, Bria. Yeah.
Co-chairs, Senator McCrory, Senator Austin, Representative Curry, and Representative Walker. Ranking members, Senator Berthold, Representative McCarthy, and Representative Nucio, and distinguished members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. My name is Bria Parkman McCullough, and I am a teacher at Central High School in Bridgeport and a proud member of Faith Acts for Education. I am here to urge you to vote yes on HB 5003. It might be hard to visualize what the decisions made in rooms like these look like as they play out in our schools like mine. Bridgeport's public schools have been underfunded for all the time I have taught there and for a long, long time before that. I see it play out every day in the lack of resources my students are able to receive. We have in our district 53% of children reading 5 grade levels or below their reading level. We need resources. We need interventionists, and we just don't have the money to hire people to come in and do that. We don't even have money to train teachers on reading intervention, which is a very different skill than classroom teaching. We do what we can with what we have, and with enough resources, we can do so much more. I'm also here this afternoon to amplify this. Our kids know. They know that their peers in Fairfield are getting an entirely different experience. They're very much aware that our schools don't have the same things as other schools. It lowers their sense of self-efficacy. It's kind of like, well, if nobody cares, why should I? In my 8 years of teaching, the attitude has only increased, especially since COVID began. Our kids know that our kids know that students in Fairfield are getting X, Y, and Z, and they are not, and they know why. The infusion of money by HB 5003 would bring to districts would improve the quality of life for my students, and it would improve the quality of life in Connecticut. Connecticut needs to invest in education in order to see a return on investment in the forms of educated, enlightened individuals. Otherwise, the state of Connecticut will address this failure by funding things like welfare, juvenile detention, and adult prisons. You, our elected officials, can decide and fund the type of Connecticut we want. And funding one Connecticut education system where all students are treated fairly, you would be invested in all of Connecticut's children. And there is no better investment. Please vote yes on HB 5003. Thank you and have a great afternoon.
And thank you for your testimony, Bria. Next up, Keisha. Red Hannes. Keisha from New Haven Public Schools.
Good afternoon, honorable chairs and ranking members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. I am Keisha Red Hannons, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum, Instruction and Assessment in New Haven Public Schools. I would like to thank you for bringing HB 5003 forward today for public hearing. Your vision to improve funding in Connecticut is commendable. Why? Simply put, it's time for the moment to meet the movement. The movement across our state and the nation shows that our students are not performing at the academic levels they were pre-pandemic. The moment is now to meet this movement. The movement shows that chronic absenteeism is on the rise. The moment is now to meet the movement. The movement shows that our teachers are leaving our profession in record-setting numbers. The moment is now to meet the movement. The movement shows that there are rising numbers of students experiencing trauma. The moment is now to meet the movement. The movement shows our population is shifting with higher number of students qualifying for free and reduced lunch. The moment is now to meet the movement. The movement shows that more students across our state are qualifying for multilingual services and that more students with disabilities are qualifying for specialized programs. The moment is now to meet the movement. Some will say that ESSER funds were provided to address the movement stated previously, and they did, but these funds expire in 2025. And efforts put forward to address these movements under ESSER will not be sustainable. We need HB 5003 to sustain and bolster our efforts to accelerate learning and meet the needs of all of our students and staff. These efforts include, but are not limited to, additional multilingual teachers, increased services for students with disabilities, raising teacher and paraprofessional salaries, increasing reading interventionists and math interventionists, implementing school-based health clinics, and expanding college and career options for students. Without these funds, many of these efforts will not be implemented at scale, and even worse, some will expire. Although I do acknowledge that the HB 5003 is just one step towards achieving equitable funding, it is a step forward. We will be doing a disservice to our students, families, and the communities that we serve if we do not pass this bill. So I urge you to please use this moment to meet the movement. Thank you.
I just want, this is not a question.
Yes.
This is an observation.
Yes.
So previous speaker who represents the New Haven Public Schools, New Haven Federation of Teachers, just testify against this piece of legislation.
She did not. She's in favor.
I know what I heard. You can say what you want to say, but I'm just, and it's not a question. Matter of fact, thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome. You're welcome. We're both in support.
Great. I'm gonna say this. This is why we're in this quagmire right now. This is the reason why we're in this. Thank you. I'm going next speaker.
Okay.
So I don't want you to think I'm talking to you. So you
Okay.
can just go ahead about your business. I'm just making an
Just know that
observation.
we're in support, though. We're all in support.
Oh, hold on.
Well,
You have a
I'm just not. Oh, you do have a question. All right, Dave, you can make the question. You have a question.
Thank you very much, Senator McCrory. And while you're here and you're talking about a school district that is similar throughout the state, I'm just wondering if you would comment with some of the additional funding that would go in, if you could speak for a moment, perhaps on if you can use some of that funding for career pathways and how you can send your children on to higher education because of the use of those funds.
Absolutely. These funds would allow us to expand our partnerships with local universities and colleges, to expand our college and career programming, to allow students to have dual enrollment while they're in high school, but also earn college credits. It is something that we would utilize to help our students earn industry certifications while also earning college credit.
Thank you, Senator McCrory. And I think that's an important point to make, that these new funding sources are going to also help our economy as we go forward and to educate our children and send them on to higher education. So appreciate you being here today.
And I
Thank you.
appreciate the opportunity to speak before you in a nice, respectful manner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is William Rice. And as he prepares to take the mic, I think it's important to note, as the previous speaker did, that this is just a piece of the solution. And nowhere has anybody advocating for this legislation claimed that this is going to solve all of our problems and concerns. So, Mr. Rice, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Dear honorable members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. My name is William Rice and I am from Derby. I'm currently Assistant Executive Director of Schools at ACES and a parent of graduates of ACES Wintergreen Interdistrict Magnet School. I'm asking your support in addressing an important fiscal priority of increasing the state funding for non-chef magnet schools, magnet school transportation through your passage of HB 5003. The state of Connecticut has made a commitment to magnet schools as a way to provide families of the state of Connecticut quality school choice options that seek to reduce racial, social, and economic isolation for students. As a parent, I am thankful that the state invested and continues to invest in magnet schools. As a leader of magnet schools at ACES, I know that our families thank you. It is our programming and our diversity that draw families to us both, and these things are continually threatened by funding challenges. Up until the 2% increase a few years ago, magnet schools have not received an increase in state funding since 2010 as costs continue to increase. As you also may know, there's a significant discrepancy in state funding between chef and non-chef magnet schools. Non-chef magnet schools are striving to meet the same goals of excellence as Chef Magnet schools are committed to, but we are left to do this important work with less resources. ACES takes pride in our magnet schools, and my family is a testimonial to the great work that we do. We want to continue to our great work for our families, but we need your support. My plea here today is that you consider a plan that transforms funding for magnet schools, the interdistrict magnet school programming for all the students in the state of Connecticut. And I implore you to pass HB 5003. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, young man. Thank you for your testimony. Who's up next?
Next up, we have Andrew Feinstein and followed by Joelle Perna.
Hi, I'm Andy Feinstein. I represent special education equity for kids in Connecticut, and appeared before this committee numerous times, and I'm glad to do so again. I want to make 3 points. The need for funding of education is dramatic now, with or without the reduction of ESSER funds. Staff shortages, particularly in special education arena, are acute. Kids are not getting their IEPs fulfilled. And the notion of giving them a compensatory education in the future, it's nice, but it doesn't really deal with the problem of needing speech services now or needing behavioral services right now. 2, as part of that, we need to create therapeutic settings in schools to reduce the incidence of exclusionary discipline, to reduce suspensions and expulsions, and that takes money. The second point I wanted to make generally is the equity argument, which we've heard all about today. I took a look at the 5 richest and the 5 poorest towns in Connecticut, and let me just give you some numbers there. The per capita income in the richest towns is $98,000, and the poorest towns $19,000. Average per pupil $16,000, in the poorest towns $22,000 in the richest towns. 75% of kids in poor towns qualify for free and reduced lunch, 8% in the rich towns. 21% in the poor towns are English learners, 2% are in the rich towns. 20% of the kids in poor towns qualify for special education, 13% do in the rich towns. And the point that's often missed is the mill rate in the poorest towns is 2, 3, 4 times the mill rate in the richest towns. In other words, there is just no way to increase property tax rates to fund education in a meaningful way in the poorest towns in the state. It's got to be money from the state, or we ought to do what we really ought to do, which is eliminate reliance on local property taxes for purposes of funding education and fund it through the state. The third point, at the risk of offending Senator McCrory,
That you summarize anyway.
I'm going to summarize by saying we need some funding dedicated for special education. The only place we have it now is excess costs, which is a catastrophic insurance policy for the really big placements. How about all those kids in special education in the schools that aren't getting the services they need now and should be getting those services?
You're right. Good question. We're going to work on that also. We got another piece of legislation that we're going to try.
Thank you. I know you are, and I'm waiting to testify in SB1. I'm just dying to testify in SB1.
And I appreciate you and all the work you've been doing for a number of years in the state for trying to service our children who need it at the highest level. So I appreciate all your testimony. Thank you
very much, sir.
I hope I sound a little nice and sound cautious and nicer, because I just got beat up for being mean. But I hope I come across a little softer. Does it sound like a little better?
You're a beautiful man, Senator McCrory.
Appreciate that. Come on, let's go. It's almost people got dinner waiting for us. Let's go. Who's up next?
Rhett McCarty has a question for you.
It really wasn't a question. I hope I'm permitted to just thank you for staying today and for giving your testimony. And I do want you to know that special ed is going to be discussed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Joelle Perna. Followed by, I used to flip a page. Kavan White. And Ramon Garcia. Good afternoon.
Hello. My name is Joelle Perna. I have testified in front of your committee a few times over the past 3 years in support of equitable education funding for all public school children, but especially for my 2 sons attending Brass City Charter School. I am here again today to advocate for my children and for all the students attending public schools. I am a graduate of the Waterbury Public School System, a proud parent of charter school students, and a supporter of all public school options. As you know, the pandemic increased the challenges that under-resourced districts were facing. It became even more crucial that issues like staffing shortages, overcrowding, and outdated technology, which were already very pressing, need to be addressed. Even with the federal aid that schools received, many students in our state still fell behind. I feel extremely fortunate to have had my sons enrolled at Brass City Charter School during this time. BCCS made sure that students had access to a laptop for remote learning, hired additional staff to support students in the classroom, opened up additional classrooms so that class sizes were smaller and students can be distanced to minimize their risk, and provided extra support to students who are struggling. The most important thing in my life is my children. It is vital that they are enrolled in a school that we can have confidence in. My children love BCCS. I love BCCS. I know my children are always supported in whatever they need. I feel safe and reassured every day when they go to school. I know they are getting a great education from teachers and staff who truly care about their well-being. Last school year, my 7-year-old son's teacher reached out to me. She noticed he was having trouble with his speech. Through the help of his teacher and other staff, he started receiving much needed speech assistance and is thriving. My oldest son fell ill during the school day, and luckily there is an on-site clinic at Brass City Charter with an APRN to assist. She was able to determine that he needed emergency care and called an ambulance. I am so grateful that Brass City Charter could provide the support to my children. I know that many programs and services would have not been possible without the federal aid schools received over the past few years. When this committee passed legislation in 2021 to provide charter school students with a weighted funding formula that supported their unique learning needs, it was a monumental step towards equity. I thank you and applaud that decision. I want to see your vision for equitable and impactful education funding being fully implemented now so my children and their classmates can benefit from it. Students should not have to lose the vital program services and support that this aid is brought to them. I urge you to support HB 5003 and again ask that you treat my sons and all Connecticut students the way they deserve to be treated. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony.
Kavan White. Followed by Ramon Garcia. Followed by Camilo Lemos.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Co-chair Senator McCrory, Senator Austin, Representative Curry, and Representative Walker. Ranking members Senator Berthold, Representative McCarthy, and Representative Nusi, and distinguished members of the Education and Appropriation Committees. My name is Kavan Weiss from North Connecticut, live in Stratford. I'm a father of 6, proud graduate of Faith Acts Organizing Institute. I'm also co-founder of Paying It Forward, where we run an after-school program in West Ross Middle School in Norwalk. And I work for prison reform out of an organization in Bridgeport called the Lighthouse Program. I am here because I have been feeling frustrated about education, mass incarceration, and the current state of minorities feeling oppressed. I know it all starts with equal education, so I'm asking you to vote yes on HB 5003. Education is the key, and we need everyone to start at the same place. We need to break barriers of high class, middle class, and lower class, and just treat and fund everybody with one Connecticut education funding formula. We have economic and racial funding gaps in Connecticut of over $700 million. HB 5003 can close those gaps and give our children a chance to have a fully funded education break barriers and make a change. It doesn't have to be difficult. A kid in Fairfield shouldn't be getting a drastically different education than a kid in Bridgeport. This $700 million gap wasn't formed overnight, and it didn't just get here. The least we could do is make it right now. Passing HB 5003 will make a difference in kids' lives, not just in money, but in their quality of life. You adapt to what you see, and that's from a survival standpoint. A fully funded education can save lives. Our kids are dying due to lack of resources in the inner city schools. Achievement in other districts is measured by high graduation rates and high test scores. In our district, our measurements concern high recidivism rates based on low reading scores, truancy dropouts, untimely deaths due to gun violence, all consequences of unfairly funded education formula. Money isn't everything, but money is where it starts. If we are a state that really cares about education, then we have to fund every child's education and fund it fairly. HB 5003 helps us do that. Please vote yes. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you. That makes sense. I appreciate that response. Thank you.
Senator Kushner, I
This is
think.
Jennifer from the Connecticut AFL.
Senator Kushner, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for taking the time to go through that Faith Acts training program. I think it benefits you and your children and your community. Appreciate it. Next up.
We're going to jump the line real quick. We do have a student that is here. So we always like to let them get out so they can start their homework for over the weekend. Namyanzi Edwards. Are they in person or on? Online? Oh, okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Greetings to all. My name is Namyanzi Edwards, and I live in New Britain. I am a sophomore at the Academy of Aerospace and Engineering, also called AAE, a Craig Magnet School in Windsor, Connecticut. Please support HB 5003 and the increase in the state magnet grant for Craig Magnet schools. Since kindergarten, Craig has provided me with exposure to a diverse community from the student level to the staff level while delivering an excellent education. Compared to my neighborhood, the diversity that Craig offers is groundbreaking. The international potlucks and events that are organized at school, where I could showcase my traditional Ugandan dances without fear of discrimination, are among my favorite recollections. I believe that the support that I had from Craig to compete in the Invention Convention had a significant impact on my ability to advance to the national competition. Students at Discovery Academy are encouraged to take risks and be creative. Additionally, I was reassured that Craig's standards for diversity and education remained unchanged after I started middle school at AAE. Immediately, various clubs and programs welcomed me to their communities, most of which are not available close to my home. For my middle school career, having the chance to learn CAD design, construct elaborate robots, dissect frogs, compete in academic competitions, and more, while being taught by teachers of many ethnicities and cultures, was phenomenal. It has been evident since the start of high school that my teachers and administration are approachable and supportive, in contrast to larger public schools that sometimes neglect their students. Numerous courses at AAE are tailored to the interests of the students. I value the opportunity to take advanced courses in engaging settings where I feel included as a future leader in society. In conclusion, many Craig students like myself may become less involved in school because if you stop supporting our magnet schools, our education will be severely constrained. Our time in college and beyond may be jeopardized by this. Respectfully, I ask that you enable magnet schools to continue offering outstanding opportunities to students around Connecticut who are seeking more than what their local district can supply. Please pass this crucial bill that supports all Connecticut students and allows you to keep your promise of investing in the future of all students. Thank you.
No, thank you, and thank you for your outstanding testimony. You did an outstanding job, young lady, and I'm glad you're proud of your school. Next
you.
up,
Ramon Garcia. Followed by Camilo Lemos.
Greetings to co-chairs Kirby, McCrory, Austin, and Walker, ranking and distinguished members of both committees. My name is Ramon Garcia, and I've been a lifelong resident of this state. Today, I'm here to testify in support of HB 5003. I humbly ask members of both committees to support the passing of House Bill 5003. Students in Connecticut deserve a student-centered funding system that works for all students and all schools throughout the state. In this year's legislative session, the General Assembly has a chance to do just that with the passing of this bill. Having student-centered funding for schools would allow every student to receive the resources they need to be successful. This formula is built upon what students actually need and not dependent upon what zip codes their schools are in. My kids attend Connecticut schools, and I also had the opportunity to work with a number of youth in several schools. Often I would see and hear from students about some of the many issues they are faced with. I cannot stress enough the importance and need for all kids to receive a high-quality education. With more funding, every student in our state would have access to more teachers, more counselors, technology, and many other supports and opportunities they need in order to succeed. There are many students within our schools who are dealing with very unfair conditions, such as packed classrooms with no paraprofessionals to help, overcrowded buildings, outdated infrastructure, no career guidance, nor access to mental health supports, amongst other things. I personally witnessed how my daughter was affected by many of these same issues within the New Britain School District. With the passing of this bill, many of these issues would easily be addressed. We owe it to our kids who are the future of Connecticut, as well as their families, to improve the quality of their education. Please support HB 5003, and thank you all for your time. I also submitted testimony. Thank you, stay warm, have a great weekend.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony, young man. Up next, we
Camilo
have
Lemos.
who?
Oh, Camilo, nice to see you.
Good to see all of you. I've missed every single one of them, and I really, really do mean that. Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, you definitely can. All right, Chairman Curry, McCrory, Chairwoman Austin Walker, Ranking Members Berthel, McCarty, and Nucio, distinguished members of the Education and Appropriations Committees. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 5003. My name is Camilo Lemos, and it's my pride to serve as the Community Engagement Manager at Stanford Excellence. It's no secret that there exists a massive inequity in our state education funding and how said funding is formed amongst municipalities, an unequal forming of funds allowed by the education funding formulas, which still take into account the town's local share, which is generated by their property tax values. There is currently an over-reliance on local property taxes to pay for municipal services, particularly local public education. Local property taxes play a critical role in funding public education in Connecticut. In Connecticut, nearly 59% of all education funding comes from local property taxes, and funding local public schools is the most significant cost for all towns and cities. While federal dollars do fill a gap in the other 41% of education funding, the majority of that gap is filled by the state of Connecticut. While the ruling for Horton versus Meskel found that an education funding system that allows for funding mainly from municipal property taxes to be unconstitutional, as it would mean that less affluent towns and cities would have less education dollars, the current system still holds massive gaps in the per pupil dollars that are allocated by the state when comparing historically wealthy and higher need communities. Worse still, these gaps in education funding affect our higher need and Black and brown students the most, creating racial and class inequity at the very educational level. Like Mr. Feinstein said before me, the per pupil expenditure averages around $16,000 in the 5 most economically disadvantaged towns, while averaging over $22,000 in the 5 wealthiest towns, a difference of over $6,000. but assessed needs of the students in the 5 most economically disadvantaged towns are logically greater. 75% of students in the first group of towns qualify for free or reduced lunch, while only 8% of the students in the second qualify. 21% of the students in the first group are English learners. 2% of the students in the second come from households where English is not the primary language. 20% of the students in the poorest towns qualify for special education. 13% of students in the wealthiest towns qualify. One of the most frustrating and appalling facts about the situation in Connecticut is that 88% of the students in the most economically disadvantaged towns are students of color, while 26% of the students in wealthier towns are of color, meaning that the scholars that are feeling the brunt of this inequity are, as always, Black and brown scholars. When I spoke last year in support of House Bill 5283, the funding gap between higher need districts and all other districts was at $725 million. I swear to God, it's 10 more seconds. It bothers me greatly that in just 1 year, that gap has widened over $30 million. The current solution implemented by the state is the usage of the equal cost sharing grant, which seeks to equalize how much each town has per pupil in its spending, but it's not a promise in aid, as each town must contribute its local share. House Bill 5003 streamlines the funding system and simplifies it to a student-centered funding system, aligning monies to student need and supporting school
Carmelo,
districts
will
and
you please
municipalities,
summarize?
and accelerating the education cost sharing grant adjustments by fully funding the grant by fiscal year 2025. Thank you very much. And if there's any questions, I will definitely answer them, but I don't think there will be.
Thank you, Carmelo.
Cool beans. Love y'all. Miss y'all.
Cameo Thorne, followed by Walter Morton. Is Cameo online? No. Walter Morton. No. All right. Chindam, I apologize. Thank you. I don't want to offend.
I don't want to mess it up. Okay, cool. No problem. You are right there. You're up.
All right. Good afternoon, Co-Chair Senator McCrory, Senator Olson, Representative Curry, Representative Walker, ranking members, Senator Bethel, Representative McCarthy, Representative Nuko, and distinguished members of the Education Appropriations Committee. Thank you for this time. My name is Chinadum Nodum. I am from Bridgeport, Connecticut. I'm a 20+ year resident of Connecticut and a member of various local organizations, including Faith Acts for Education, who I'm here speaking on behalf of this bill. We in the state have a moral responsibility to our children. Our inability to work effectively to secure an equitable and fully funded education system in Connecticut means that we as a community have failed our children. Cities throughout Connecticut have been unable to provide and maintain an education system that is safe and well-equipped with the essential supplies and staff to educate our children on every level. The pandemic made it clear that many of our teachers do not have the necessary tools to teach, and our very schools are struggling to maintain the staff needed to keep their doors open. We are better than this, and so are our children. Enough is enough. Let us show the nation that it only takes one generation to change the narrative. Let everyone know that you prioritize our kids by investing in their future. So I'm asking you to vote yes on HB 5003, an act concerning education and funding in Connecticut, because it will address longstanding injustice. Because here in Connecticut, we spend $788 million more educating white students than students of color. The racial funding gap is growing and we need to close it, as the young man who before me spoke on. We need to make up for lost funding. Districts lose more than $1 billion when federal COVID relief money runs out. We cannot treat temporary funds as a permanent solution. I know for a fact down in Bridgeport is basically triage, just trying to keep the schools open and trying to keep them functioning. A space in which my mother has been a teacher for over 25 years and struggles just to make sure kids are adequately getting what they need to learn core subjects like chemistry. And I'm doing all this to ask that you make Connecticut just a more just and equitable place to live, especially in light of the times that we are in. Thank you for your leadership on this important issue, and let the past be the past and make history today. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Outstanding job. Next up, we have Dr. Steve Perry.
Thank you so much, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and the members of this committee. I'm humbled and honored to join you on behalf of the students that we have in Bridgeport. I'm the founder and head of schools at Capital Preparatory Schools. And before that, I was the founder of Capital Prep Magnet School. Among one of the few people in the state of Connecticut who's ever established both a magnet school and a charter school. And I know that the real funding issue is between schools, not necessarily between districts. I appreciate the effort that is being put forward by HB 5003, but I'm challenged by some of the elements of it. In Bridgeport, there are 42 schools. Capital Prep is the least funded among them as a charter school. 42 were 42nd. There are 11 funding formulas in the state, not so much because of where you live, but because of where a child ends up going to school. Our objective is to make sure that every child receives access to the money that was raised on their behalf, the tuition that was raised on their behalf, but leaving behind $360 million through a double funding formula is an issue for us. So we support the effort to treat every child as a per pupil child, meaning pay per the child where they come from, less where they end up. So Senator McCrory and Representative Curry, we want to support this work that you're doing because we believe that your intentions are good. Let's make sure that we clean up the elements of the bill that have double funding, that have us funding schools where children do not attend through perpetuity, and put the money in the schools that the children do attend. I thank you so much for your time and your consideration and, quite frankly, your stamina. The fact that we find ourselves fighting against other educators in this academic Hunger Games serves no one well. Fund the children as if each child is equal unto themselves. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. I have the time to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. I do have Representative McCarthy.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Dr. Perry. I hope you can hear me all right.
I can.
Dr. Perry, with your comments, have you yourself done an analysis throughout the state on what, if you refer to the comment of double funding, how that would impact our districts, the districts that are most distressed in the state? Have you yourself done that analysis?
Yes.
And would you be able to share that data with the committee?
I certainly would. When you send money to a school that the child does not attend to pay for services that the child will never utilize, the question is not the impact on the building that they no longer attend. The impact is on the school that the child does attend. When you have a child who goes to a magnet school who receives approximately $13,000 per pupil, yet $16,500 remains at a school that they will not attend, that affects the child. When you have $7,000 that goes to a vocational technical school, but leaves $16,500 at this school that the child does not attend, that affects the child. If the goal of HB 5003 is to make sure that the children's needs are met, then it is clear that we need to make sure that the money ends up where the child is being educated.
Well, I thank you for those comments, and they, to me, sound a little simplified. And I would like to see the data itself, because I think the goal of this bill is to be sure that all of our students are treated fairly and that the resources are there for the home districts as well as all of the other choice schools. So I think you mischaracterized what the intent of this bill is.
With all due respect, I think it's important to understand that when we fund where the child is, the very purpose of the notion of per pupil, there's more than one way to do that. So were we in a position where we were to fund it where the child is, you could fund it over the course of a year. Right now in Connecticut, we determine when funding begins on October 1. So when a child leaves that school, whether it's a neighborhood school or magnet school, that money stays behind. Magnet schools, VOTEC, VOAG, charter schools, and the like, choice programs have to establish our budgets based upon our enrollment. The neighborhood schools get to keep the money even when the children never attend that neighborhood school. So the question remains, what then are we leaving the money behind to do? Not fund the children, not meet the special education needs of a child who's in a different building, but in fact to maintain the status quo. So I don't know that I would, with all due respect, call it a simplification, but more of an actual accounting of where the money is and where the child is.
Okay, well, I'll be happy to see your data come forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Riddington. Right? I got it right? All right, ready? Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Everyone earlier had been justifying the double payments because they were saying that they were needed for special services and for transportation. Can you speak to that?
Certainly, I don't know why you would need to pay for a child to take a bus to a school that they will not attend. You only pay for the bus that the child will use. I don't know why you would pay for a social worker at a school where the child is not, when you should pay for the social work where the child is. Magnet schools, VOTEC school, VOAG schools, charter schools, all schools of choice, and much of the United States of America funds the per pupil child. They don't pay for the school that the child does not attend. You need it if you want to maintain staffing levels, meaning if you want to keep the same number of staff in that building, by all means, I guess if you would need it. But no one expects that you're going to send the University of Connecticut your tuition if you go to Southern Connecticut State University. You would send the tuition to the school to which the child attends. This is a very basic understanding and the very foundation of the way in which most schools in most states operate. So that we in Connecticut decide to double fund through perpetuity to the tune right now of $360 million per year is antithetical to the notion that we want to make sure that the money is where the children are. If our greatest concern is the poorest among us, which is where I've spent my entire career and quite frankly grew up being born on my mother's 16th birthday in public housing, I'm here to tell you, send it to where the children are. It's just that simple. And so we don't have to lose money from the sending districts, quite frankly, by attracting the children to come to those school systems. School systems like East Hartford has the IB program. The IB program is one of the top schools in the United States of America. Want to keep more kids in East Hartford? Open another IB program. Fantastic way to attract people to your community. It's a fantastic school. No loss there. Double funding only maintains the staffing levels of the schools that the children no longer attend. And it doesn't help the children in the end.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Hello?
Thank you.
Hello?
Wait a minute, hold on.
I have my hand up and I think,
Oh, I didn't see it, Ann.
I'm sorry.
Dr. Perry, can you come back, please?
Yes, I don't think I've left.
Representative Dauphiné, do you have a question?
I do. I wanted hi, Dr. Perry, thank you for coming to testify. I've been very intrigued with this double funding, double pay concept. And I guess for me, it's, I simplify it in the terms of, we're talking about how wonderful all of these program schools are for children. We have people waiting to get their children in these schools, and we have students coming and talking about how great they are and how well they've done.
Representative Dauphiné, do you have a question, please?
I do. I was just wanting to know what your thoughts were about the money, the funding that we're using with this double pay. You said, I think, $360 million. Where that might be able to be put in better use for the schools, like more charter schools, more magnet schools, and maybe how education vouchers would help the shortage teacher situation and benefit the students. Can you speak
Quite frankly, I can very briefly. It may surprise people. I'm actually not here speaking on behalf of charter schools. I'm here speaking on behalf of children in the state of Connecticut. If, for instance, a child goes to a VOTEC school and that school receives $7,500 for them to attend that school from the state, yet they're receiving their zone school gets $16,500. My mental math takes that to around $22,000, somewhere thereabouts, that child that the state of Connecticut has collected on that child's behalf. Send all of that money to that child's school, which would allow for magnet schools, VOTEC school, VOAG schools, or any other type of schools, neighborhood schools, to provide the kinds of service that make for a very rich academic experience. What I think is especially as important, those children most likely to engage in a choice experience are minority and poor. So quite frankly, the children who are being harmed most by the double funding are the poorest children. If the poorest children receive the full lot of the amount of money that was collected on their behalf, then it would be they who would be the greatest benefactors of this particular experience. So again, this is not something that Connecticut would even be the lead on. We're very far nationally on this. We would just begin to start to catch up with sending the money to the child's school, regardless of whether the child's school is a neighborhood school, a charter school, a magnet school, a VOTEC, VOAG, or interdistrict choice. I'm agnostic, quite frankly.
Are you aware of any other schools across the country that are doing double funding, like where they're proposing here that? You know,
I am
trying
not.
to-
I am not aware of any school system, any states in the nation that continually double fund. Other states like Massachusetts, they start off with a double fund and then they have a sunset. In states like New York City in particular, who has 1 million children, twice as many as the state of Connecticut, the money essentially follows the child to the school that the child attends.
You started talking about how the money could follow the child and it could be dispersed over a period of time and follow the child, which would compensate perhaps if they returned back to the school. Can you elaborate on that payment?
Yeah, it's really simple. Think about it in terms of payments. You could create a payment system whereby there were equal distributions, 25%, 25%, or you could create an exploding system, and where you get more money the longer you keep the kid in the school. So your tuition increases to discourage those schools from sending children in either direction, but in fact keeping them throughout the year. I want to make sure I make this point. I deeply appreciate the intent here. I deeply appreciate the fact that quite frankly, many people who are on this committee understand that there has to be equity. I think that the challenge is that the conversation is about suburban versus urban, not recognizing that what the real funding issue is, why there are 11 funding formulas, is not because there are 11 different types of municipalities. It's because of where the children ultimately end up at school. If the goal is to set one funding formula based upon the economic circumstances of the children, then one such formula could be put in place, and all of the money, for instance, as I mentioned, if there's 16,500 and then, again, somebody 27,500 or $23,000 per pupil could then go to that child's school.
Thank you, Dr. Perry. I appreciate it.
Well said. Is there anybody else that has any questions? Seeing none.
Madam Chair, one question if I could.
Okay, I can't see anybody that's online, just so you know, so you have to speak up. And
I'm much better looking when you can't see me, Madam Chair.
that's true.
I know it. I thought you'd agree. Dr. Perry, very quick question. I became intrigued on a forum a couple of days ago about how we do this, where we count the children. I learned today, and I actually saw some testimony you gave a couple of years ago. That's how deep I got into this. And I learned today that we do that. We count the kid twice. And as I understand it, that there's needs for that. Two of those main needs are because the district where the child resides, the sending district, if you will, or sending school, if you will, is responsible for that child's special education needs and their transportation. And that plays into this, as I understand it. How do other states address that issue, or what would your recommendation be if, as you say, the money follows the child? What would be your recommendation to overcome those sort of questions?
Thank you. Throughout the state average of special education is somewhere around, depending upon where you are, 9-10%, with some of the larger urban districts having a much higher special education percentage. They still provide the special education support. That special education goes with them. It's portable depending upon the district. Some districts decide to send an actual amount of money. So when I ran a magnet school in Hartford, Middletown, for instance, would send a social worker to our school in Hartford. Conversely, East Granby would send the money to the school for the social work services. There's not a single way the social work services are put in place. And quite frankly, that doesn't justify double funding every single child. Then double fund just the 10% who are SPED. It doesn't justify the overall expense of it. It can be used as an example, but it's a red herring, and just by pure fact of numbers. The special education needs of that child are still being met in their recipient school. So if a kid goes to Vinyl Tech, Middletown's still providing the services, true, but Middletown doesn't have to provide those services. They could turn the money over and say, Vinyl, you do it then. Or Wilcox Tech, Meriden Public Schools can say, then you do it. That is a choice that that district is making to address the needs in that way. That is not a mandate. That is not a law. That's not even a best practice. It's just a strategy that that particular district has chosen. So it doesn't justify keeping $360 million in districts that was collected on the behalf of the children to educate them in districts that they will not attend. They fundamentally don't go to the school. They go to a different school. So if our goal is to make sure they're transported, then put the money in purchasing the busing to send them to the school that they go to. You don't have to do it this way, where you hold on to the largesse yourself and say, we'll parse it out and we'll determine which kids get busing and which kids don't as a sending district. That's a choice that that district makes. But even in that choice, it doesn't justify, just from a straight numbers perspective, spending twice $360 million a year, almost 15% of the state's overall education budget, doesn't actually go to the children for whom it was collected.
Okay, I think I'm understanding that. I think I'm going to follow up with you and speak more. And I appreciate being here. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Harrison? Is there anybody else that's here besides Representative Harrison that needs to speak that I missed their hands? Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Perry, I always appreciate what your perspective on some of this. And can you talk about the enrollment and the funding, if I heard you correctly? So my understanding is that the schools know well before the school starts how many children are going to be enrolled. They would also at that point know how many children are going to other schools. And you say that the funding happens on October 1st. So what would you propose to be adjustments to handle this double funding? And we heard testimony that 10% of the children may leave the school that they chose and go back. So certainly if they go back to the homeschool would certainly want to get those funds because now they are, the money follows the child. So what would be a proposal that you would suggest that would solve this?
Well, thank you for your question and your kind words. So as you mentioned, each of us knows what our enrollment is at the beginning of the school year. October 1st is when it's set in stone, but we know at the beginning of the school year. So what the neighborhood schools would do is what the rest of us do. What the rest of us do is we project our enrollment and we hire accordingly. Quite frankly, those people who are in education would, if they were being honest with you, they would tell you that the hiring begins now. We begin hiring, even as a charter school, in the spring, the late winter and spring, all the way through the summer with the hopes of being able to have our staff set by the end of the school year. But as I suggested, let's just say that 10%, we're not talking about 90%, right? We're not talking about 90% of the kids coming back to the district. We're talking, even if we accept that as a given, 10% return, 10%. So the remaining tuition for that child would go back to the school. This is what happens in nearby New York. In New York, what happens is the state disperses payment based upon the number of children who attend the school and the amount of days. They do this for over 1.1 million children every day. We're talking about just about 40,000 kids in the state of Connecticut. And what happens is we as a school that runs schools in New York, we have to put in our attendance the same way we do in Connecticut. We have to report that attendance the same way we do in Connecticut. And the state of New York disperses payment based upon the total number of days that a child attends the school and the total population of the school. There's nothing really fancy about this, and I wish it was more innovative, but it's not. Again, I support the one funding formula for all children, one that accounts for their special needs, their economic circumstances, and the like. I think that's fantastic, regardless of what school they go to. That's fantastic. And any school who a child returns to or goes to should receive the remainder of the tuition so that that child can be educated. If you transferred from the University of Pennsylvania to Yale University should receive the remainder of your tuition. That's the way it works. That's the way it works in every other academic setting in the country. In Connecticut, though, we are stuck in this quagmire of the past, yet claiming that we're looking forward. We're saying that we're looking forward, understanding the problem. Then by God, let's correct the problem. If a kid returns to the school after October 1st, right now there is no recourse to the district. If 20 kids leave a nearby magnet school and go back to the neighborhood school doesn't get a dime. But in that case, they didn't need to because they kept 100% of the kids' tuition anyway. There are plenty of ways to address this issue. Smart, good people like yourselves can clearly come up with those. And to the extent that we can be helpful, I'd love to be helpful. I want to make sure that every single child in the state gets access to a world-class education, because every single kid does. And if I'm going to be even more frank, I'm here because I work with Black and Latin kids, poor kids, and always have. They're my heart, they're my everything. And I'm pushing to make sure that if only one gets it, then the poorest among us get it.
All set, Representative Harrison?
So thank you, Dr. Perry. Thank you for the opportunity. I certainly support any kind of choice for children, and I think we need to fund it equitably. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Felipe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Perry, is good to see you. It's always good to see you. But
Likewise.
I will say, fundamentally, I agree with you. I think that money should follow the child. And if you're going by the theory of this argument, of course, right? Of course, that child should get everything they deserve under the law. And the way that we are currently doing this, I think, speaks to the practicality of the argument, which I do not agree with. When I look at Bridgeport Public Schools, for example, traditional public schools, that is, because I do support our charters as well. Traditional public schools cannot see a dime left off of their current budget. Matter of fact, this bill that we have right now is hoping to influx $14 million more a year into that school system. I don't understand where the cuts come from. I don't know what fat there is to trim. We talk about, schools with one educator, no paras, 30 students. How do we address these issues if we don't have the money to pay our teachers fairly, if we don't have our money to introduce more programming, to do more for special education? We don't have the money to do it currently, and taking this money out, regardless of the reason why we're taking it out, really handcuffs us. So I don't know what I'm not seeing, but do you see fat that we can trim that I'm just not looking at?
It's a great question. When we opened our first school, which is a magnet school in Hartford, Connecticut, the then superintendent of Hartford Public Schools asked us where I thought we could locate the building and the school. We had 2,500 children on the waiting list in Bridgeport. As you may know, we had almost 700 children on this year's waiting list. And so what the then superintendent did was he recognized that there was a school called Barnard Brown. And Barnard Brown had a capacity of 750 kids, yet there were just about 250 in the building. He, in turn, put us in the building and consolidated those children in another school, because it costs the same amount of money to turn on the lights in a building that has one child that it does to have 750. But when you have schools that are under-enrolled, literally under-enrolled, and you're keeping those schools going, then by definition, there's fat. I don't feel comfortable calling any people fat. That's just not fair. So I was using your terminology. See, brother, you took me down a whole lot and didn't want to go down. But what I'm saying is you say, and we agree that the money should go to where the child is. The reason why you and I think, agree that the money should go to where the child is, because we know where the child ends is where the teachers are, where the special education folks are, where the social workers are, where the where the football team is, where the chess club is, where the glee club is. That's where the child is. Why would we pay for those services when there's somewhere back there that they do not attend? The very real point is, and I say this with all due respect to everyone, our neighborhood public schools are typically the largest municipal funder in our respective communities. And quite frankly, most of the recipients of those positions don't live in the communities. Not only do they not live in the communities, they don't shop in the communities, they don't send their kids to those schools. So the question then becomes, what are we protecting? Because the kids are not receiving those services. The kids are not receiving them because the kids are somewhere else. What does that look like? If 9,000 children are not attending a Hartford public school, a Hartford neighborhood school, and attending another school, yet Hartford Public Schools is getting $16,500 for that kid, and the recipient school can be getting anywhere from $7,000 to $12,000, then send the whole 30 to that child's school. And with that, the teacher who was hired to teach that child algebra back at the school that they don't attend, send them there. If you really want to hire 2 algebra teachers for this child, send both of them to the school that the child is attending. That's really what we're talking about here, right? Representative Felipe, we're talking about we hired a person to teach this child 3rd grade, a 3rd grade teacher, but the child is in a 3rd grade somewhere else. If you really want to keep that person employed because you really, really, really want to keep that person employed, send them to the school where the child is. Send as many 3rd grade teachers as you want to get into that child's ultimate school where they land. Because that's what we're talking about. This is not an esoteric notion. And it's not even innovative. We are so far behind as a state. If I accept the spirit of this effort, and I genuinely do, I know some of the folks involved. I think very highly of Senator McCrory and Curry and you and others who I do know. I think you guys are well-intended. I think if we cut you open, we open you up, we find that you guys are all just great people who want to do good work. But you can't be half pregnant on this, and you can't stand between 2 canoes. If the goal that you say that you are setting is to address the long-standing historical disadvantages of those people born into poverty, then you must send every single dime to the school that they attend so the poverty can be addressed, so the racism can be addressed, so the classism, homophobia, and all the other circumstances that are limiting their growth are addressed. If you genuinely believe, Representative Felipe, and I know you do, brother, that the children, not the system, but the children deserve all resources that are raised on their behalf, then send them to where the child is. Meaning, by way of resources, send those teachers, send those guidance counselors, send those coaches, send the chess club, send it all to the school that they attend. That's what we're talking about here, really. Why are we leaving it behind? How does that help anybody?
I appreciate that answer, and Madam Chair, I'll close by saying this. I do agree with the philosophy that you're speaking of, but the philosophy that you're speaking of to me means that you're providing for all children and not discriminating between either set of children. Right now, I think a big argument that we have with our choice schools is that we're pitting 2 sets of children against each other. I don't want to do it in the antithesis. I don't want to do it opposite, right? This bill provides funding for children where they are, but also make sure that we don't handcuff our neighborhood schools as well. If the goal is really to make sure that we're not pitting these children against each other, and that we are looking at them where they are and in the neighborhoods that they're in, maybe not exactly the school that they're in, we cannot set our regular neighborhood schools back by helping out our other choice schools. Now, if we had another 390 million to introduce back into our choice schools as well, I would do that. But right now we're talking about the money that we're dealing with, and the money we're dealing with just says we have to make progress. It's not going to be perfect, but perfect cannot be the enemy of the good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So all of you who are online, we're looking for people who have gotten their notice to be a panelist. Please accept that so that you can be a panelist. My understanding is that we have up next is James Beyondry Alexander.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can. Floor is yours.
Hi,
3 minutes.
thank
sir.
you. Thank you very much. My name is James Bendari Alexander. I am a New Haven public school parent. I have 3 daughters. in public school, age 15, 13, and 11, and just in strong support of robust public funding for our public schools, and am really happy that your conversation is turning in that direction. I want to talk about a few problems I have seen and why I care so much about robust public funding for public schools, and then talk about a few things I can see in our future. Some of the problems my kids have had is they haven't the schools have not been able to retain teachers. They haven't had full-time nurses. They haven't had full-time librarians. In some schools, they don't even have libraries. This is a problem for the students. It's been a problem for my kids. And as a parent, like when you have kids coming home saying, "Oh, I didn't learn today because there wasn't a substitute," or our class no longer is progressing normally because the teacher couldn't take it anymore and had to leave the district, or felt they had to leave the district. It's just a great interruption to our kids' education. So what I see happening in New Haven, at least, is renewed kind of conversation between parents and teachers and administrators to identify how we can have the kind of public school system that we really need to serve all kids. And it does come back to funding, and it does come back to what the state does. So I'm just really in strong support of more funding for public schools. I think that accountability, one thing I would like us to avoid is recreating the wheel. I think that some of the charter school models and so forth have been used, and now it's time to focus back on the neighborhood schools and full public funding. So that's all I've got for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Being none. Up next is number 82, Ramona Santalese. Ramona here? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ramona Santelices, President of the Dominican American Coalition of Connecticut, Inc., a longtime resident of the city of Bridgeport. The organization I represent works in collaboration with other organizations in the state of Connecticut, supporting education and quality educational options like our public charter schools. We do this work with robust programming addressing key needs in our communities while embracing and keeping alive the very cultural values of our multi-ethnic communities. As an organization, we are supporting HB 5003 because we believe that funding students according to their needs, regardless of where they live or their family's financial status, is in fact critical to students having access to good teachers, tutors, mental health support, and additional resources needed to succeed in the classroom. Research on this field has repeatedly shown that having these supports truly benefits students, and as a result, they are well prepared, they achieve better test scores, and are more likely to graduate on time. The outcome shows that this leads to higher lifetime earnings and a reduction of the amount of people living below the poverty line. It is not what we strive to vanquish as a state. In a unique way, people who live in these communities have experienced this problem for generations. And if we want a better future for our young people, it is very important to invest in education. Working in Bridgeport and throughout other under-resourced communities, I have witnessed firsthand the unalienable lack of resource, and its immediate, immeasurable negative impact on our children is one of the problems. Our youth cannot wait. We must take decisive action now. Please support HB 5003 and give all of our children a strong foundation for a brighter future full of options. I want to thank Education and Appropriation Committee members for listening to my testimony. I do hope you take it into consideration because it is vital to our community and we owe it to our youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Up next is Cleese Williams. You're online. Number 82. Cleese Williams. I saw you online a little bit ago. Going once, going twice. Up next after that is Namianzi Edwards. Namianzi Edwards.
She spoke earlier.
She spoke earlier. Okay. Kim Rogers up next. Kim Rogers. Going once, going twice. Kim Rogers. You have to mute.
Oh, I'm here. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. I'm doing this. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
I apologize for the delay. I know you guys really have had a long day and I appreciate your time here. My name is Kim Rogers. I am a library media specialist here in New Haven Public Schools. I am a member of the New Haven Federation of Teachers, NHFT, and I am a member of the of the Recovery for All Act, and I am a resident of the city of New Haven. I'm here in support of HB 5003. Good afternoon or evening at this point, senators, representatives, and the Education Appropriation Committee. I have been a teacher here in New Haven for 15 years. I am a proud active member of my union, of which I want to make very clear. Our union supports this bill, though we have some questions on some of the wording. The local Federation of Teachers 933 does in fact support this bill. And I would like to just give you a brief glimpse from a librarian's perspective. Okay, as a lead librarian and an informational specialist for the New Haven Public Schools, I want to provide some insight on the reading crisis, which is not only in New Haven, but it's also in our state and it's also in all of our states. The long-term challenges of equalizing educational opportunities for every student in the district. And right now, half of the students in our district do not have access to a full-time librarian. This is just a small piece that this funding can support. We can improve student reading when our schools have libraries because that's what the research shows. And though I'm only going to speak from a librarian's perspective, I would like to say that if we place a full-time librarian in every school, our students can thrive and bring back the joy of reading. By fully funding pre-K through 12 public education, we can ensure that all students in New Haven and across Connecticut have access to a library and a full-time librarian and the staff that the school needs to support our most deserving, all of our children. I take any questions, but I think I've submitted my documentation with data to the committee. And I thank you so much for your long day today and the time you've given.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none? You're
Yep.
all set. Up next is Reverend Matthew Hogue Smith. Floor is yours, sir.
Honorable co-chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Education and Appropriation Committees. Good evening. My name is the Reverend Matthew Hogue Smith, and I live in Manchester and am the Associate Pastor for Outreach, Justice, and Diversity at First Church of Christ Congregational UCC in Glastonbury, which is a member congregation of the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance. I am here to speak in full support of House Bill 5003, not only because of the surplus, but because our education equity is bankrupt. I consider myself a survivor of trauma inflicted onto me by the overwhelmed and underfunded school epidemic in this country. I was born and raised in generational poverty. In my early kindergarten years, I was sent to my local school in our poverty-dense city of Elyria, Ohio. Even in kindergarten, my class sizes were large and the school district speech pathologist was drowning under the immense need and caseload. I had a severe stutter to the point where I could not communicate. Often I would just get stuttering fits and would just scream and cry all day. So the teacher was even getting so frustrated at the lack of attention that I would need that she sent notes home to my parents on how to teach me the ABCs because she could not give me the full attention. My family had to send me to a school that was 10 minutes away, that was more fully funded to help me. My first day of first grade in this school, I didn't know what the teacher was saying. I couldn't speak. I didn't know how to hold a pencil. I didn't know how to say ABCs, and I couldn't read sight card words. And I graduated with an F average. But now I stand here before you because I had to go to a different school, a two-time alumni of a Catholic university, yet my story is one of many who had to survive overwhelmed and underfunded schools. Distinguished members of this Education Appropriations Committee, I tell you my story because it is important for schools to have resources they need. Schools need resources to educate our students, but 67% of our public school students still don't receive full funding for a high quality K through 12 education. Even a CEA study showed 84% of Connecticut voters support increasing teacher salaries. Connecticut has a budget surplus. Invest in our children. Friends, I tell you, my story began 28 years ago, but now it's your job to make sure that no new stories begin this day and any day forward. Thank you and for hearing me out and for your consideration.
Anybody have any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. You're all set. Up next is Jasmine Inoa. Jasmine, the floor is yours.
Hi, I was just wanting to see if my friend could come up with me because we're both students from the same school.
Yep, go ahead. What's your name?
Sophia Franco,
Sophia Franco. What number did you have?
127.
Huh?
127.
127, okay. Go ahead. Floor is yours, you guys.
Hello, members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. My name is Jasmine Noah. I'm here to share some of my thoughts and experiences as a student in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and express my support of House Bill 5003. Growing up in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and recently being a part of a campaign to engage voters, one thing is clear to me. The needs of our community are vast and growing. In my view, and many of those I spoke to, investment in our youth is needed to break the oppressive cycle that hinders growth and opportunity. Young people like me need to be inspired in order to see themselves thriving and being part of innovation and positive change. House Bill 5003 creates the platform needed to do just that by ensuring that educational funding embraces the needs of students, as a priority no matter where they go to school. I see many of my peers struggle in ways that feel so overwhelming. I myself find that I am struggling with adapting to the adult world. When I attended a public charter school, I was supported fully to be ready for college. However, I moved out of the district and was no longer able to attend the school. The reality is that now I don't have the same support to be ready to go to college. I now attend a school where there is no push to have a minority student be successful. At Achievement First, we had Black excellence. There was a celebration of our culture. We felt embraced. Today, I come to you firmly in my resolve as part of a generation that stands united and with strong voices against injustice and discriminatory practices designed to keep us down. Education will open the doors to opportunities that have been limited and scarce for youth like me. I don't want to be one of the few that breaks through. I want a wave of kids to come out of cities like Bridgeport that change the way we are looked at and spoken about. Maybe I'll be the next Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Maybe I'll be the next world-renowned surgeon. And on my journey to wherever that might be in my life, I will know proudly that my city and state cared enough about me to invest in me and strive for my success, to show me that where I live does not define where I will go, to show me that the sky's the limit. Please support House Bill 5003. Thank you.
Thank you. Floor is yours. Turn the mic on. Right in front of you. Put the button right in front of you. Yep, there you go.
Hello, members of the Education and Appropriations Committees. It is very exciting to be here and equally challenging because it's not easy to speak in a room full of people I don't know yet. But give me a little bit of time and I'm sure I'll get to know you and maybe you will remember this young lady hailing from Bridgeport, Connecticut. My name is Sofia Franco, proud daughter of Mexican-American parents. I am here to raise my voice strongly in support of House Bill 5003. A little bit about me and why I support the much needed change in this bill. I had the opportunity to attend at a public charter and traditional schools. As a senior currently attending Central High School, I find myself full of optimism for what lies ahead of me. However, I am not blind to the very real issues my peers face in the city due to the years of inequity in educational funding and other supports. I myself struggled with learning and can only imagine how different my experience could have been had my city been well-resourced with the support necessary to meet the needs of students like me. I am doing my best in becoming the best version of me by pushing hard every day and taking on challenges to create opportunity for myself. Today, I ask for you to do the same for me, for the thousands of other students out here who need and deserve a fair shot at an education that will enable us to become productive, successful members of our state. Please support House Bill 5003. Respectfully, Sophia.
Thank you very much, ladies. Any questions or comments? Yes, one question.
Just one comment. 6.5 hours into this public hearing, I just want to thank you both for reminding us that what we're talking about is investing in people and human beings and giving schools the opportunity to change lives. So just thank you for that little bit of energy at this point of the night.
Any other comments or questions? Being none, you're all set, ladies.
Okay, thank you for having us.
Up next is Eric Bertolis. Eric? Going once, going twice. Gone. Tracy Mays. Tracy Mays. Going once, going twice. Up next is Dylan Deanne, number 91. Dylan Deanne, 91. I think I saw the next one online.
Senator Austin,
Yes,
number 87 is joined online.
okay. And Manuski? Are you in?
She won't promote to a panelist, so.
Excuse me?
She won't accept the promotion to a panelist.
Okay. They're asking you if you have been promoted to panelist, that you accept that. If she comes on, let me know. Dylan Deanne. Dylan Deanne. Next is Joseph Sokolov.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, representatives and senators.
and esteemed members of the Appropriations and Finance Committee. My name is Joseph Skalovic, and I'm the chair of the Bridgeport Board of Education's Finance Committee. I am testifying today tentatively in strong opposition to HB 5003, a bill that on its surface would appear to begin to equitably fund our public schools in Connecticut. For Bridgeport, however, this bill, according to the current data available to the public and to myself, will do the exact opposite. The bill, upon implementation, if these numbers hold, will further widen the funding gap that the city of Bridgeport and its children have faced for nearly half a century. If passed in its current form, the legislation will give Bridgeport's peer districts more than $20 million more in extra funding per district. This is totally unacceptable. I'm a Bridgeport resident for nearly 20 years, and I am the only board member who currently has a child that attends Bridgeport Public Schools. As a member of the Bridgeport Board of Education for the last 6 years, I am the only current active member that has been faced with having to make draconian cuts that were made due to the chronic underfunding at the state level. In the last decade alone, we've had to make over $50 million in cuts to not only central office, which is the smallest and leanest in all our peer districts, but major direct cuts to classrooms as well. In the current year, we need $24 million just to maintain our current financial condition and operating costs. This is not including most ESSER funded positions, which will be the first to go once the fiscal cliff arrives. Ironically enough, should Bridgeport receive the $23.5 million increase Hartford is receiving, the $24.8 million Waterbury is receiving, or even $19.4 million increase New Haven is receiving, we as a board could forestall the fiscal cliff for the most part. But no, Bridgeport, the largest city and school district in the state, has to make do with 6 to 8 times less, according to current calculations, than its peer districts, while being the same demographic, if not worse demographic financially. So why Bridgeport Public Schools only getting 3.2 million, again, according to the current estimates, which hopefully will be revised? Why will this bill bring the largest school district to number 4 in total state funding, behind the smaller districts of Waterbury, New Haven, and Hartford? Why under this bill do charter schools receive much more money in Bridgeport, which we have the most charter schools in the state? We've got 6. They receive a larger increase than our 35 public schools. And speaking of charter schools, it's said to be student-centered funding, and the money follows the child. If the money is following the child, so should the expenses. Our public schools under this bill will still be on the hook for special education costs and transportation. So this bill not only appears to shortchange Bridgeport Public Schools, it also allows the charter school industry to double dip into the taxpayer's pocket and continue to drain money and resources from our true public schools. Is it any wonder that so many profiteers from the charter school industry and their families are lobbying on behalf of this bill? This bill needs to be rejected and sent back to committee in order to fix whatever formula used so that the largest district in the state receives an increase proportional to its size in relation to its peer districts. Bridgeport should be getting at least as much of an increase as the smaller districts. Let's say if Bridgeport doesn't get at least $24 million under this bill, it should be rejected. It is essential to begin to bridge this racial and economic divide in students' achievement, and finally bring equity to every school regardless of zip code. Now, I would be very happy to revise my testimony should the numbers change. I mean, I'm hearing rumors and voices saying that we are going to get additional money, we are going to get additional funding, but last year the state gave us $15,000 increase. $15,000 we received from the state of Connecticut last year. I need to see in the paper, I need to see when I hit that drop down button on the school finance projects that Bridgeport is receiving adequate money for what they deserve for their children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next is Luis Luna. Luis Luna. Luis Luna. Claudia Phillips. Are you the last person in that group to speak? So that you can all go home and be warm? Okay, very good. I was wondering who you were waiting for.
Is it on? You can hear me? Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Chairs McCrory, Austin, Curry, and Walker, ranking members Berthal, McCarthy, and Nuzio, and distinguished members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. I hope everyone is doing well. I want to thank everyone present and those connecting virtually for taking the time out of their day to be part of this very important hearing. I also want to thank every person who in their capacity has made it their focus to serve their community by being problem solvers and leading with compassion and attentiveness to the needs of the people they serve. My name is Claudia Phillips. I am a community engagement manager with the Connecticut Charter Schools Association and a parent to 3 children that attended public traditional schools, public, charter, and magnet schools in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Standing united with families across our state, we have been in this fight to bring educational equity to marginalized communities for years, and yet meaningful and transformative change remains stagnant. I am here in full support of House Bill 5003 to see that change becomes a reality. I don't intend to say too much because it's been said in countless meetings and movements supported with data and people from every sector, from mayors to community leaders, from education professionals to nonprofits, and most importantly, by the families that bear the brunt of neglect for so many years. Today, I ask that we unite with absolute conviction to pass legislation that will equitably fund the education cost sharing formula in order to avoid the fiscal cliff created by the one-time federal COVID aid. Our children, families, and schools have been through enough and are still reeling from the COVID aftermath. We have a duty to prevent any further burden on our families. We need to take action now. I want to take a moment to address a few out there that continue to create division in our communities with lies. To those of you continuing to spread misinformation and outright lies about our public charter schools, charters have the highest accountability and most oversight of any of our schools. And quite frankly, I'm just sick and tired of the lies. This is purposely to mislead people and to create division. We need choices, and those that are trying to block this from our families, they have choices, and they're blocking this from Black and brown families, and that is just outright hypocrisy. Your child is no more deserving than mine. A great leader who works here in this building recently told me that it is expensive to be poor. Let's let that sink in. And how do we bring the change needed? We know the answer. It is the universal truth that education equals freedom. Freedom from poverty and the barriers that prevent access to opportunity. This is why we need to pass this legislation, and a legislation that calls for funding formula based on the needs of all students, regardless of their race, zip code, or socioeconomic status, or the type of school that they attend. Our students have been ignored for decades. We see and live the results of that neglect manifested daily. All we have to do is turn on the news. Let's change the story of neglect to one of investment in our children. Show them that they are loved and cared for. Children cannot wait. So it is time to close this racial and educational gap that has been crippling our communities. Let's all stand together and support House Bill 5003. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, you're all set. Thank you. Up next is Pastor Valerie Washington. Pastor Valerie Washington here. John O'Connor. Is John O'Connor here? Venetia Beasley. Venetia Beasley. Carolina Bortoletto. Pedro Mendia. Pedro Mendia. Is that you, sir? There you go. The floor is yours.
Representative Corey, Senator Austin, Senator McCrory, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Education and Appropriation Committee. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to testify on Bill 5003. My name is Pedro Mendialanda, and I am the Director of the Department of Multilingual Honors Programs for the New Haven Public Schools. Let me begin by stating my full support behind HB 5003 because it is a move in the right direction to address the inequities in funding across the state. Although not perfect, this is a bill for change towards reaching much needed equity. Districts and schools across the state are mandated to ensure that English learners or multilingual learners, as I will refer them through my testimony, receive specialized services to meet their linguistic and academic needs. I am here to request again that you support and expedite a fully funded formula that will support districts such as New Haven in providing student-centered resources to educate the culturally, linguistic, diverse student population that we serve. New Haven's public schools serves about 3,900 multilingual learners and make up about 22% of the K-12 school population. They represent 70 different languages from over 54 different countries. This population is by no means homogeneous, either linguistically, culturally, or academically, but they share one same experience, that of integrating to a new country while acquiring English as an additional language. We provide services to newcomer students who arrived in the last students from outside of the US, students with limited interrupted formal education, long-term multilingual learners, all while supporting former students who exited programming in the past 2 years. In the position statement of the education of students who are English learners or multilingual learners that was adopted by the Connecticut State Board now many years ago, it states that they believe that high quality, comprehensive, and effective English as a second language and bilingual education programs are essential to acquire English and academic proficiency for all students who are multilingual learners. High quality programs demand resources above and beyond those of traditional programs. The proposed changes in the course sharing formula acknowledges and takes into considerations that educating multilingual learners require those resources because if not, they are not able to succeed in the schools. This bill will afford us the opportunity and the mandate to address those culturally, linguistic, and academic needs of our diverse student population. That is not an option if we do not meet those needs. It is a necessity, and I ask in the name of the New Haven Public Schools and other districts who tirelessly work in ensuring that all students have an equal access to high quality education, that they become reflective of this reality. In expediting and fully expanding this formula, it will ensure that our students attending New Haven Public Schools will be funded at the same rate as those from the sending districts. And that means much needed additional programming and resources, such as additional international academies, dual enrollment classes for our students, so that they can graduate from high school having earned college credits, new arrival centers to facilitate the acculturation process and be able to provide wraparound services, since there has been a 26% increase in the enrollment of the newcomers in the last year. In addition, it will provide resources for multilingual instructional coaches to support general education teachers in crafting the art of educating multilingual learners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. We look forward to working with you in supporting and making this a reality. Thank you.
Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, you're off. Good. Yeah. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just very quickly, and you mentioned 3,900 multilingual learners in your district. Has that number increased significantly since the pandemic?
Yes, it has. As I said, there was over, a 26% increase in the number of the newcomers. Those are the students who came from outside of the country. But now that you asked me that question, I would like to point out is that our funding is based, as some of the speakers said earlier, based on the October 1st collection. Okay, what that means is that we are operating currently with the funding that we received from last year's, when we have had an increase over 300 students.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those comments. Very much appreciated.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to follow up very quickly on that information. So would you be able to let us know when the bulk of the new students did arrive? If they arrived after October 1st, did the majority come before December 31st? If we were to discuss moving the benchmark date for assessment of number of students, in your experience.
Right. I mean, so I'm going to give you specific numbers. I mean, our October 1st enrollments on October 1st of 21-22, there was 3,767 families, that we reported as multilingual learners. In March, a few months later, we had 3,844. I mean, this year's enrollment numbers that we reported in October, there were 3,935, and currently we have 3,987, as I mentioned earlier. That means that we are serving over 220 additional students this year with the funding that we received from last year.
I know that your school is not the only school where that is an issue, or your district. So thank you for bringing it to our attention. I appreciate it.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, you're all set, sir.
Thank you.
Next is on the online, John O'Connor, number 96, sir. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Senators McCrory and Austin, and Representatives Walker and Curry, and all members of the Education and Appropriations Committees. My name is John O'Connor, and I teach at Central Connecticut State University in New Britain. I'm here to speak in favor of HB 5003. I'm the current Vice President of CSU AAUP, a union that represents 3,000 members across the 4 state universities. CSU AAUP is a member of the Recovery for All Coalition, and we strongly support the Recovery for All's equity agenda. I support HB 5003 because our state needs to take serious action to address longstanding equities that define our K-12 education system. As a state, we need to address the very real racial and need-based achievement gaps that have persisted for a long time. And we also need to address the impact that the global pandemic has had on our students. I've been teaching at CCSU for 20 years, and it's become increasingly clear to me that the educational path that all Connecticut students embark upon is complex and riddled with all sorts of challenges. What happens in their classrooms is often connected to the struggles seen within their communities, and the impact and consequences of under-resourced and understaffed schools at the K-12 level will be felt later in our community colleges and our state universities. This bill helps safeguard that there will not be an accumulation of disadvantage, which destroys a student's hope and opportunity. We know that educational research has convincingly shown that more money for schools positively impacts student learning and achievements. Extra funding in low-income school districts will help close our achievement gaps and will not only close our achievement gaps, but will move us toward real educational equity. However, in order to do that, the bill does need, I think, a few tweaks. First, the bill has to take into account the important differences in the cost of educating a student raised in poverty versus the cost of educating a student from an affluent community. Shouldn't the funding formula give weight to the needs of those students? Second, does the bill ensure that funds go to the classroom staff? Our schools have serious vacancies that need to be filled, and we need to be sure that the funds associated with the bill actually impact students. Finally, we need to ensure that charter schools are subject to the same measures of accountability and transparency that our traditional public schools have. This bill moves Connecticut forward, and with a few changes, it can be a real equity bill. Regardless of whether my K through 12 teaching colleagues are in East Hartford, New Haven, or Bridgeport, the students that they are teaching today will be the students in our colleges and universities tomorrow. We all have a responsibility to make sure they are successful. Passing this bill will help us all do that. Thank you for the opportunity to testify to you tonight.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, you're all set, sir. Thank you. Up next is Ann Manuski. Can you hear me? Ann,
Yes, good evening, Senator Austin. Hi.
the floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman and members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. I'm Ann Manuski, a 24-year resident of Connecticut and a mom and a wife and former professional counselor. My past experience including working on for DC private post-secondary education concern as research assistant in the area of mental health at a major Pennsylvania hospital. Currently, I'm president of the Connecticut Republican Assembly, as well as the president of the Connecticut chapter of U.S. Parents Involved in Education. Overall, I'm an education advocate for probably about, well, my oldest is 24, but in regard to education in schools, about 18 years. In 2022, the General Assembly session had discovered an issue with double funding. I am very concerned that the legislature at that time did not take care of this double funding issue, where we, the taxpayers, have been paying double for many public school children in the state. Former Representative Kimberly Fiorello wrote in regard to this last year in an article called "Stop the Double Pay Play in Education." And I quote, "That something is called double funding or paying twice for some students. Buried in a 43-page bill are 2 sentences that say, a student enrolled in an interdistrict magnet school program shall be considered a student enrolled in the school district in which the student resides, and a student enrolled in agricultural science and technology education center shall be considered a student enrolled in the school district in which such student resides." Literally paying twice for the same student. Today, this was last year, but today by conservative estimates, we are double funding or paying twice for about 45,000 magnet and agri-science students out of about 530,000 public school students in our state. This costs parents and taxpayers more than $300 million per year, which is about 10% of the annual operating budget in our State Department of Education. This is a very, very serious concern, and I urge the Education Appropriations Committees to go back and make sure that this does not go on forward. Many Connecticut citizens have witnessed corruption of our education system with developmentally inappropriate Common Core and the RTI Band-Aid, social emotional learning, diversity, equity, and inclusion, divisive efforts, and the worst, in my opinion, comprehensive sexualized education. This is all part of education and needs to be. This is one of the reasons why parents are taking their kids out of the public schools and trying to find the best school for their child.
And can you wrap it up, please?
Yes, thank you. So in my opinion, from the research, money should follow the child so that parents can independently decide what is the best school for their child. This bill is not acceptable. I write to oppose this and request that the double funding is remediated and that funding calculators be given to districts beginning in the July date, the start date, and that changes are made with the calculations. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McCarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is just really simply a comment. And thank you for your testimony, but I would like to clarify that you're speaking as an individual today, correct?
I'm speaking as the president of the Connecticut Republican Assembly.
But you do not necessarily represent all Republican views, is what I'm trying to ask.
I don't understand your question. I'm sorry.
Well, my question is that you've identified yourself as the president of the Connecticut Republican Assembly, And I'm just trying to determine whether you're speaking in that capacity or speaking as an individual.
President of the Connecticut Republican Assembly.
And what does that mean? That doesn't represent Republican voices, does it?
We're the Republican wing of the Republican Party in the state of Connecticut. We're an organization that's part of the National Federation of Republican Assemblies. Over 26 states have Republican assemblies.
And thank you for that clarification, but I just
Sure.
want to make the point that not all Republicans would agree with your assessment. Thank you.
Have a great day.
Representative Dauphiné, you have a question, ma'am?
No, I just wanted to make a comment and thank Ann for coming on. I know that she may have missed Dr. Perry, but he talked in detail about much of what you said about the double pay, and it is a concern. And I think that we could much better use our money towards helping more children. But thank you for the comment and thank you for stepping up.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else have any comments or questions? Seeing none, you're all set. Thank you, Ann. Up next is Pastor Valerie Washington. Understanding if she was online. Number 93, Luna, number 93.
Hi, thank you, Senator Austin, and good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Representative Walker, and members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. So my name is Luis Luna, and I live in New Haven. I am here to speak on HB 5003, an act concerning education funding in Connecticut. I am a member of Recovery for All. I'm also the coalition manager for Husky for Immigrants, which is fighting to expand Medicaid coverage to all undocumented income eligible immigrants in the state. So the issue I want to talk about is dignity for all residents of Connecticut, which is part of the same fight as this one. Full funding for public schools to support all children to learn. So I have some concerns about HB 5003, in which it does not go far enough for students who are Black, brown, and low income, and English language learners. So when I immigrated to the US from Ecuador as a 13-year-old kid, I was taken by the Guilford public school system. In public school, I learned English, made new friends, and began to adjust to my new life here in Connecticut. In particular, my ESL teacher, Mrs. True Wolf, went out of her way to make sure that I had the resources I needed to thrive. I will never forget her. The extra mile that she went to look out for me literally changed my life. So too few students in our public schools have a teacher like Mrs. Wolf to look out for them, especially the kids who grew up like me, an immigrant kid learning English with a mom working double shifts at fast food jobs, but they should. Every student should have access to the resources they need in public school systems to thrive, to graduate, and to give back to our Connecticut community. So the good news is that we can, Connecticut has the money right now to make a long-lasting change for the residents who need it the most, our young Black and brown kids. We need to invest now in our public school system, making Connecticut known as a state where all children are guaranteed a high-quality education. So this bill raises real questions for me, especially in regards to the inclusion of charter schools alongside public schools. Charter schools are not held to the same accountability standards as public schools. So public funding for charter schools may not guarantee that all the funds will be used effectively or for the benefit of all students. This especially worrisome because charter schools do not serve all students, including those with special needs, and their admission policies result in selective student populations. There is limited oversight and transparency in how charter schools are managed and how they spend public funds, which can result in financial mismanagement and abuse of public.
Mind wrapping up, please?
For sure. Connecticut must provide an equal education opportunity to all students, regardless of their background and family income. And the best way to do this is by fully funding our schools, school systems. Investing in public education has long-term benefits for the state's economy and workforce. And I'll just finish saying that I urge you to fully fund our K-12 schools in Connecticut, ensuring that all students have access to high-quality education and the opportunity it provides. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Louis. And I would agree completely with you that it does not go far enough. We have a $700 million funding disparity, of which this $265 million infusion only handles part of that. So appreciate that commentary. Next up, I know 95 is online as well now. Pastor Washington. No? All right. So we will go to number 100, Kristen Mendoza.
Good evening, senators, representatives, and members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. My name is Kristen Bankson Mendoza. I'm a proud New Haven Public Schools educator. I teach multilingual learners and I coach new and veteran teachers as a lead teacher. I'm a teacher who does live in the community where I work, and my daughter attends a New Haven school. Thank you for this opportunity to share my perspective today. I work at Wilbur Cross. It's the largest high school in New Haven. New students arrive weekly and we welcome them because that's what we do all the way through June. Serving almost 1,700 in a building designed for hundreds less, we're used to finding creative ways to make it work. But the national teacher shortage that experts have been warning about for decades has hit us really hard this year, and we are approaching a breaking point. We're attempting to operate right now with 14 teacher vacancies, and 36 of our 100 or so teachers are giving up a prep period to teach a sixth class. This is unprecedented. It's not sustainable. At the same time, 1 in 4 students at Cross is learning English as a second language. We serve over 100 students with less than 1 year in the United States. And we have developed excellent programming to support those students, but it can't be implemented properly because of this problem with the lack of staff. We also deal with a leaky roof, mold, and malfunctioning HVAC system. I could go on. Compare conditions at Cross with those of a district like Ridgefield, where the English teachers teach only 4 classes of students. They have a 5th period just for one-on-one conferences. Of course, they're paid much more. No wonder we struggle to recruit and retain teachers, despite their deep commitment to our students. And remember, our working conditions are our students' learning conditions, which leads me to my next point. As I mentioned, I'm also a New Haven mom. My 3rd grader missed milestones because of the pandemic, but in some ways things are harder now. She has had 4 substitutes in her class this year, as her school has not been able to replace a teacher who retired. Would you accept this for your children? Is it acceptable for mine or for her predominantly Black and brown classmates? Should zip codes and lotteries be determining winners and losers in this way? Of course not. HB 5003 is an opportunity to get equitable school funding right, improve the working conditions for teachers in city schools. The teachers will stay, especially the bilingual teachers and teachers of color we know we need. But we can't implement what needs to happen right now with what we've got. New Haven needs a lot more people to fill vacancies and support our growing population of multilingual students. And it's my hope that this bill will be a catalyst for real change to equitably fund our schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Ceiling, Coach, you had something to say?
No.
Okay. Next up,
Daniel Pearson.
All right. Good evening, chairs, ranking members, and all members of the Appropriations and Education Committees. My name is Daniel Pearson. I'm the Executive Director for Educators for Excellence, a teacher-led nonprofit that seeks to promote student equity and elevate teachers' voices in policy decisions. Today, I submit testimony in full support of 5003. As the expiration date of the ESSER funds fastly approaches, we need to take action to ensure that the improvements districts are making are improvements that can last. Many of the ESSER funds have been used on personnel to help decrease staffing shortages and increase mental health supports. However, these positions will have no staying power without long-term funding, and we all know that these challenges existed well before the pandemic. Individualized support, mental health staff, lower classroom sizes, after school and summer programming, these all need to be a permanent part of our education system for all students, not just those in wealthy districts. The discrepancies we blatantly see between districts is by design. Connecticut has a massive racial funding gap, over $700 million between districts serving white students and those predominantly serving Black and brown students. By not passing 5003, we will continue to tell those students that they don't matter. Connecticut claims to have the #3 school system in the country, but for who? Not the students our teachers serve, not the districts we have consistently and purposefully underfunded. Each student in Connecticut deserves an equal opportunity to succeed, and that is why we're here today. If we don't take action now and fully fund ECS before the federal dollars run out, another generation of students will have to endure the effects of our inequitable school system. We cannot make up for this lost time in the future. This is impacting our students and our teachers now, and we must act now. We have made great strides in recent years to elevate education throughout Connecticut, and we cannot let this effort go to waste. Our students and our educators are too important. We have waited long enough. We need to stand up now, stand together, and make a change. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, and thank you for all the work you do to make sure we have quality teachers in our school districts across the state. Next up.
Yeah, and also just I'll say thank you and your organization for being a part of the greater coalition who's helping to kind of continue to move this forward. So thank you. Next up, we have Diana Heyman.
Hello. Hi
Press
there.
the button.
Which, where?
You're right.
I'm
Yep.
okay?
Yep, yep.
I'm right where I should be.
Right.
Okay, all right.
You're right.
Good evening, everybody. I can't believe that you sit for such long periods of time. As a teacher, I never was able to sit. Okay, as a teacher, I was never able to sit for very long. My name is Diana Heyman. I'm a member of the Unitarian Society of Hartford, which is also a member of GIA, and I live in West Hartford. I worked in West Hartford. I worked in East Hartford. I worked in Hartford, and I worked in Bloomfield. I've been an inner city teacher. I retired a long time ago, and I'm going to tell you a story, all right? I support this because I co-taught a kindergarten class in Hartford during the 2004-2005 academic year, a time of enlightened programming for some of Hartford's students. As a result of this experiment, this class of 8 students with varying degrees of handicap conditions, combined with 10 neighborhood students at Sand School, achieved end-of-year scores that compared equally and in some cases exceeded the scores of the other 2 kindergarten classes. Even though our success was remarkable and lauded by the Hartford Board of Education and Superintendent, the program was terminated for lack of funding. All the enrolled special ed students returned to their home schools, and the SAND students integrated into traditional first grade classrooms. We, the teachers of this extraordinary group, saw each child as uniquely talented and watched as each thrived and grew to view themselves as powerful students ready to blossom as lifelong learners. We shared that this collaborative year was for each of us the pinnacle of our teaching experiences, and then grieved as we watched the remaining SAND students lose the wonderful spark that marked the start of their educational journey. The story could be different for future Hartford learners if and when racial funding gaps are closed and innovative programs such as herein described became the norm. I I'm asking your help to make Hartford and Connecticut a more just and equitable place to live and learn. Thank you for your leadership on this important issue.
Well, thank you. And
You're
thank you.
very welcome.
Thank you for helping us educate our children. Great job, great testimony. Who we have next? Hey, I taught in Hartford for 18 years. We got something in common.
Next up, we have Deshaun Highsmith. Online? No? Okay. Lourdes Delgado? Not online. Pua Germani or Jerami? Is that a yes? Pua, if you're online, if you could just unmute yourself.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Good evening. My name is Puya Garami. I'm the Director of Recovery for All. We're a statewide coalition bringing together more than 60 community, faith, and labor organizations across Connecticut, and we represent hundreds of thousands of residents. Last month, our coalition unveiled our equity agenda in the Hall of Flags. The equity agenda is a set of specific policies that would transform struggling multiracial communities all across the state. Fully funding our pre-K through 12 public schools is one of the crucial parts of our equity agenda. For far too long, our regressive tax structure has helped fuel the chronic underfunding of public schools and working class communities, especially Black and Brown communities. Recovery for All believes it's time to fully fund public schools everywhere so that all students in Connecticut can benefit from public education of the highest caliber. At a time when we face a multi-billion-dollar surplus, when our rainy day fund is overflowing, when our wealthiest corporations and residents are prospering, we face a historic opportunity to fully fund our public schools. That's why our coalition urges lawmakers to make a dramatic investment in the future of Connecticut this year. We've heard a lot about equity today, but we feel we got to define this key word. In our view, real equity means public schools fully staffed with public workers to enrich our children, teachers and paraprofessionals, school counselors and school nurses, mental health professionals and librarians, custodians and school bus drivers and school lunch workers. Real equity means that school districts serving children with high needs should have more funding to meet those needs. And finally, in our view, real equity means accountability for charter schools. This points to our most significant question about this bill as it currently stands. Will charter schools receiving increased public dollars be transparent and accountable to the public? We urge you to address this concern to ensure public funds for charter schools are subject to public democratic oversight. And I just want to wrap up on a personal note. If we ensured real equity, every public school district would be like the one I grew up in. Many years ago, my parents immigrated to this state and somehow landed in Mansfield. So I had the good fortune of attending amazing public schools where the staff, simply put, changed my life, helped me become a better person. That should be the experience every kid across Connecticut enjoys. We have the resources to make that possible. As a state, we have the wealth to make that possible. Fully funding our public schools is one of the most important ways we can finally reduce the extreme racial, economic, and gender disparities harming Connecticut. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Up next.
Carolina Bulis, not online. Bruce Bennett. No.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
You're up.
Okay, thank you. Hold on a minute. Distinguished senators, representatives, and members of the Education and Appropriations Committee, thank you for holding this public testimony and allowing me to express my support for Bill HB 5003 that will help sustain and improve agricultural science and technology education, ASTE, funding. My name is Bruce Bennett, and I am the chairman of the Region 1 Vocation Agricultural Consulting Committee. We are members of the local community involved in agricultural businesses that bring contemporary knowledge of the changing face of agriculture to the ASTE and FFA education planning process. Each student receives a state grant that is supposed to support our infrastructure that includes our barns, animals, equipment, shop, a new kitchen for our farm to table program, the ability to attend FFA conventions, and all of the other experiences our community expects from our local ASD program. In addition, it needs to support our teaching staff and all the assistance that they require to bring agricultural education to our students. However, the funding that we have received for many years has not been adequate to fully support these programs, and we are forced to make decisions about where the available funds are placed. It has also inhibited our ability to expand the educational opportunities that is required because of the changing face of agriculture. Because of our rural location on the border of New York and Massachusetts, we are struggling financially because of the imbalance in the distribution of state-required funds due to our inability to acquire out-of-district students and their significant tuitions that is available to other ASTE schools. Bill 503 will create that balance and provide us with a much-needed fair portion of the finance that will be available and that are vital for the success of our programs. You have witnessed the earlier testimony of the FFA students, as well as our own Haley Swaller, president of our local FFA, who let you know how incredible this program really is. These students become leaders. ASTE education is a unique learning experience that provides hands-on education that will produce individuals that will contribute to the growth of our rural businesses, stay and return to our area, and participate in the volunteer structure that supports our towns. I again thank you for your support of this bill 5003. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony once again. Any questions? Seeing none. Next.
All right, it doesn't appear that Alyssa Tatro, Liz Johnston, or Columbus Barnes are online or in person. So we'll move on to 112, Barbara Ruggiero. I do see you are online. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Hey, hi. Members, I'm Barbara Ruggiero, the founder and executive director of Brass City Charter School in Waterbury, Connecticut. Members of the Appropriations and Education Committee, we thank you for holding this hearing and for your support of Connecticut students and the legislature for the steps they have taken over the past few years to address the inequities in public education funding. This school year, for the first time, charter students received funding for the same weighted funding formula as their peers in traditional public schools. While this change is significant, without the full phase-in of the funding formula, it still leaves the students of today lacking what they need to be successful. It will be years before our students and their peers in traditional district schools benefit from the full implementation of these funding improvements. Today's students cannot wait. Fortunately, the ESSER relief funds have made it possible for Brass City Charter School to begin to address the learning loss that resulted from the pandemic over the past 2 years. BCCS asks that you support HB 5003 to mitigate the fiscal cliff we anticipate after federal funding runs out in 2025. Federal COVID relief dollars will soon expire, but the pandemic's impacts on student learning and mental health will last long after these funds are gone. Historically, our academic outcomes have reflected the strength of our program. Unfortunately, like most urban schools, BCCS experienced significant learning loss during COVID, despite heroic efforts to mitigate the effect of COVID on student learning. We are working strategically to overcome these gaps and saw growth in our students at the end of last year, 69.9% in ELA and 76.9% in math, as indicated on the state's 2021-2022 Next Generation Accountability Report. Notably, the difference in growth for high need students and all students was not statistically significant, and in fact was almost identical. Over the past 2 years, federal aid supported our academic program by allowing us to reduce student-teacher ratios and provide consultants to support our program. We now have assistants in grades pre-K through 5, allowing for robust small group work and tiered support for their appropriate levels. When the federal funding runs out, you won't be able to continue this effective and essential level of support for students. Please support HB 5003 to ensure the future recovery of our students and their success moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. We have up next.
Reverend Smith. Just need you to there you go.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Let me grab my testimony. To co-chairs Senator McCrory, Senator Osteen, Representative Curry, and Representative Walker, ranking members Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and Representative Nuccio, and to all distinguished members of the Education and Appropriations Committees. I am Reverend Iona Smith Enzi, and I am the pastor at Bethel AME Church in Bridgeport and a member of Faith Acts for Education. I am asking that you support HB 5003 because it addresses education as a priority for all and not just some, and will, with your support, provide the necessary funding for education in our urban and rural communities. Distinguished members of Education and Appropriation Committees, we know that of all the material things to be obtained in life, everything depreciates, but education. What my elders said to me was, get an education because it's the one thing no one can take away from you. That holds true today. Bethel AME Church has been in Bridgeport since 1818. We are the only AME church in the city and reportedly the oldest African-American church in Bridgeport. Ours is a church of educators, principals, guidance counselors, and teachers of all age groups. We have always been committed to fair and equitable education in Bridgeport and also to Christian education. We represent the Black and Brown community in Bridgeport, and we know our children are not getting what they need from their schools. Their education is depreciating for lack of funding. I'm here today to push for the funding necessary to give our Black and Brown children the education that would make them competitive in the workforce and better able to gain access to higher education. There are, of course, other pieces of the puzzle that also need to be true. Parents in urban and rural communities need to be paid a fair wage and have access to home ownership. Our education system is currently set up such that greater access to home ownership leads to more education funding, stronger schools, and a greater ability for parents to provide and be able to demand better resources for their children. The first step to making our education system fairer for all is changing the way it is funded. I am asking you as our elected officials to make that change, pass HB 5003, so our children can have the chance to go to a fairly funded schools and have a better chance of advancing in college and in careers. Make an investment that never depreciates. Invest in their education and their future. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Questions? Seeing none. Next.
It doesn't appear Isabel Geller's online. So Steve Stasiak?
Yep, that's correct.
Go for it.
You're up.
All right. Good evening, members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. My name is Steve Stasiak. I'm a New Haven resident and I'm a public school teacher. I applaud you for your efforts to increase funding for our public schools. But I have concerns that HB 5003 doesn't go far enough, especially for students who are Black and Brown, low income, and English language learners. This is my 17th year in the classroom, the last 12 of which have been at Metropolitan Business Academy. We're a public magnet high school here in New Haven, where I teach 9th grade English, I teach journalism to 11th graders, and I teach a senior capstone course that trains our students to run youth-led restorative justice panels within our school called Youth Justice in Practice. I'm a New Haven public school parent to my 2 children who are 5 and 6 and attend Edgewood School. I'm co-chair of the Labor Committee, and I'm a trustee on the executive board for the New Haven Federation of Teachers, and I'm a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. Being a teacher and having a chance to go to work every day and work with brilliant, dynamic, creative young people from New Haven and the greater New Haven area brings me an immense amount of joy. What also brings me great joy is that my work as a Connecticut public school educator means that I get to stand on the shoulders of two giants in my own life. That would be my mom and my mother-in-law, who also were Connecticut public school educators who worked for approximately 60 years combined in the schools. In Richfield Public Schools, actually. My wife and I attended Richfield Public Schools, where we were taught by highly qualified, certified, well-compensated teachers in every position. We had a diverse curriculum that reached beyond academic subjects. We had the arts, technical education, home economics. My mother-in-law was my home ec teacher in middle school. Foreign languages, sports, field trips, a host of extracurricular activities. We always had a school nurse, a fully staffed library, paras for every child who needed one. That was true of Richfield Public Schools in the 90s. And I'm pretty sure that that remains true today. Just like districts, just as districts like Richfield, and I promise my colleague Kristen Mendoza and I did not collaborate on this, it's just a coincidence here. Great minds think alike, I suppose. Just as the Richfields of our state have always had enough to meet the needs of public school students, districts like New Haven have today and historically never had enough to meet the needs of public school students. It's never been acceptable and it's not acceptable today. In my own school of approximately 400 students, we have 4 teaching positions that have not been able to fill. We don't have a nurse every day. We don't have a full-time ELL teacher. We don't have enough security guards. We don't have paraprofessionals to support our students with special needs. And this is not just true of my school, as you've heard, it's true of schools all across New Haven. The inequity in schools in Connecticut school funding formula represent a systemic injustice that's historic in nature. We didn't arrive here by accident. And just as we had laws, policies, and procedures and formulas that got us here, HB 5003 presents us with an opportunity to begin to undo these legacies of inequity. In my youth justice and practice class, my students remind me constantly that repairing harm begins with accountability. In the final version of HB 5003, I urge you to be good stewards of our public money and require charter schools to be held to at least the same, if not more stringent standards of public transparency and responsibility to which public schools are held. I urge you to make sure that HB 5003 is written in a way that ensures as much funding as possible goes directly to fully funding, fully staffing our schools so that students in the New Havens of our state can have the same fully funded, supported schools at the Richfields of our state. Just as students that need more get more in my classroom, please make sure that in the final version of this bill, the students who need more get more. Thank you so much, and I apologize for going over time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony and your service as an educator. Up next,
Pastor McCullough.
Okay. All right. You're up, brother.
Thank you so much. I think protocol has already been established. We've been here almost 8 hours today, so we're gonna skip the protocol. Y'all know I love you. Thank you so much for listening to us today. I'm Pastor William McCullough, pastor of Russell Temple Church in Bridgeport, Connecticut for the last 13 years. I'm also the Interdenominational Ministerial Alliance president for the last 4 years. And I'm also presiding elder newly appointed for the New England and the New York State, some 22 churches. But most proudly, I am the founder of Faith for Education. We are people of faith building power to get our children the education they deserve. And so I'm here alongside many of my, well, I was here alongside many of my pastors and friends who have long since gone home. But I urge you all to vote yes for House Bill 5003 to deliver a somewhat fairly funded education for all kids. We began this work eight years ago in 2015, February 16th, Black History Month, and we're in that now, amen. And we begin to make sure that every child receives a world-class education and that every child should grow up with the tools they need to be able to adequately take care of their family, to be gainfully employed, and to do their God-given potential. And so I urge you today to vote yes on this bill. We fight, all right, against people, all right, who are not doing what our children need for them to do. And so a vote yes to House Bill 5003, which somewhat fairly funds our children, no matter where they live or where they go to school, is a yes to love. It's a yes to governmental responsibility, and it's a yes to human decency. For generations, we've seen what no looks like. And in the education system that has also been somewhat racist in classes. That means unfair funding for Black and brown kids in low-income communities across this small state. That means a lack of resources, an exacerbated teacher shortage that creates learning loss and ultimately a lack of hope. And it means that our state spends some $780 billion, $88 billion more educating white kids than they do kids of color. But yes could change that to 5503, which makes the lost funding for our districts, all right, increase in the next few years. And so as I come to a close, all right, I want to say y'all have the power to improve the educational system and outcomes for hundreds and thousands of children. It begins with a yes to 5003. When you vote yes to fully fund the education cost sharing formula, you are investing in a better future for our children, which leads to better communities and ultimately a more excellent state. Thank y'all so much for listening to this testimony. May God continue to bless you.
Well, amen. How about that? Man, thank you, brother.
You're welcome.
But honestly, thank you for the work you do up here. You're right. You started Faith Act. I remember years ago, we were downstairs and you had your team, your army with you. The army might have changed a little bit, but the message is still loud and clear. And we hear you, and I appreciate you for spending your Friday up here advocating for children all over this state. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
All right. Next up, Ada Rivera.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Co-chairs, Senator McCrory, Senator Osteen, Representative Curry, Representative Walker, ranking members, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and Representative Nuccio, and distinguished members of the Education and Appropriations Committees. My name is Ada Rivera. I am the Community Outreach Coordinator for our church's food pantry, also known as Bridgeport, for Kingdom Builders Impact Ministries in Bridgeport. I am also a proud member of Faith Acts for Education and a mother and grandmother with children in Bridgeport. I am here to ask you to vote yes on HB 5003. Families should not have to bus our children to the suburbs to get them a better education. This bill provides student center funding that ensures our kids in all schools are funded fairly. I can map my 4 children's education journeys by a lottery. 2 got accepted through the open choice lottery, 2 did not. My children that got seats went to well-funded public schools in Weston. My eldest was accepted in kindergarten and went on to become class president and valedictorian. It was amazing, education-wise. They attended beautiful schools, had impressive field trips, and had significantly better and healthier school lunches. Despite the differences in educational opportunity and socioeconomics, our experience was also filled with racism. Their father worked as a landscaper in Weston, and there was a lot of, oh, your dad is my dad's servant, or you're all Mexicans, we're Puerto Rican. And it was hard in many other ways too. I put my then 5-year-old on a bus at 5 in the morning in order to make it to school in Weston on time. If school was canceled, we often wouldn't find out until after he had already had the long commute. When school let out, he'd be picked up last, waiting in the school's main office. We'd be lucky if he arrived in home for time for dinner. We were grateful for many sacrifices for the course of their education because it was the better option. On the other hand, my 2 middle children did not win the lottery. They had a drastically different and challenging experience in Bridgeport's underfunded schools. My middle son dropped out of Harding at age 15. My daughter graduated Central. I myself graduated from the Bridgeport school system, became a volunteer, and was a Bridgeport school teacher. There is no comparison. Bridgeport and Weston school districts might as well be on different planets, yet they're only 18 miles apart. We can and should have many excellent educational opportunities right in Bridgeport. The $275 million in funding House Bill 5003 would prevent future mothers from facing the same pressures I did. It will mean that 18 miles no longer makes a world of difference in how much funding a child receives. I'm asking you to fund one education system where all of our students are treated equally and given the opportunities they deserve. Vote yes for tomorrow's leaders and today's children. Please vote yes on HB 5003.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Ada, and thank you for coming up and testifying, and giving real life examples to
Thank you.
what's going on, in our educational system in the state of Connecticut. We appreciate that very much. Any questions? Seeing none. Brandon Clark. Followed by, good, Brandon, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Co-chairs, Senator McCrory, Senator Austin, Representative Curry, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. Thank you so much for your service, for being here today, and for hearing us out. My name is Brandon Clark. I'm a Bridgeport resident and father of 3. I'm also the Chief Experience Officer of Faith Acts for Education, and I'm here today to ask you vote yes on HB 5003. My first experience in our state's education system happened over 20 years ago when I was a 17-year-old freshman at Sacred Heart University studying to become an educator. For 4 years, I worked in 5th grade classrooms in the Bridgeport Public Schools with 12-year-old students, mostly boys, who could not read. I couldn't believe, and I still can't believe, how different our educational experiences were. I was studying at university at 17, and these boys could not read at 12. Next year, my oldest son will be in 5th grade, and it pains me to say that the situation isn't much better at all, and in some cases, it's a lot worse. That's why we need HB 5003 and the funding it provides to our underfunded schools in desperate need of additional resources. No child should have to struggle the way Black, brown, and low-income children are struggling in this state. On top of the real difference in funding that HB 5003 would make in our children's daily lives, Connecticut's standing in our nation is at stake. We can't continue to promote ourselves as one of the top states in the country for education when there are 22 other states doing a better job educating Black students than we are. The recent NAEP report card scores reveal that shocking number, showing how much further along many other states are in their journey towards equity. We're capable of so much more, and I know we can get there. We also know that the federal government stepped in and made historic investments in our neighborhoods during the pandemic. To let that go away without making sure we have funding in its place would be a crime. We know better, we can do better, and the people that can make that happen are on this committee. HB 5003 is a bill that makes advances in equity we've long sought for our education system. There is no more time to waste. Please vote yes on HB 5003. Our children and our state depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. And thank you for the work you do in Bridgeport. Our children really deserve it and appreciate it. Up next, we have Representative Ali Brennan. Representative Ali Brennan? No? Okay. Michael Jacobson. Michael Jacobson from Connect. Janice Coupe. Janice?
Janice Cupie, I am here.
Okay.
Good evening, Senate.
Is this Janice?
This is Janice Cupie, yes.
I'm sorry, Denise. Thank you, you're up.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, ranking members and members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. As I said, my name is Janice Cupie. I'm a member of the Stratford Board of Education and the mother of a child attending Stratford Public Schools. I am here to speak in support of House Bill 5003. I represent a beautifully diverse district of approximately 7,000 K-12 students. Our student population is comprised of 71% students of color, 46% are eligible for free or reduced price meals, 16% are students with exceptionalities, 9% are English language learners, and there are 46 different languages spoken in the homes of our students. I share that to paint a picture of the children whose voices I am here bringing to the table. Sorry. Fully funding the ECS is a step towards addressing some inequalities in school funding. The current education funding model is discriminatory because it relies heavily on property taxes from the town in which a child lives. Therefore, schools that are High needs in low-income or poverty-stricken neighborhoods are consistently underfunded. That lack of funding perpetuates a cycle, putting at-risk children at even greater risk. And unfortunately, many children are getting a message that they are valued less than others. That message is internalized and can negatively shape their future. The unfairness in funding has far-reaching effects. It not only disadvantages students who are in economically challenged neighborhoods, but it puts a strain on our tax-paying residents who want to do right by our children, but can't afford the hardship of higher property taxes. Connecticut boasts of being in the top 5 states nationwide for K-12 education. However, the reality is not so remarkable. There is a direct relationship between funding and student outcomes. This is why you can have starkly different results from districts right next to each other, like Fairfield and Bridgeport, Trumbull and Stratford, or Westport and Norwalk, to give you a few examples. The average cost per student in Connecticut is $19,134 per year, the majority of which is paid for by local property taxes. Conversely, the average cost per person in correctional institutions in Connecticut is over $60,000 per year, paid for by the state. Wouldn't you rather invest in our children's education earlier so they can become healthy and productive adults in our communities? You have an opportunity to be bold and fully fund the ECS now for the advancement of our children. All children have potential and should be allowed to flourish and succeed, regardless of their zip code, race, gender, or socioeconomic standing. Our children deserve safe and supportive learning environments with manageable class sizes, highly trained teachers, essential classroom supplies, and programs and professionals to help their social and emotional development. Let's show our children they're valued. Thank you for your consideration.
And thank you for your testimony and advocacy. Next up, we have Ernest Bailey. Ernest, followed by online, we'll have Michelle Bonanno from New Haven Public Schools, and then Maggie Stevens. Yes, you got that mic on? All right.
Okay, probably better now. Great. Dear members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of fully funding education by expediting the ECS phase-in to coincide with the federal dollars running out. My name is Ernest Bailey. I'm the Deputy Director of Campaigns at Educators for Excellence, a teacher-led organization with nearly 1,000 members statewide that seeks to elevate teacher voice in policy decisions. Every day I work with teachers throughout Connecticut, and they tell me about their classroom experiences and the improvements that they wish they could see in their schools. Almost every story I hear falls into the same category: a lack of adequate funding, especially in our most underserved districts. This lack of funding is inhibiting teachers' ability to fully deliver on the promise to give their students the education that they deserve. Connecticut has the largest racial funding gap in the nation at over $700 million. This gap is only growing. It results in deep inequalities in the quality of education that students in differing districts have access to. To help mediate this, we need to expedite the ECS formula and fully fund education by the time the federal dollars run out. All the problems I've described, it goes without saying, have been exacerbated by COVID. Staffing shortages are at an all-time high, and students are slipping through the cracks. In order to ensure that students are able to continue to grow and thrive moving forward, we need to provide schools and districts with the necessary funds to continue to hire additional staff and support programs that are providing the connections that students need in order to feel at home in their classrooms and like they can succeed no matter their district, no matter their zip code, no matter their neighborhood. Teachers want to fulfill their charge and provide the best education that they can. Students want to fulfill their charge and learn as best they can. But when we fail to provide them with the resources necessary to do so, we are not fulfilling ours. I urge state leaders to fully fund education before the federal dollars run out, so that the next generation can be prepared to handle the challenges of the future. It's time for us to close the opportunity gap and ensure that all students have the chance to succeed. Please pass HB 5003. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, we have on Zoom, Michelle, and then Maggie Stevens, followed by Jacqueline Holman. Maggie? Jacqueline?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
And you are?
Hi, I'm Jacqueline Homan.
Okay, come on, Jack.
Great. Thank you so much for allowing me the time to testify today. I'm from Greenwich, and I have 3 children currently attending Greenwich Public Schools. My district has experienced a lot of recent controversy over allegations the school subtly indoctrinates students into becoming Democrat voters, and that it discriminates against applicants who are conservative, Christian, and/or Catholic in the hiring process. As you can imagine, parents here are frustrated. 2 years ago, we formed Greenwich Patriots, a group that's now grown to represent thousands of people, not just in Greenwich, but from all across the state, all of whom share common concerns. One of those being the protection of children from indoctrination into progressive ideologies, including the Marxist doctrine of critical race theory, the New Age spirituality of social emotional learning, and the radical concepts of gender ideology. Many parents left public schools to attend alternative schools or homeschool in light of the controversial curriculum and pornographic books that have been found in the schools. I appreciate this hearing is to discuss your omnibus bill called an Act Concerning Education Funding in Connecticut. The problem in education, though, is not the total number of dollars being spent, but rather the quality of what those dollars are being spent on. Yet the solution offered by this bill is just more money, even funding ghost students who are not in the classroom, but are being taught in an entirely different school altogether. While I don't know how many ghost students there are, I do know that in 2022, we had 486,990 students enrolled in Connecticut public schools. So let's assume 5% are ghost students. And let's also assume that they get the smallest amount from the ECS formula, which is $11,550. That's 24,350 students times 11,550, which is about $282 million. And that sounds like a windfall for administrators, but not necessarily students. And perhaps more important, and this is especially true for those in my group who were forced to find alternative schooling at their own expense, I'm wondering, why doesn't this bill say anything about ESAs that are sweeping across the country? And why is Connecticut considering a bill for housing choice vouchers, but not one for education choice vouchers? I urge you to expand your thinking on these issues and engage in the kind of reform that actually puts children and parents first. Please end the double funding and craft a money follows the child bill instead. I do not support HB 5003, and I thank you so much for taking the time to listen to my comments today.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Samaris Rose, followed by Vivian Jefferson. No?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, who are you?
How are you?
I'm well, how are you?
I'm doing well.
All right, talk to us.
Great evening, Education and Appropriations Committee members. My name is Samaris Rose. I am the community organizer for My Child, My Choice. More importantly, I'm a mother of 5 boys. I currently reside in Bridgeport. Let me remind you that you were voted in to serve us. With Bridgeport, New Haven, and Hartford being the 3 large urban communities are suffering the most. We are in a crisis. Millions of the dollars has increased in all these districts. Pre-post pandemic spending increased by 12% per student for Bridgeport, 7% per student for Hartford, 4% per student for New Haven. Chronic absentees has increased 41% for Bridgeport students, 63% for Hartford, and almost tripled for New Haven students. Bridgeport kids lost 25% of their ELA proficiency and 31% of their math. Hartford kids lost 22% of ELA and 31% of math. And New Haven kids lost 31% of ELA and 49% of their math proficiency. So tell me, why are we awarding a system that does not have our children's best interests or future in mind? A system that continuously fails children. Our children need and deserve options. We cannot afford to spend irresponsibly or continue to waste millions of dollars every single year. No doubt our education funding formula is broken and has been for far too long. So let's start there. Let's find one way to fund education instead of 11 broken ways. Allow our children dollars to go where they are actually attending. That will decrease wait lists, but most of all, allow parents to have options. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I recognized?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Samaras. I just want to publicly thank you for your advocacy and your support, not just on education, but on many issues throughout the city of Bridgeport and state of Connecticut. Here to support you, and thank you for testifying. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Rosario.
All right, no Vivian. Kimberly Fiorello. Is that former Rep Fiorello?
That's right. Thank you so much. So great to see you, Senator McCrory and Representative McCarty. And you look very well too, Rep Curry. And hello to all other members. I'm Kimberly Fiorello, an active and engaged citizen in Connecticut. I served along with many of you a term on the Education Committee. And I think this committee and the public can agree on one, that an education is probably the most powerful and important equalizer across humanity in shaping the arc of one's life. And two, every child is entirely unique with their own distinctive nature, skills, hopes, and dreams. And so the challenge before the state legislature is how to create a societal environment that has a flourishing education system for each of these incredibly unique 500,000 students we have in Connecticut. As far as this bill, HB 5003 is concerned, I associate my remarks with everyone who came before and challenged the double counting and double funding. I urge you please to remove the double counting lines because it is a poison pill to your otherwise noble bill. For the sake of future generations of students, your children's children, you know that double counting and double funding is not the path for our state to flourish in education, because double counting is a lie, and we should not build our house upon that. Instead, please phase it out. Phase double counting out as slowly and gently as possible, but definitely sunset this malpractice. Instead, I turn your eyes towards our peers in other states. You are not the only legislators in the country grappling with the challenges of education. In Virginia right now, there is House Bill 1508. It's Virginia Education Success Account Program. And I just want to read you two lines from there, lines 47 to 48. The Virginia Education Account Program is established to provide any parent of a qualified student with the ability to choose and customize the education of that parent's child consistent with state laws by directing state funds intended for the child's education to a qualified expense that best meets that child's needs. That means the money goes where the parents direct it. And I know some among you will say, well, how can that be? How will that work? How can we trust parents to direct state funds to wherever they think it best goes? But I urge you to understand that government is not there to distrust the people or parents. Your complex 11 funding formulas and your fealty to district schools by zip code are not meeting the needs of the 500,000 students in our state, as evidenced by the many testimonies today. So I urge you to embrace more robust and dynamic solutions for education. You need a funding system that empowers parents. And I urge you to seek those solutions and start by empowering parents. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Great seeing you. I'm
Great
glad
to
that
see
you're
you.
still an advocate for education. Next up, we have.
Mr. McCoy, Chairman, I wanted to speak. I had my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm looking at. I'm not looking on screen. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Representative.
That's okay. I know it gets a little confusing. Thank you. I appreciate it. I wanted to just make a few remarks and ask a few questions. I wanted to thank the good representative for her comments. I know she worked on this last year, and she's done a lot of research with regard to that. I just wanted to ask her a few questions. From what I understand, you are very supportive of fully funding these magnet schools and charter schools and FFA and VOAG and the like. Your concern with this bill, as is mine, is the double funding part, where we want children to benefit from every penny that's supposed to go to their own particular education. And when it's not directed that way, that's where your problem lies. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. And when I first learned about the double funding in the bills, of course, it's very hard to read education bills in Connecticut, but those words do stand out. And interestingly, those lines on double funding are probably the most plain spoken lines in our education bills. But they do say that a child going to interdistrict magnet or VOAG school will be counted as a child in the region school, in the district school. So that certainly was a red flag. And I understand that this hold harmless clause was instituted in the 90s. It's understandable that the unions would have felt alarmed that some of these students would be leaving their district. But in every state that embraced a hold harmless clause, they were phased out over time. And it's only in Connecticut that this hold harmless double counting, double funding has continued on in perpetuity. And we certainly cannot build education in Connecticut by codifying this malpractice. But absolutely, I support fully funding, because money following the child is fully funding. The Money Follows a Child bill that I supported when I was in the House is within the framework of Connecticut's ECS funding formulas. So it doesn't even rock that structure inside of Connecticut, but it does allow for parents to take their ECS funding to directly follow each child. What you're seeing in other states is kind of universal education choice, which allows state funds to go to parochial or private schools. That is the difference.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I don't know if you've got an opportunity to listen to Dr. Perry, but he gave some really good, I thought, solutions to how to address that. I don't know if you can speak to that. Are you familiar with what he was talking about? He was talking specifically about, addressing those children that might leave and then decide to go back to the public school, and how that funding was going to work out. And he talked about, redesigning that funding, how we release the money. And it sounded very creative and something that we might want to consider. And the other thing I just wanted to mention is, do you know of any other state in the country that's doing double funding? Because it seems like a very costly, a big cost to the taxpayers and not benefiting the children. So if you could speak to that, thank you.
Yes.
Well, briefly respond to the answer. We've been here for 7 hours, and these questions have been asked over and over again. So I'm gonna ask you briefly summarize it. Thank you.
Absolutely, Senator McCrory. The examples on dynamic calculating of the children so that the money can be recalculated if the student leaves the school and goes back. The perfect example is right next door in New York City. The city services 1.1 million students, and it is filled and brimming over with school choice, and the money follows the child. And what we would think is so incredibly complicated, but they managed to do it. So I don't think that it's beyond the state of Connecticut to copy the example of New York. And I do not know of another state that codifies double funding like Connecticut is trying to do. No, that would be, I think, wholly unique to our state. But thank you very much for this opportunity, and great to see everybody.
And thank you for your response. Up next, Barbara Sasso, I believe, followed by
Yes, hi.
Samuel.
Hello.
Hi.
Am I ready to speak? Thank you so much, everybody. I know you've all been here I've been checking in and out throughout the day. I was called on to testify. I'm a teacher at Wilbur-Cross High School. I've been there now for 26 years. I've never really taught anywhere else. And I don't want to go backwards with what the state is doing, but to me, it has always been a kind of shocking disgrace the way Connecticut funds schools. I have never seen such disparity from an inner city public school to some of the suburban schools, which seem to have all of the resources. You guys throughout this day have covered all of that ground, so I don't need to go back to that. I'm so proud of all of you right now for coming together on this HB 5003 bill that seems to be intent on rectifying some of the gross disparities in funding per child, per education for the state of Connecticut. And I want to say a couple of things, like having equal funding per child is not necessarily equitable. You want to fund each child to the degree that that child needs funding. I, in Wilbur-Cross High School in New Haven, have seen some of the most talented and gifted students you could ever see in this world. Most of them speak fluent 2 languages. How many of you on the state Board of Representatives there can do that? They are creative, they're innovative, they're intelligent, and they are such a resource to this state. Why would you not have equal funding and more funding to bring them up to their potential? It seems like such a grave loss. And I just want to say quickly to all of the people who have been speaking quite eloquently about charter schools and magnet schools, and it's something I've not really focused on because I'm so focused on my students in New Haven. And I know I could see why a parent would want to take their kids out of the Bridgeport schools or New Haven schools or Hartford schools and send them to somewhere where they're going to get a solid education. That should not be the case. All of the schools should be funded equally so everybody could find a perfectly fine school right in their neighborhood, and kids shouldn't have to fight for a good education, and parents should not have to argue to have their kids educated in an equitable and enriching way. Parents should not have to be worrying about what kind of indoctrination their students are having. Parents should be welcome in the school and have a voice in the say of what the school is teaching. This should be universal. The state needs to make this school system universal so that my friend in Bridgeport, whose special ed student gets an aide following him from every class and gets all kinds of reasons. Thank you. We should have equal education across the board in the state. And thank you everybody so much for spending so much time of your own time to come here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony and staying up this late or this late. Up next, we have Gwen Samuels, followed by Maribel Haynes, followed by Tyler Anderson. Gwen? No Gwen? Maybell Haynes? No Maybell?
I'm here.
Oh, there you go. You're up.
Dear Honorable Co-Chair Senator McCrory and Representative Curry, Senator Osten, Rep. Walker, my Representative Reddington Hughes, and my Senator Harding, and all other members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. My name is Mabel Haynes, and I'm from Bantam, Connecticut. I'm writing to you in support, or now giving testimony to you in support of 5003, an act concerning education funding in Connecticut. And shout out to Senator McCrory. You know my sister as 13. I am her younger sister and actually turning 17 tomorrow.
All right.
But currently I'm 16 and a junior in high school at Litchfield High School in Litchfield, Connecticut. I have attended traditional public schools, magnet schools, both host district and RASC, and have attended both a vocational agriculture high school and traditional high school. I have spent time in 4 different districts in Connecticut, including Wyndham, Hartford, Regional District 6, and now Litchfield. And yet, even with all these different experiences I've had in the state, I have never been fully funded. Through my time in all the different schools and school districts and school systems, I have met hundreds of other students and know the potential that kids hold as students in this state. But it takes the support of the state to help the students attending these schools to reach the level and their full potential. I know that as a junior in high school, this bill won't fully fund me in time to experience full funding in this state, which is sad for me, but it'll allow my younger brother to experience full funding for the first time in his life. This bill will allow many of the younger kids in the state to experience the funding that they need and deserve for the first time in their lives. So to help the students of the future, I ask that you vote yes and support HB 5003. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. What school you at now?
I'm at Litchfield High School in Litchfield.
Okay, I thought you have your master's degree by now. I know you're working on it. Tell 13 I said hello.
I will. Thank you, sir.
All right. Next up, we have Tyler Anderson. No Tyler. Joanna Schubert. Joanna. Okay. Sandra Askew. Sandra. Going once, going twice. Catherine Callahan.
Yes, hello. Hello, Senator. I'm here.
All right.
Good.
After Catherine, we have McNeese, Corin.
Senator McCrory, this is Johanna Schubert. I'm sorry to interrupt. I am here on Zoom if you want to come back to me.
Go ahead, White. Go ahead. You can go.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here all day. Thank you so much for your patience. Again, my name is Johanna Schubert, and I am the director of the Connecticut Hospital Violence Intervention Program, located at Hartford Communities That Care in the north end of Hartford. One of our violence prevention specialists likes to say that youth development is violence prevention, and this bill will go a long way towards youth development. We know, because we've heard earlier from testimony, from experts, from teachers, from students, that there is an inequality in the state of Connecticut system of education. This bill will go a long way towards fixing that, and it will do it quickly. We know that there are lives at stake when it comes to education, and that funding education is the source of a lot of foundation building. So we at Hartford Communities That Care, myself, firmly endorse this bill and hope that you will vote for it as well. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony and the work you do in the greater Hartford area.
Thank you.
Up next, Sandra Askew, followed by Catherine Callahan.
Hi. Good evening, honorable education and appropriation chairs, ranking members, vice chairs, and all other distinguished members of the education and appropriation committees. Thank you for your long day of service today, and also appreciation and respect to all the students that testified throughout the day. My name is Kathleen Callahan. I'm a resident of Stratford, and I am testifying on behalf of the National Association of Social Workers Connecticut chapter, which represents over 2,300 members. We call upon you to advance student-centered funding and support HB 5003. Every session, our legislative agenda begins with advancing racial, economic, and social justice through culturally responsive practices in all aspects of community life. Education particularly provides an opportunity to prevent and intervene early. While we appreciate all the work you have done toward eliminating inequities and disparities related to race, class, gender, ethnicity, and exceptionality, the financing of our K through 12 public education system remains disjointed, inadequate, and inequitable. We need a more just and student-centered system that provides learning opportunities for all Connecticut public school students. And what does student-centered mean through the eyes of a social worker? Funding all students based on their learning needs. And this bill moves us closer. It fully funds the ECS formula specifically for underfunded districts who can no longer wait for funding to phase in, and elevates public schools of choice as viable options. The pandemic's challenged all school districts, but the lack of adequate resources in our highest need, low wealth districts existed before COVID-19. And the past 3 years have presented a stark reminder of both the resilience of our students and the state's obligation to provide equal education opportunities for all Connecticut public school children. We believe that equitably funding our districts is critical to the success of our students and communities now more than ever. We cannot expect their resilience will come without a cost, nor shall we test that theory. It is beyond unfair and fails too many of our children. Paired with the work of last session, fully funding our high-need districts will help address ongoing impacts from the pandemic on student learning and mental health. We all know that education plays a pivotal role in economic and social mobility. Our students continue to recover from extraordinary challenging times, and it's our responsibility, the adults supporting our students, our children, to secure their learning opportunities. Equitable funding is essential for access to resources and improved outcomes. This bill would help realize the intent of equalization aid in education, leading to a more just and student-centered system, which provides learning opportunities for all Connecticut public school students. With respect and gratitude for your service and consideration, NASW Connecticut urges you to vote in favor of HB 5003.
Thank you. I think we have one question.
Sure.
Hey, Kathleen, just a quick comment. Just wanted to thank you for hanging with us all day and for your advocacy and support for all of our kids in Connecticut. Thanks.
Who's that talking?
Representative Leeper.
Oh, I can't see you there. Thank you very much, Representative Leeper. You guys, thank you so much for all you do. It's been a long day. I've been on and off all day. So you have not been on and off all day. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
We didn't forget you, Daphne. Daphne Davis. Daphne?
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Daphne Davis. I'm a UConn MSW student. I'm a child care provider, mom, grandmother. And through my studies, I have had the pleasure of working in the school system, which has allowed me to see the inequality and the serious need of funding up close and personal. I write in support of House Bill number 5003, and that concerns education funding in Connecticut. I was born and raised in Hartford and continue to live in our beautiful city that sometimes needs a little help in some areas. My concern today is the Educational Funding Act. I would like to see the removal of inequality in our school system by providing equality for our students of color by passing this bill. I'm asking that everyone vote yes on HB 5003, the act concerning education and funding in Connecticut. As a parent and longtime Hartford resident, it troubles me to know that our children fall in the category of disproportionate funding and resources. It's an injustice to Connecticut to spend $788 million more by educating white students, leaving our children uneducated, vulnerable, and set up for failure. Let's close this gap by providing them with some resources, funds, and knowledge so that one day they can be educators, teachers, professors, senators, congressmen, and lawyers. Let's do away with the noticeable differences. There should be no comparison when it comes to educating our children. Please give our students of color a chance. I support this bill because it's long overdue and it's time for a change. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony, Daphne. And get that master's degree. We need you. I think up next is Maxine Corkins, followed by Nick LeBron and Kara Franks. Any of those three individuals? Maxine, Nick, LeBron, Kara Franks, Kate Sullivan. Kate Sullivan.
Hello.
Right. You're up, Kate.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. My name is Catherine Sullivan, and I live in Westbrook, Connecticut. I am here to speak on HB 5003, an act concerning education funding in Connecticut. I'm a member of Recovery for All. I work with MUI Local 506 members who also represent paraeducators. But mostly I'm here as a parent to two young men who would not be as successful and passionate about learning without the dedication of paraeducators, resource teachers who are willing to go above and beyond to implement their IEPs. When my twins were 9 years old, I moved from West Haven to Westbrook because West Haven schools did not have the resources to meet their special needs. The twins were struggling to meet their goals in reading, writing, and speech. They were diagnosed on the spectrum and struggled with dyslexia. When the twins' teacher from West Haven heard I was getting divorced, she urged me to find a small, affluent town so they could receive the services they desperately needed. She recognized that they had the potential to succeed and stressed to me that West Haven Public Schools could not provide them the education or services they needed. So I left everything behind and found the cheapest apartment in Westbrook. 10 years ago, Westbrook had a 94% graduation rate compared to West Haven's 68%. At my first IEP meeting in Westbrook, they reviewed West Haven's recommendations for my twins, and Westbrook suggested that they doubled their services. And any parent who has an IEP and has to advocate for their students, they know that feels like a miracle. Every year we worked towards their goals. They became passionate readers and writers, and they connected with their teachers and especially their paras and resource teachers. Every educator across Connecticut wishes they could provide for their students with the resources to ensure that all students can be as successful no matter what zip code they came from. Parents shouldn't be forced to uproot their families to ensure that children receive the education and services to thrive in Connecticut. We need to do better and face the inequities of an unfair tax structure in Connecticut that looks only at mill rates and property taxes. I was lucky to find a rental for under $1,000 a month 10 years ago. But let's be honest, today there are no rents under $1,000 in Westbrook. All children and schools deserve the funding to provide a more fair and equitable education across Connecticut. Today, my twins are in their second semester of college, and my son Jacob hopes to become a teacher and help students as their teachers. And Ezra dreams of traveling the world and becoming a writer and psychologist. It's because of the services and the professionals who worked with my sons throughout their public education that they can achieve their dreams today. I thank the teacher in West Haven who honestly told me to move, but it's unfortunate that that was the only choice I had. 10 years later, schools across Connecticut face even bigger challenges to fund and provide fair education to all students. I urge you to fund Connecticut. I urge you to fund our K through 12 public schools across Connecticut so that all students receive a fair and equitable education despite their zip code. I hope we can work together to make a historic leap forward. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony, your advocacy, and again, real life stories of what's going on. Nick LeBron.
Hi, I'm sorry I missed mine.
And you are?
Kara Franks.
Oh, okay. So Nick LeBron is right before you, and then you're next.
Good evening. Yes, good evening, my senator. Proud to say my Senator McCrory. And thank you for your continued dedication and a long day and advocacy for education in our neighborhoods. And in particular, the fight that we have been fighting for a long time here in Hartford. You know, today is my nephew's Leo's birthday. I want to give a shout out to my nephew. He turns 1 today. And I think about a future for Leo and a future where a system isn't fragmented. Far too often, we're coming to the table with a fragmented system that causes families to have to make choices based upon if and when they win the lottery. People are moving, locating, moving out of town, and we continue to suffer as a district in all forms. I support HB 5003, which will fairly and fully fund all students in public schools and make sure they have the tools they need to succeed. Every student in Connecticut deserves to have access to top-level, well-funded education that will equip them for further study and a career. Every student should have access to clinical and counseling services, wraparound services, families. This allows for families to have access to resources as well, be able to get a tutor when needed, and be in classes with competent full-time instructors. The disparities in education funding are bad for the future of my nephew and the future of all communities in our state, and not just our students and their future. Increased funding, according to research, leads to better student outcomes, both in short and long terms, including higher test scores and graduation rates, as well as increased lifetime earnings and a decrease in adult poverty. I'm incredibly proud to call Connecticut home. If we take the time to invest in the future of our state and its most valuable resource, its students, we have the opportunity to have an excellent educational system for every child, a beautiful state, and thriving local businesses. Thank you very much for all of the committee's commitment to education and allowing me to testify this evening.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony and all the work you've been doing in the city of Hartford to make sure our children have a quality education. You've been at this for a long time, Nick, and we really appreciate it. Next up, we have Kara Franks, followed by Kate Sullivan and Ada Rivera.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak at today's hearing, Chairman McCrory and Curry, Chairwoman Austin and Walker, Ranking Members Berthel, McCarty, and Nucio, and the distinguished members of the Education and Appropriations Committees. My name is Kara Franks. I am a junior from Housatonic Valley Regional Valley High School's ASTE program, and I would like to show my support for the proposed HB 5003. I live in Kent, and since being a part of the FFA program, I have gained invaluable skills and opportunities. I am currently taking ECE Equine Science, a course that not only gives me college credit through UConn, but directly supports my SAE project working at Clear Farm Equine in Wingdale, New York. However, in the past, I have taken courses in vet science, engineering, and competed with our Envirothon, forestry, and environmental career development event teams. As an officer, I've learned planning skills, made community connections, and worked on public speaking, punctuality, and overall taking initiative. I found a love for agriculture and the knowledge that it affects every aspect of people's lives, which I will now carry with me for the rest of my life. I hope this bill continues to get support, as this can help more students incoming into any agricultural program and gives them the opportunities I have received. Thank you so much for supporting this bill, which assures funding for our program for generations to come, and thank you for allowing me to speak tonight.
And thank you. And we met some of your classmates earlier. They did an outstanding job, and so did you testifying and informing us about the program.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Kate Sullivan.
She previously testified, Mr. Chair.
Okay, then after Kate, Ada Rivera. She did too. Okay. Camilla Bortello. I butchered your name, so I'm sure. Camilla.
Sorry, I hate to interrupt. I know I'm out of queue, but I missed my opportunity to go earlier, and I just wanted to let you know that I'm here.
And who's that? 77. Okay, why don't you go?
Thank you.
Off guard.
Excuse me?
Go ahead.
Okay. I applaud you, Senator McCrory, Senator Ostin, Representative Curry, and Representative Walker, and all the members of the Education Appropriations Committee for being here, for listening to all of us tonight. My name is Cameo Thorne. I live in Meriden. I'm a member of New Haven Federation of Teachers, Local 933, branch of American Federation of Teachers, which represents tens of thousands of educators across Connecticut. I'm here to speak on HB 503. And what I want to say is I'm concerned because I think there are a few changes. I'm really glad that we want to increase funding. I was thinking about something I heard just a few minutes ago, and I wanted to say equal funding is not the same as equitable funding. And that's one of the things in the cities that I see. It's imperative that we have fully funded schools, but I asked the question, what does it mean? And for me in New Haven, it means giving schools the resources to help the students focus on academics, meaning what they need in that moment, which might not be what someone else needs. It includes varied resources to assist the next generations with obstacles and stressors tied to the toxic stress of poverty, because a lot of our kids are bringing that into the space, and it's a reality. This is about more than food. It includes tutors to meet the needs of hundreds of homeless families with children so they can attend school and catch up when they're behind. It means providing health clinics at school for students who are constantly ill due to substandard housing that makes them sick, and providing more tutors for those who are developmentally delayed. It means more clinically trained social workers, which is a difference than New Haven can't afford clinically trained social workers, but we have a lot of people that are managing a lot of complex traumas, dedicated to help with emotional fallout when our students have been exposed to violence, hear gunshots in the night, or worry about walking home, or worry about their family's safety. It means addressing the emotional needs of students who are carrying the weight of younger family members while their parents work 2 and 3 jobs. It means providing meaningful workshops to help both adults and students deal with the fallouts from racism and all manner of prejudice. It means making time to give students a voice when they feel disconnected from a school community that may not always understand their challenges. It means more teachers, so we have smaller classes and supportive spaces at school where students can go when they have a need to talk through these challenges. It means safer schools where there are adults dedicated to helping students work through conflict before it turns to violence. And, you know, I see a great deal of need. And what I want to ask every student, and I say this often, is what do you need from us, the adults, in order to be able to attend class, learn, whatever it is that's in their way? What are those obstacles? And equitable funding means actually funding what it is that we hear that they need. And so I applaud your efforts to increase funding for us, but I would really like it tied to what the needs are in each individual community, the needs of our students, and have some mechanism for moving through that when a need arises that we hadn't identified before. So I thank you for your time. I appreciate your work, and I thank you for listening and hearing.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony.
Hi, excuse me, I'm sorry. I missed my turn, but I just wanted to let you know that I'm here as well. My name is Vivian Jefferson.
Yeah, I remember calling that name. So I'm going, from this point on, I'm gonna say this. If you miss your name when it's called, you're gonna have to wait to the end. So Vivian Jefferson, you can go ahead this time, but for because we had people waiting so patiently for 7 to 8 hours, you're gonna have to go towards the end. So go ahead, Vivian.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Good evening, esteemed chairs of the committee. My name is Vivian Jefferson. I'm a public school teacher who lives in New Haven. I applaud your efforts to increase funding for our public schools. I'm concerned that HB 5003 needs some changes. I hope that you will work with educators like me to make sure that our public schools are fully funded for all children. I'm a physical education teacher in New Haven at Roberto Clemente Leadership Academy, and I'm also a parent of 3, one in 8th grade, one in 10th grade, and a 21-year-old who graduated from New Haven Public Schools. As a parent, I can tell you that it's difficult to decide where to put your child in a school because all schools are not equal. Why can't all schools have the same kind of support and resources across the district? As a teacher with 26 years of experience and 14 years in New Haven Public Schools, I can also tell you we need more resources. In the school that I teach, we now only have our librarian for 3 days a week, and I can see how this impacts our students in school as a whole. She is a huge asset, and we need her 5 days a week. She is very resourceful, and she is knowledgeable in technology, which is super helpful when it comes to collaboration with teachers. We also need to make sure teaching is a viable career. Experience in teaching matters for children, and it matters for the newer teachers entering the profession. In my school, the 5th grade team consists of 2 very new teachers and a substitute. They do the best they can, but we are very short-staffed, so it means that the cohesion is often not there, which also impacts the students. Paraprofessionals are a very important part of each classroom. They are there to support teachers and students, but recently we have paraprofessionals having to cover in classrooms where there are no permanent teachers. This is not fair to the students and it's not fair to the parents. In conclusion, I urge you to work with my union to make sure that all public school children have the opportunities that they deserve. I'm a member of the New Haven Federation of Teachers, which is here to stand up for Connecticut's kids. Our union AFT represents 30,000 teachers, social workers, library media specialists, and psychologists who support our students in New Haven. We are part of Recovery for All, more than 60 community, faith, and labor organizations across Connecticut. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your commitment to educating our children in New Haven. Up next, we have, I think, Camilla Bortello. I think I called your name just a minute ago. No? Okay. We're on to the parent advocate from Concan, 144, Ms. Marisol. You're up.
Yes, good evening, Senator McCurry and other ranking members of the Education Committee and Appropriation Committee. I'm Luis Ortiz, and I'm here with Marissa Bell just to inform you that she'll be giving her testimony in Spanish, but we have submitted written testimony in both English and Spanish for the committees to review. All right?
Okay, no problem.
Ok, buenas noches a todos. Es un placer estar con ustedes hoy día. Buenas noches a todos los representantes de los comités. Mi nombre es Marisabel Huarca y estoy aquí para apoyar el proyecto de ley HB 5003. Este proyecto de ley pues daría a los estudiantes acceso a clases más reducidas, trabajadores sociales, tecnología y mayores experiencias educativas. Los estudiantes se sentirían apoyados, estarían mejor posicionados para adquirir habilidades académicas y socioemocionales críticas y se aventurarían en el mundo preparados para tener éxito. HB 5003 ayudaría a los estudiantes de jardín de infancia a aprender a leer, a los estudiantes de secundaria a desarrollar habilidades claves de pensamiento crítico, a los estudiantes de secundaria a encontrar vías universitarias y profesionales y a todos los estudiantes a alcanzar su potencial. En los últimos 2 años, las familias, los educadores y los responsables políticos se han preocupado por la pérdida de aprendizaje y la necesidad de acelerar el aprendizaje debido al tiempo de clases perdidos. Nosotros tenemos la oportunidad de hacer una inversión histórica en la educación y cambiar la vida de los estudiantes de Connecticut. Esperamos contar para eso con su apoyo. Muchísimas gracias por por su servicio a Connecticut.
Gracias. Any questions? Seeing none? Well, thank you for your testimony again. And like you said, you submitted it and we'll be able to review it. Up next, we have Tony from Cade.
I believe he went earlier, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Melissa. Melissa. 146.
Hello.
Okay.
Hold on. Yes. Hello. Thank you, Education Appropriations Committee, for helping fund our kids. My name is Melissa. Sorry, I'm a parent from Stanford. I have 2 daughters, and one in high school that goes to a magnet school, and she's a senior, and I have a sixth grader that's in a charter school. So I've been fighting for equal funding for schools for 7 years now. And I urge you to support equal funding. Give the kids equal funding, all the children, and let's start from there. Let's start with equality. I suffer with adversity. We're poor. And there's so many things that these kids are going through in their lives, but school should be equal first, I believe. And please see to it that way. Would you pay for your give half or give your money to your neighbor to help them live and take out of your children's pocket? That's not fair. We all have to work equally. We all work for our own families. Let's start equal with the kids, please. Now, I just don't have anything. I just want you to hear that I'm a voter and I believe in this committee, this committee. Motherfuckers. Uh-oh, I'm still on here.
Yep. Yeah.
I can't see anything, people. I'm so sorry.
We can hear you though.
I see, and I apologize for my language, but please, I need this for my kids. I can't afford anything to give them anything extra, and I want the best for them. I want the best for all our kids, but my kids are what I could speak for. Please, this equally fund the students.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Owen McCaughlin from Sulington. Owen?
No.
We lost Owen. All right, we're on to the last page, folks. We're almost there. All right. Nakia Hall, I know you already came already. Olivia Rinkus. Olivia. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. No wonder that came out. I flipped it the wrong thing. Wrong link. You know it's late. I can't go back. I can't go back and fix this. Andrea from Craig. Andrea? No, Andrea. Amy Boracco. Amy, I see you there. You're up, Amy.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator McCrory, Senator Austin, Representative Curry, Representative Walker, and members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. My name is Amy Baratko, and I've been a proud resident of New Haven for over 20 years. I'm here to speak on HB 5003, an act concerning education funding in Connecticut. I urge legislators to fully fund our pre-K to 12 public schools, but I have three concerns about this House bill. One, this bill will give the same funding to charter schools as public schools without requiring any transparency or accountability. Two, funding should reach classrooms by funding the teachers, parents, and school staff who interact with students daily. Three, the funding formula does not take into account equity. The formula does not account for the cost of educating students with more needs, students whose parents are earning low wages, English language learners, students with special needs, and the Black and Brown students who currently get 16% less funding per student in Connecticut. Both of my daughters have attended New Haven Public Schools for their entire elementary school career and are now in 3rd and 5th grades. And my spouse has been a full-time teacher in high school at Darien since 2005. We see firsthand the difference that funding can make, the difference in resources based on zip code. Both districts are filled with talented, devoted educators and staff, as well as talented and amazing students. But in New Haven, the schools are not fully staffed, teachers not paid as well as they would be in neighboring towns. In schools like Darien, there are fewer vacancies, smaller class sizes, and basic supplies in the classroom, not to mention things like nurses and counselors. In my written testimony, I talked about how staffing shortages at my daughter's school have affected entire grade levels of children. I can easily compare the experiences of my friends who are awesome, dedicated high school teachers here in New Haven with those of my husband in Fairfield County. I know the data about inequities in our state, and I have so many anecdotes of lived experience to show this too. Equitable funding will make a difference, and we should strive to eliminate the language of good and bad schools, language rooted in economics, and just fully fund them all. I look to you and this committee to establish funding structures and formulas that promote equity and steward our state's great wealth and surplus to all students. I look to you to hold charter schools accountable if they receive public funds. And I look to you to make sure that our schools are filled with staff and faculty who are well paid across the state and ensure that every school building has the resources it needs. We have a historic opportunity this session to make a course correction, fully fund our public schools to guarantee the highest quality of public education for every student, no matter where they live, what they look like, or how much money their parents make. Thank you so much for listening today to my testimony and to the ones that came before me, and have a wonderful night.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Up next, Pastor Randall. Pastor Randall. Okay. Tricia Robinson. Tricia? No, Trisha. I'm sorry, Trisha. Is she here? Tricia Robinson? No. Let's get Leonard I know Leonard. Leonard Lockhart.
Yes, sir.
There you go. I know that name. I know that face. Go ahead, Leonard. You go.
Good evening, everyone. Members of the Education Appropriations Committee, my name is Leonard Lockhart, and I'm a member of the Windsor Board of Education, and I serve the Connecticut Association of Boards of Education as first vice president. And I am testifying to give support on behalf of CABE, HB 5003, an act concerning education funding in Connecticut. CABE strongly supports the acceleration of the phases of increases in the education cost sharing funding formula. The economic challenges faced at all levels of government are felt most intensely at the local level, where we are in the middle of budget development and adoption season at the moment. Given the number of new initiatives and reforms put in place by the federal, state, and local governments, this is a time where we need to maintain our commitments to our public schools. Resources to support professional development and social and emotional learning for school staff, as well as access to mental health professionals for students, is an important investment to improve school safety and climate. Learning gaps has been exacerbated by COVID-19, and districts need resources to provide the ongoing support for the students. With the fiscal cliff looming with federal COVID relief funds ending, it is critical for Connecticut to give districts financial stability to support long-term investments in needed resources, which are teachers, counselors, social workers, and all other student support services and programs. In supporting the quicker phase of ECS funding, I also must continue to advocate for full funding for the Special Education Excess Cost Reimbursement Grant. Continuation of the cap on this Special Education Excess Cost Grant creates an increased hardship on local districts as these costs rise. We urge you to remove the cap on the Special Education Excess Cost Grant and restore the safety net available to districts for those extraordinary educational costs, so that districts can predictably plan their expenditures. In Windsor alone, we are losing $228,678 because the state is not meeting the commitment to fund after the district spends 4.5 times the average of pupil expenditures. We do lobby Congress to meet the commitment to fund IDEA. Loss of these funds impact districts' full budgets and mandated programs for students with special needs can force a district to remove funding for programs outside of special education designation. And I would be remiss not to say that I've been on this since 11 o'clock and I've listened to everyone testify. And I am definitely listening to every single school district, and I'm listening for those most faint voices. I'm listening to the loud majority. I'm listening to the loud minority, but I'm here listening to one for the kids, but more importantly, listening to every single school district that are for and against this legislation. And I implore you on behalf of all the school boards of education within the state of Connecticut that all input be taken very seriously and that we consider everybody doing your deliberations to make sure that this is equitable for every single school district and every single child in the state of Connecticut. I thank you for your attention on these issues.
Thank you, Leonard, and thank you for your advocacy and all the work you do in Windsor on that Board of Education. We appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate you in the committees as well. We don't say thank you enough to you guys, but I'm gonna say thank you again. I appreciate all your efforts.
All right. Next up, Jonathan Berryman, followed by Pastor Brenda Barnes. Jonathan? Jonathan going once, twice. Pastor Brenda Barnes.
Good evening, Co-Chair Senator McCrory, Senator Austin, Representative Curry, Representative Walker, to the ranking members, Representative Nuccio, Representative McCarty, and Senator Berthel, to our distinguished members of the Education and Appropriate Committees. I am Brenda J. Barnes. I am the senior pastor at Faith Gospel Assembly Ministries Incorporated in Bridgeport. There I have the honor of serving a congregation that extends from Ansonia, Connecticut to Stamford, Connecticut. So I'm here on behalf of my congregants as well as all of the students and children of Connecticut. I am asking you today to please vote yes on House Bill 5003 and end the educational disparity we have seen for far too many years. In my work with Faith Acts, I advocate for all students, Black and brown students, yes, but all Connecticut students everywhere, no matter race and no matter where they live. I personally believe that if we help the many, we then help all. It's time to pursue equity and inclusion of all students in the Connecticut education system. It shouldn't be a matter of where you are. It should just matter that you are. And now is the time to make educational disparity a memory and no longer allow it to be an ongoing reality that we experience daily. I believe the finance and policy must come from the lawmakers and trickle down to our citizens. And the same holds true of how we treat people. Whatever our government portrays, that's what the people display. And our government has allowed a racial funding gap to persist and grow. There is now a $788 million difference between what the state spends educating white students and what it spends educating students of color. So I'm asking you, what does this say to our children? My next question is this what we really want to say to our children? Because this inequity is speaking volumes, and the actions that you will take right now will also speak volumes. As our elected officials, you've asked us to put our confidence in you and trust you for change. And now we are asking you, now that you have the power to change, let the message to our children be one of hope, worth, and value. From my heart to your heart, we can do this. Please vote yes to House Bill 5003. From heart to heart, thank you for hearing my heart. God bless you.
Thank you, Pastor, for your testimony. Up next, we have Ariana, New Haven Public Schools. Ariana 157. That 158. Claudine Wilkins Chambers from Connect.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hello everyone. Protocol had always been established a long time ago. I know you guys are tired. Thank you for what you do. My name is Claudine Wilkins Chambers. I'm a member of Community Baptist Church in New Haven and a member of the Education Committee with Connect. I've worked and currently work as a paraprofessional in New Haven public school system for over 50 years. For decades, I have assisted teachers with the social, emotional, and education development of hundreds and thousands of children. I am upset by teacher shortages in New Haven, Bridgeport.
I really wanted to feed a high quality dog food when I found.
I don't know what's going on. Am I still on?
Yeah, hold on one second. Maura, can you mute your computer, please?
Hello?
Yep. Go ahead, Claudia.
Okay, I am upset by teacher shortages in New Haven, Bridgeport, and Hartford. Along with the teacher shortages throughout the state, I am deeply frustrated by the disproportionate ratio breakdown of Black and Black teachers in our students of color. This year's proposed budget, Bill 5003, would specifically fund poor Black and brown school districts with the funds to build a diverse and effective para and teacher workforce. I am ready to pass the torch to the next generation of teachers and paraprofessionals, but without these funds, I'm sorry that our teacher shortage will only grow worse. Equitable full funding of public education would significantly address teacher shortages, social services, tutorial support, and increase mental health and trauma support in our schools. We would also be able to significantly address the serious truancy problem. We must invest in our children at a very early age, because if not, as they grow older, their self-esteem falls short, then it becomes a very serious problem. After all, the children are our future, but what will their future be like without the funding of HB Bill 5003? The funding will help them be the future we would need. The full funding of our Black and brown and poor school districts
Can you
with
please
positive, I'm wrapping it up, would positively impact paraprofessionals and teachers to support the learning and development of all students and close the learning gap intensified by COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony and the work you do in New Haven Public Schools.
You're welcome.
Next, we have,
So I think 149 is in the room. We may have missed over Andrea Kozala. Are you in the room?
I told, oh no, they missed the.
My bad. Okay. So next up, Sarah Egan. Good evening, Sarah.
Good evening. I'm just trying to turn my video on, which is not turning. There it goes. Hi. Good evening to the committee, Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, all distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thank you for this long day. Thank you to our previous caller who has been dedicating decades to for paraprofessional service. My name is Sarah Egan. I run the state's Office of the Child Advocate, which for those that don't know is an independent state oversight agency that provides advocacy and investigates publicly funded services for highly vulnerable children. I just wanted to go on record today about how important this bill is. Of all the issues that come to the Office of the Child Advocate, so many of them come down to the opportunities or the lack of opportunity, the help or the lack of help, the met needs or the unmet needs of children in our schools. The OCA in my tenure has investigated or advocated for families around so many educational issues. The 3 and 4-year-olds who are transitioning from the state's birth to 3 system into public education for the very first time are probably some of the most underserved children in the state of Connecticut. To the 5-year-olds that we see suspended from preschool or kindergarten, mostly Black and brown boys, a policy that we still haven't been able to end because we don't have the resources to do something different. The OCA investigated the use of 911 and police a couple of years ago in Waterbury Public Schools to respond to the behavioral health needs of children in pre-K through 8 schools in that district. 200 calls in a 6-month period of time to have police respond to the behavioral support needs of children as young as 5, 6, and 7 years old, resulting in 36 arrests of children, including multiple 9, 10, and 11-year-old children, resources, curriculum, but also accountability. The office investigated conditions for children with multiple disabilities in an urban school district after intake and complaint from family advocates. We did an unannounced visit and learned that all of these children, high school age, were not being educated, not at all. The disparities for our children in our urban centers. The OCA investigates conditions of confinement for incarcerated and detained youth in the state of Connecticut. Just this week, there are 300 boys aged 15 to 21 in the custody of the Department of Correction at Manson Youth Institution. In our last report that we published to you a couple of years ago, we learned that 90% of the children at MYI are assessed as being in math and reading and writing at the elementary school level. So many of our children, it comes down to education, their opportunity, their needs, and their needs met and their needs unmet. I used to represent individual children in child protection proceedings, and I always remember one of the first boys I ever represented many years ago. He was 12 years old, and his name was Jamar. And he just struggled in school so badly. And one day I was sitting with him at his school, and he'd gotten in a fight, and they'd called me because I was his lawyer and he didn't have anybody else. And he was so frustrated, he could barely speak to me. And he said to me, "I just want to go to a good school." He said, "I'm so afraid that I'm dumb, and that one day I'm going to graduate and I'm still going to be dumb and nobody cares."
Okay.
And that conversation was probably 20 years ago, and I never forget it. So I know it's been a long day. These issues are so important to all of you, and all the people who have testified today. They're really important to me as the child advocate, as a parent, and as a civil rights lawyer for children. So thank you for your dogged, endless, passionate work, and to all the people who have come to testify today.
Thank you, Sarah. And thank you for your advocacy for our children. I'm sorry, Representative McCarty.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Sarah, and thank you so much for really expounding a little bit on the behavioral health needs that all of our children are needing right now. And could you just say, do you believe that this proposal will help solve some of those issues? Thank you.
Did we lose her? Sarah?
Sarah, you there?
I think we lost her.
She's there.
I'm so sorry. I think I lost Representative McCarty.
I'm so sorry. Can you hear me now, Sarah?
I can, but everything downloaded and then uploaded again. So I lost you for about 30 seconds.
I was making a comment that you really highlighted the behavioral health needs that our students have right now currently. And you really focused in on that and all the repercussions that that can have afterwards if we do not address them. So I just would like you to have this opportunity to comment how you think HB 5003 can help in that regard.
Well, I'm not sure. Thank you so much, Representative McCarty, and for all your work on these issues over the years. I'm not sure what I can say better than some of the folks who have testified today, especially Lisa Hammersley from the School Finance Project. We know that we have, as many folks have talked about, a $700 million funding gap between the schools that are educate primarily children of color versus primarily schools with white students. And that has to end, and the ARPA funding that came from the federal government is time limited. It'll be in an end. We all know that we have an inequitable education funding system, and education, along with healthcare, housing, and basic income support. These are the building blocks of opportunity, and erasing that inequity and those disparities, I think, is just not negotiable anymore. It's a moral issue. It's a civil rights issue. It's an educational policy issue. And the teachers, paraeducators, God bless them, they have to have the resources that they need. Every school within the school system, school social workers, music programs, et cetera, to be able to meet the needs of the children in front of them. So this bill goes a long way to addressing the funding disparities amongst our school systems. Thank you for the question, Representative McCarty.
No, and thank you very much for your work.
Thank
you.
Again, thank you, Sarah, for the work you do.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. One more. We have another question.
Sarah, are you still there?
I'm still here. Sorry, too soon.
Lander, hi. I was from your perspective, since you mentioned behavioral health and paraeducators, and we've heard from so many paraeducators this evening today. Looking at the members of the task force, do you have any recommendations that we could consider in the members on the task force, so we can have as broad of a range of input as possible?
I appreciate the question, and I'd like to get you back some specific recommendations if I can, Representative Wiehlander, but definitely having folks who represent the disability rights community and parents would be really important for that. And the role that paraeducators play is so critical. As the child advocate, but also I'm also a parent of a child with intellectual and developmental disabilities who relies on paraeducator support for every single thing that she does during the school day. And as my child is nonverbal and can't tell me about her day, and the trust that I place in her educational team, I relate and have so much compassion for the teachers and the parents and the paraeducators who are experiencing that every single day. So I think that role and that perspective going forward is incredibly important.
Thank you so much for sharing that, and I completely agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Albert Benehan from Bridgeport Board of Education.
Good evening, everyone. Everybody hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you so much. My name is Albert Benehan Grajales. I'm a father of 3 boys, and I live in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Also, I'm a board member of Bridgeport School, and I'm the part of the co-chair facility and safety of committee here in Bridgeport. We have around 19,326 students, and plus we have 3,000 plus amazing staff here in Bridgeport School, around 37 schools. This is my 4th year. I'm here, give it to the same information. And the reason I'll come here and come to you is because we need more fun in Bridgeport School. Bridgeport is one of my city, a big one we have here in Connecticut. Like I say, it's 37 school. We got almost around 20,000 children. I don't know why Bridgeport's always less money for us. We got another cities that got less student, less staff, and they gave more money. I'm not talking less, they gave it more millions. I don't know why the reason Bridgeport's always less. I just wanted you guys to understand that we are suffering a lot because we want the best education for our students, especially with the staff. They're working so hard to be sure our students get successful in education. So like I say, I don't want to take too long because a lot of people is getting tired. I'm here with you, listening to you from 11 o'clock in the morning, but I'm going what my colleague say, Mr. Joe Sokoloff. I'm clear with his message and I agree with him what he said. The big point is why Bridgeport is the city. We have big one in Connecticut, 37 school. Like I said, 19,326 students. We got 3,000 plus amazing staff. We have less money. Please, we know that the budget is very tight, but we want to be sure our students get great education. Thank you for this time. Thank you for this opportunity. God bless you all. Take care.
Thank you, and thank you for being patient and again advocate for Bridgeport. Up next,
we have Rob Traber.
Okay, Rob.
Okay, I think that's it, right?
Yep. No.
Okay, good evening, Senators Austin and McCrory, Representatives Walker and Curry, and members of the committees. My name is Rob Traber. I'm a resident of Bridgeport, former Bridgeport Public School parent of Katie Traber, who spoke earlier, and retired Bridgeport Public School teacher and BEA president. Over 50 years ago, I started work with juvenile delinquents in New Haven, along with former school counselor and state rep, Bill Dyson. I realized that the kids were not the problem when I was doing that. Rather, it was a systemic neglect of the children and their families living in our chronically under-resourced districts, as Ms. Hammersley called them earlier today, which seems to mean primarily urban districts whose students are overwhelmingly children of color. Connecticut, a blue state that prides itself on its progressive policies, is ironically a systemically racist state. Dr. King referred to this phenomenon in his letter from the Birmingham jail as the problem with white moderates who block racial justice as much, if not more so, than those who belong to the KKK. For a half a century, I've worked with others to correct this problem in my professional life as a social worker, VISTA volunteer, a community organizer, a labor organizer, and as a teacher in Bridgeport. Personally, I have lived and been involved in campaigns in New Haven, Hartford, New Britain, and Bridgeport. Why can't we fix this problem? The white power elite of our state, who live in the chronically well-resourced suburbs, want first and foremost to protect their white privilege. Racial equity must not upset the status quo. In his book, Savage Inequalities, Jonathan Kozol described it this way: we spend the most educational money on those who need it the least, and the least educational money on those who need it the most. Fully and fairly funding the ECS is a great start, and I appreciate your efforts to do this. However, we must recognize that this will get us to where the ECS law says we should have been years ago. And we need to raise that ECS standard to reflect our current reality. Also, equity demands that our chronically underfunded districts should be funded to a level higher than the chronically well-funded districts so that our cities can provide their students with the same level of support as the students receive in the suburban districts. So I'm here to support these efforts to fully fund the ECS. However, this bill needs to be modified to address concerns that have been expressed today. In particular, the incredible disparity in the proposed funding for Bridgeport must be addressed. Connecticut's largest city should get at least $11.2 million to be on level with Waterbury, $19.9 million to keep up with New Haven, and $83 million to keep up with Hartford. Charter schools. Also,
please summarize.
I'm wrapping it up. This is the last paragraph. Charter schools, which are regulated differently than the rest of us, should not get an increase until they are fully and equally accountable to the community in which they operate. They have revenue from private sources like the Sacklers of the Zoom Foundation, which created and fund organizations that are here today testifying in support of this bill. I appreciate your opportunity and your patience for being here so late, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rob. Up next.
Up next, we have Virginia DeLong, but also Peter Maribay. If you would please accept the promotion to panelist, we would be able to call on you thereafter. Ms. DeLong, it's nice to see you.
It's nice to see you too, Rep. Curry. Good evening, esteemed committees. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight on House Bill 5003, which I am very much in favor of. My name is Virginia DeLong, and I am the Director of Counseling and Admissions at Norwich Technical High School, but tonight I come in my capacity as the Government Relations and Advocacy Chair for the Connecticut School Counselor Association, which represents over 1,600 counselors here in Connecticut. I know you heard a lot of testimony today. I do not want to take up much of your time, but I want to highlight the importance of this bill when it comes to school counseling. School counseling, among many other things in education, is not equitable in our state currently. We have students in the state of Connecticut that do not have access at all to a school counselor. We have elementary schools that when they do have school counselors are sharing among schools, which is resulting in there being one counselor to over 700 students in some cases. Our national association recommends a ratio of 1 to 250 counselor to students. Connecticut's average, while it has become much better than it was in the past, it is still one counselor to 343 students. And I fear that that number is going to increase once the ESSER money runs out. That has already been evidenced in news reports that districts are already looking at cutting school counselors that they hired with that money because they no longer have the funding to support it. School counselors are working with students in our schools from K through 12 on preventative services. We are working with students in the academic, the career, and the social emotional domain. I can tell you that the rates of anxiety and depression have increased exponentially over the last few years. It is like a revolving door in my office. There are 6 of us there to service about 600 and something students, and it is nonstop. We are exhausted. We are burnt out. We are leaving at the end of the day just hoping that we got to all of the students who needed support during that school day. And I am very fortunate to have as many people in my building to work with students, and that is not the case across the state. We need to make sure that we're funding education properly, which we know we haven't been doing. We have to stop kicking the can down the road, take action now. I hope this will be bipartisan support for this bill and that it will pass, and we will finally give the kids of Connecticut, all of them, no matter where they live, what they deserve. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Virginia. Up next.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I do want to also just give a shout out to the school counselors and your association for the work that you're also doing to bring light to this particular bill. And also just simply educating our members on what exactly it is the job that you do, the level of professionalism that it takes to have your job, the level of education that it takes to have your job. And I hope folks take the time to reach out and want to learn a bit more and hear about the importance of why those ratios need to be much smaller than they currently are and likely will be if we do not take action on something like this.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Pastor Benjamin.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Rep. Kennedy.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, number 149 is on the screen. She was called, but then you went to the next number. I just wanted to just make you aware that she's there.
That was my mistake that I came back in the room and Senator McCrory had already indicated that if folks.
Okay. I just wanted to let you know she was there. Thank you so much. And I apologize for the interruption.
All good. Pastor Benjamin.
Hi, yes. Co-chair Senator McCrory, Senator Alston, Representative Curry, and Representative Walker, ranking members and Senator Berthold, Representative McCarty, and Representative Nuccio, and all distinguished members of the Education Appropriations Committee. I am here today because we have an emergency. And our children need you to vote yes on HB 5003. My name is Latasha Benjamin, and I pastor a church in Hamden, Connecticut called Greater Glory Ministries. I am also a proud member of Faith Acts for Education. And our emergency is this. In the third smallest state in the country, we actually have 2 Connecticut's. The first Connecticut is filled with privileged and well-funded public schools. In the second Connecticut, our kids are suffering. The second Connecticut, the Connecticut that I see up close and personal as I pastor a church on the Hamden-New Haven line, is underfunded and has limited access to resources and quality education. You see, we can live in the same small state and get a vastly different education based on where we live. HB 5003 will unify our education system, investing in our Black and Brown children and funding all public schools fairly based on need. The fairness this bill will provide is not only necessary, but it should already be. This emergency has long persisted. It is clear that our children are suffering, but no one wants to pay the bill. Without fair funding, this is our reality. I pastor a church where some children and some adults can't even read the Bible. I have some 10-year-old students who are struggling with their sight words. Our underfunded schools are not giving our children the ability to survive and thrive. Our education system is not requiring or allowing them to expand their minds. Who among us thinks that this is acceptable? It's time to pay the bill. It's time to pay the bill so that our children can have the same access to education and funding that other kids have across the state. It's time to pay the bill so that our districts have the funding to recruit quality teachers. It's time to pay the bill. And as we know, fixing any kind of emergency takes money. And HB 5003 supplies that money in a way that helps our entire state and all of our children. I urge you all to vote yes on HB 5003. Thank you so much for your time and your service on today. Amen.
Thank you for be patiently waiting. Up next.
Peter Marabai, followed by Jennifer Rankowitz. Peter, if you'd like to unmute. There you go.
Thank you. Senator McCrory, Senator Austin, Representative Curry, Representative Walker, ranking members and distinguished members of the Education and Appropriations Committees. My name is Peter Maribay. I'm a resident of Hartford, Connecticut, and I'm a parent of a student at a Craig Magnet School. I'm testifying in favor of HB 5003. My child benefits greatly because they attend a Craig Magnet School. My child was very apprehensive about attending school because of the specialized needs which were not being adequately addressed. We needed to find a school that my child would be highly motivated to attend because my child was already very anxious and very discouraged. After looking around, we identified Craig Magnet School, which was offering an arts-focused curriculum, which fit my child's interest in the performing arts. We visited the school, saw the facilities, met the staff, and saw other students engaged in learning. The staff were very welcoming and answered all the questions that my child had. My child immediately loved the school and wanted to go there, which overcame a major barrier to my child's education. Even before the school year started, the staff at the school met with my child to make sure that their needs were going to be accommodated. My child's math and literacy skills are at a great level and they continue to make progress. Recently, we attended a music performance which my child was a part of, for which they were very proud. In addition, the diversity in student body has been great for my child. My child has made friends, which has enriched their social development and learning experience. Whenever my child is unwell, I have to convince them to stay at home because they don't want to miss a day at school. Without sustainable funding, CREC will be forced to either cut programming or increase the tuition costs charged to local district schools. I'm asking you to vote yes on HB 5003 to provide the necessary funding to equitably fund magnet schools and district schools across Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Anyone else? Thank you again for your advocacy.
Next up, Jennifer Rankowitz, followed by Rita Skog.
Hello. My name is Jennifer Rankowitz, and I'm a 6th grade teacher at Odyssey Community School, a charter school in Manchester. Thank you for your time and your support of my testimony. Just about 1 year ago, I testified after Governor Lamont released his proposed budget for 2023. I expressed my disheartened feelings that a significant cut had been made to the public charter school funding. I shared information about Odyssey Community School and all the growth that we have made over the years. In addition, I shared our aspiration for growing in a new way by adding additional pre-K seats. I asked for your support in getting the new seats approved and to pass a budget that would equitably fund all students, no matter which public school they attend. Thanks to your support, I'm happy to share an update on all that has occurred since that hearing. In June 2022, we received the exciting news that the Connecticut State Board of Education approved our request to add 2 pre-K classrooms to our school. This immediately put into action Operation Otter Pups, our mission to open 2 classroom doors the following fall to our youngest Odyssey Otters yet. An immense amount of work went into constructing a space in our existing building to accommodate 2 new classrooms. We hired an outstanding team of preschool teachers and paraprofessionals and secured a lottery for our new preschool seats. As I'm sure you can imagine, this was a very busy and exciting summer. In the beginning of September, our school officially welcomed our first group of Otter Pups. Personally, I've had the privilege of enrolling my own 4-year-old son in our preschool, and I have watched him flourish in so many ways in just these first few months of the school year. Odyssey has strong core values. Our circle words, which stand for courage, integrity, respect, curiosity, leadership, and excellence, are woven into all aspects of our school climate, culture, instruction, and guide everything that we do. Recently, I was driving home with my son after school, and he asked me, "Mom, do you know the circle words?" I replied, "Of course I do." He said with pride, "I know them too. I think integrity is my favorite because that means honesty. Actually, maybe courage is my favorite because that means being brave, and that's really good, but it's really hard too." It hit me in that moment how proud and how grateful I am that he has had this ability to start his educational journey at Odyssey, growing academically and socially every day with these core values as his new guiding principles. When given resources and opportunities, Odyssey is able to achieve great things. The opportunity that our preschool classrooms have added to our community is immeasurable. I'm coming to you today asking for you to continue to support the student-centered funding bill and to ensure that all public school children are funded equitably based on their needs as students and not by where they go to school. In addition, I'm asking that you accelerate the funding formula phase-in schedule to align with the end of federal aid so that school programming is not interrupted or negatively impacted. And finally, I encourage you to use Odyssey circle words as your own guiding principles through this legislative session. Have the courage to push for what is right despite resistance, and the integrity to withhold strong moral principles when making decisions for the youth of our state. Have respect to not just hear, but to listen to the voices of stakeholders in education who are relying on your support. Have the courage to ask questions to seek solutions, and the leadership to be a change agent in a time when our schools really need it. And lastly, have the excellence to ensure that equitable education becomes our only option. I ask that you please read my submitted testimony for some additional information, but thank you again for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. And again, staying up late, making sure your voice is heard.
Thank you.
Next.
Next up is Rebecca Mickelson, or excuse me, sorry, Rita Skog. You're up. And then Rebecca. Good evening.
Good evening, members of the Education and Appropriations Committees. My name is Rita Skog. I live in Fairfield. I'm a member of Connect Education Team and an ally of Faith Acts for Education. I'm also the proud product of the Bridgeport Public Schools and of the state university system. My children are also public school graduates, but from Fairfield. My son, a C student with learning disabilities, attended Housatonic Community College and found that his Fairfield education had prepared him much better than the fellow students from Bridgeport schools were. My Bridgeport public school education gave me the skills I needed to have a successful career and provide well for my family. I believe the students in the public school today, whether inner city or suburban, deserve a good or better education than either I or my children had. I'm asking you to vote yes on HB 5003, an act concerning education funding in Connecticut, because one, Connecticut's longstanding injustice and inequity in spending. We spend $788 million more educating white students than students of color. Because of inequity in our education system, public schools should be funded fairly based on need. And three, because we need to make up for lost funding. The underfunded districts cannot afford to lose the money taken away when federal COVID relief runs out. We can't take back the benefits we have been able to give these school children over the past few years. Finally, because of the lack of skilled workers currently in our state, our future as a viable, thriving state depends on the ability and contributions of our citizens. A healthy economy relies on a well-educated, productive workforce. I urge you to vote yes on HB 5003. Thank you for your leadership on this important issue and for holding this hearing. And thank you for the time that you spent all day. I do appreciate it. I know you're tired, so good night. Have a great weekend. Thank
Right. You nailed it right on time. Great job. We have one question, comment.
Hey, Rita, I just wanted to thank you for hanging with us and for advocating for all of our state's children to receive a high quality and equitable education. So thank you.
Thank you for your support.
All right, next up, we have Rebecca Mickelson, followed by Fran Rabinowitz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, all right, thank you. Good evening, Senator McCrory, Senator Austin, Representative McCrory, Representative Walker, and members of the Education and Appropriations Committee. I live in East Haven and I teach our youngest students at a pre-K in public school in New Haven. And I'm a member of the American Federation of Teachers, which represents over 30,000 educators and workers across the state. With Recovery for All, we stand united to make Connecticut a place where every child and adult can thrive, no matter where they live, what they look like, or how much their parents make. Right now, both students and teachers are overwhelmed, and we need smaller class sizes, an abundance of highly qualified teachers at the helm, and the wages to attract them and keep them in this difficult job. And our kids deserve more staff. As I go through my workday and think about how much time and attention I can give to each young student in my care, it never seems to be enough. Our kids deserve access to school counselors in every building, every day, but they don't have it. My youngest students face hardships. We give them care and nurturing, but that requires resources. I urge you to support this bill if it will create real equity for Connecticut. Real equity means that pre-K-12 public schools are fully staffed to meet the needs of every child with love and care. Real equity means that school districts serving high needs kids, those whose parents earn poverty wages, kids learning English, kids with special needs, should have more funding per child to meet those needs. Right now, Connecticut is doing the opposite. Teachers don't just want to walk into our rooms, use tired methods to force compliance, dump content into their minds, and then call it a day. Schools should be spaces of dynamic engagement with students as human beings. Fully funding our public education system is an absolute necessity as we face continued threats of ignorance about everything from climate change to our own history. Empowering our citizenry to, 1, combat the ignorance surrounding us today, and 2, make educated and thoughtful decisions about leadership in the future is the foundation to a healthy society. I urge you to fund our future. Thank you so much for your time. It has been a long day for you all.
Thank you, and thank you for your timely testimony.
Next up, we have Fran Rabinowitz ×2, as it appears she is sharing her time with Kate Diaz from CSU.
Good evening, everyone, and I'm very honored to share my time with Kate Diaz. We're a dynamic team, and honorable chairman, ranking members, and honorable members of the Education Appropriations Committee, I am in awe of you. I've been on for most of the testimony today, and I really appreciate your detailed responses and your engagement with every one of the speakers. I don't know how you do it. It's pretty amazing. But I'm Fran Rabinowitz, and I'm the Executive Director for the Connecticut Association of Public School Superintendents. And we strongly endorse the intent of HB 5003, whose aim is to make revisions to how public education is funded in the state. We still remain committed to full funding in ECS at the same time so that no district will lose money. Let me just say, it's hard for me. I do represent all superintendents, but I have a hard time separating from Bridgeport. I'm a former superintendent there, and I have firsthand knowledge of the significant needs and the large costs associated with them. I know the impact of how appropriately addressed needs positively impact students, families, and our communities and state. And I want to say something a little bit different to you. I want to say that both districts and municipalities should be held accountable for these funds when they are allocated and the outcomes that they produce to address these needs. We must ensure that these dollars reach students at the greatest point of impact. Real improvements for students take place at the classroom level, where students and teachers interact on a daily basis. The direct impact of these funds could include reducing a grade 1 classroom enrollment from 28 to 18 students, and using proper and timely interventions that enable all of our young students to read by first grade and read independently by grade 3. We do strongly endorse the intent of this bill and look forward to working with all the proponents of this bill to realize the full vision. And I know I left some time for Kate.
Thank you, Fran. I am Kate Diaz from the Connecticut Education. Oh, I was ready. I was ready to go.
Fran, if anyone else, Fran, I love that. I was so smooth. Kate, you got 30 seconds to conclude. Fran, but that was a good one, though. I like it.
Well, we're fortunate that the teachers and the superintendents are on the same page in this scenario, where we really believe that the classroom is the place these funds need to be allocated and strongly felt. We need teacher salaries increased and class sizes down. If there was ever a magic bullet in education, that is it. So we are excited about the potential and look forward to a session that gives us the opportunity to talk about education in many, many, many ways, but to not shy away from the financial discussion and the accountability that goes with allocating as much money as we're asking for in education.
Thank you.
Did I keep under 30 seconds? I was working, man.
Great job. Great job. All right. Who's the last person standing?
Yeah, and just a quick thank you to you both for your efforts and work in helping to promote additional funding and ensuring there's accountability and transparency and targeting that where most of our needs are. I know Representative McCarty also wanted to comment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to ask you to add my name to the thank you, but thank you for giving me the opportunity to do it myself. I know both CAPS and CEA have been very engaged on this bill, and we look forward to continuing conversations with both of you so that we can look at those areas that have been addressed today, especially looking at the financial accountability and being certain that those funding go to the learning needs of our students. So thank you both for being here this late this evening.
Thank you, Representative.
Always a pleasure.
Always.
Thank you both, and see you in just over 12 hours, Kate.
Exactly.
Next up, we have Andrea. I'm not going to try and...
Quazala is my last name. Thank you so much. So I will keep this brief. I know that it's been a long day for you, but I want to thank the honorable members of the Education Appropriations Committee for having us today and hearing our testimony. My name is Andy Quazala. I live in Suffield, Connecticut. And my son attends the Academy of Aerospace Engineering Elementary Academy in Rocky Hill. I am an engineering professor at Western New England in Springfield, Mass. And one of the things that I would like you to know is that I take an extra ride every single day to drive my son down to the Rocky Hill school system, which is in the opposite direction of work. The reason that I do that started because I knew that a STEM education was critical for me and my family to have that choice. But I find it ironic because when I drive back to work each day, it says school choice on a big bulletin board on 91. And I'm reminded that we do as a family make a sacrifice to make sure that our son can get to that school. And we made that choice because of the education that focuses in STEM, but we stay for different reasons. So since joining the community just back in September, we've had this beautiful opportunity to be part of a different world, a magical place that's built on community and diversity and the opportunity to really engage with people that are different than us, that are similar to us, that have different holidays and believe in different gods. And I think that by giving my son the opportunity to have this opportunity to really engage both intellectually and personally with communities that are different than who we are as people is so important, because it really helps us become better people in our own home. And so I'm here to advocate for the correct system, because I think that we all have the opportunity to dive deep and become a better community together. And I think the correct system offers us that chance to do that. So I hope that you'll consider this opportunity to increase the funding for the correct magnet schools and vote yes on House Bill 50003. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you so much for staying up with us and for your testimony this evening. No questions from members? All right, moving along, we have number 153, Tricia Robinson.
Hi, thank you so much for hearing my testimony tonight. I want to appreciate all your time and energy that you've spent focusing on this. My name is Tricia Robinson. I'm in Danbury, Connecticut. I'm a mother to 2 daughters who attend some amazing schools here in Danbury. Probably about 8 years ago, I became aware that we were the lowest funded per pupil in the entire state, and was absolutely shocked that when we implemented the ECS formula, that we had a 10-year phase in. And I looked to my friend and I said, my kids will be out of the public schools by the time they have phased this in. And if we had been so underfunded for so long due to our massive population growth, why were they delaying this? And I still don't understand. But I do know that there are people there just highly dedicated to ensuring that our kids get the absolute best education they can. I'm very impressed with what our schools have already done for us in Danbury, but I know that there could be so much more. My middle school daughter only has 1 counselor. This man is amazing, but completely overworked. The Danbury High School is down, I think, at least 5 or 6 counselors and a minimum 52 teachers, because my freshmen couldn't attend a full day of school because there weren't enough teachers. It's just something that it's hard for me to understand when people have been overfunded, comparatively speaking, for so long, how it wasn't, I don't know if it was our state reps, I'm not sure what, everybody's working really hard, but somehow the people who are getting the short end of the stick for 10 years just kept getting the short end of the stick. So I'm really looking forward to this being fully funded as soon as possible, so that all the families across Connecticut have equitable education and equitable opportunities to be the best. And again, I truly appreciate all that you do to dedicate your time to our state and to our education. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony.
Rep. Schlesky, do you have your hand up?
I do. I just want to say thank you to Tricia here for staying up late and providing testimony and sharing a bit about Danbury's unique situation. So thank you, Tricia. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, so that concludes the folks that we have online. We have one last person here in person. Joining us is Kara Rochelle, State Representative out of Ansonia and Derby, who's going to close out the evening.
I will keep this brief for my colleagues. I want to thank you all for sticking it out today. I know that you know the gravity of what is being considered and the impact it will have in our community and communities across the state. So I wanted to share a little bit about my district because I'm here to advocate for them, like we're all here to advocate for the kids across the state. And I have some handouts being passed out because this is a discussion of education, and I want to share with you the kids in my community. I can talk to you about the fact that 70% of our students are classified as economically distressed. Derby is over 50% kids of color, and Sonia is over 70%. We have real economic need and real educational need. We've been underfunded forever. And there are kids that all of us keep in our hearts and in our minds in the work that we do. And one of the kids that really just speaks to this conversation and really, reminds us the gravity of what we're doing. In my area, I'm going to get a little dark for a minute. We had a kid last year that was charged with murder, 16 years old. And I think often about all of the places in his life where there were failures. And having an underfunded school, I think about what if he had a teacher, smaller classes and a teacher he connected with? What if there was an after school program that could have caught his imagination and kept him with a better crowd? And so when we're making policies like this, we are shifting the direction of kids' lives. On that note, I'm just going to show, I gave you all pictures of amazing, beautiful young people in my community. I know that you're all going to do the right thing. I thank you for being here for so long. Let's get this done. Let's get this done this year. And I commend you all for sticking it out today.
Thank you very much, Kara. And, a lot of people stand at the front of this and have microphones that are often speaking on the importance of this. And I would just say you are one of the few who are constantly and consistently texting and emailing and reminding me about how important this is for your district. So I just want to say thank you for your advocacy, and I hope that your constituents and the residents of your two communities understand your passion for this work. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank all of you.
Thank you. And thank everyone who persevered tonight. We really appreciate your enthusiasm and your efforts to advocate for your communities and for children in the state of Connecticut. We look forward to working hard and making legislation that can help and support all children throughout the state of Connecticut. Khalid?
Yes, I will also say thank you to those online, those here in the room, those who were in and out throughout the day, for your willingness to hear folks out, both in and out of the room. And a reminder that it is only February 2nd. We have about 4 months to go. So these conversations will be ongoing. And I feel like I'm looking over at one of the clerks who's raising their hand to say someone new is online.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, but I believe 171 Michael Bailey has joined us and has not had his chance to testify yet.
Michael Bailey, you got, I'm
here.
I'm gonna give you your 3 minutes. Go ahead, brother. And then,
well, I appreciate you.
As long as you pray for us when we get out. All right. Good.
Absolutely. Absolutely. May I begin?
Absolutely.
All right. Co-chairs, forgive me, I didn't show my picture. I'm just in a dark spot. All right. Co-chair Senator McCrory and Representative Sanchez, ranking members Senator Bertho and Representative McCarty, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. I'm the Reverend Dr. Michael David Bailey, co-pastor of the First Cathedral in Bloomfield, Connecticut. And I'm also a proud member of Faith Acts for Education. My purpose for being present before you, or this way virtually, is to urge you to support the bill HB 5003, an act concerning education funding in Connecticut. This bill is a testament to fighting against the practices of withholding financial resources, which impacts children, many of whom are of color and living in cities such as Hartford, New Haven, and Bridgeport. Every year, it seems like education funding is giving less access for children who mostly live in urban settings. And now there is a new rhetoric that is becoming systemic to these children that you don't need reading, writing, and arithmetic. All you need to do is learn a trade, get a job, and plateau within their skill set. And our children are being treated like a commodity on a conveyor belt, as if they are an inanimate object in a factory. Now, I know some children will pick a trade and live their lives in that capacity, but they should be taught that they have options for greater opportunities. Nowhere in the world should a child be processed like an assembly part without regard. Now, just because a child has a certain zip code in a certain community does not give those in power the power to treat them like they're insignificant. We are all aware that in neighboring suburban affluent towns that the children are treated much differently, and they have the understanding that they have great opportunity before them. And the factory concept is little to non-existent. Now, Senator McCrory, you know this. My parents came from Memphis, Tennessee during a radically racist time. And my parents were both born in 1946, and their land was governed by Jim Crow law. And they were taught that education was the primer to success. So they fully invested in it. And my parents are both high school graduates with college education. Now, personally, I'm a product of Bloomfield and West Hartford public schools and private education, and I'm actually college educated. I have a graduate and postgraduate degree. Here's my point. I've had the opportunity because of funding. And many of us are parents in this room, and we have a responsibility to secure funding for children everywhere so that many can escape the pipeline of becoming disadvantaged due to their zip codes. And this bill helps to alleviate the problem of underfunded education. Now, I implore you to fund every kid like they're your own and fairly fund all our Connecticut schools. Now, you know I love the Bible. The Bible says in Proverbs chapter 19, verse 17, if you lend your hand to the poor, it's as if you're lending a hand to God. Many people have closed their hands toward others because all they think about is themselves. Now, if God came back and spoke to us, he would say that as our affluence has increased, so has our selfishness. And now is the time to do what is right for us and our children by voting yes on HB 5003. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, and thank you for finishing us off strong, Brother Bailey. We appreciate you and all the work you do.
Now you want me to pray for you, right?
No, not now. No, not now. Not now. Kathy, you good? You guys good? We're all done. Thank you very much.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, all.
Good night.